Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. Anyone out in the hall, please come in. Thank you. Welcome to day 2 of the AggNexus Digital Innovation Conference. We appreciate everybody being here today. We'd like to thank our vendors for their generosity and for last night. It was a great event. Appreciate everything they've done to bring this event. We couldn't do it without them. Thank you to everyone who donated to the charitable auction last night. We really appreciate your donations. If you were the winning bidder on an item and you have not paid for it yet, please see David out at the desk. He would be very pleased to take your payment right now or eventually. So we appreciate if you do that. Please don't forget to pick up a gift bag if you haven't picked one up already. There's plenty out there. Appreciate all the people that donated to those, and we hope everyone remembers to take one on the way out. To get our second day started, we are going to convene our first panel discussion, Associations in Focus. It will be moderated by Andrea Johnson, the Executive Director of the Construction, Demolition, Recycling Association. So please welcome our panel to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Construction, Demolition, Recycling Association. I've been in this role for about 6 months. Prior to this, I was a boots on the ground, knee deep in the trash facility operator for construction, demolition, debris, and recycling, and I also ran a hauling company for 12 years. I became executive director after being a member of our association and on the board for many, many years, and then I stepped into this role. So for me personally, the value of associations is very close to heart. I sit here today with Jessica Wilson and
Amanda Mueller.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Amanda. And Amanda Mueller. And I apologize here. Amanda is the Director of Membership and Engagement for the National Ready Mix Concrete Association. She's been there about 5 years. Prior to that, for 6 years, she was with the Concrete Industry Management Program. Her biggest focuses are relationship building, connecting, and helping members find true value. Jessica Wilson is the Director of Education and Technical Services for the Carolinas Ready Mix Concrete Association. She has over a decade of industry and advocacy experience, and she is really passionate about supporting the resilient and responsible construction practices. She was just named the NRMCA Promoter of the Year. She just secured a $64 million transportation materials grant, congratulations, and created the Concrete and Conservation Series. That's a big one. Yeah, big one. She is from Winnebago, North Carolina, owns a farm, and is an avid angler and mother of 2. So, Amanda, tell us a little bit about your association.
So I could spend all day talking about the NRMCA, but I know we're very limited on time. So I'm going to shorten this up with my notes to keep me honest here. So NRMCA is headquartered in Alexandria, Virginia. We've been around for nearly 100 years. No surprise, our core membership is made up of ready mix producers as well as our supporting members, which are associate members. So that's manufacturers, products, services, materials, concrete contractors. Arguably, if you are doing business in this space, you should be a member of the association, and we should talk outside. So we have approximately 450 ready mix producer members. That does not count subsidiaries, so that's probably closer to 600, and then we have about 200 associate members.
Excellent. And CRMCA was founded in 1951, so we're approaching our 75th anniversary this year. which is very exciting for us. We have 50 producer members, and the rest are associates. So in total, we have 209. And so that composition looks to about a 25 to 75% breakdown there. But with that being said, our main focus is to promote the industry, increase market share, advocate on behalf of concrete and our respective membership at large, and then moreover deliver impactful education to our members.
Nice. The CDRA, which is what we're most known for, our acronym there, is we have about 270 members, and primarily half of them are recyclers, the rest are vendors, government, and contractors that make that up. So the goal of this panel is to assist all of you in understanding the value of associations and how that can promote technology and the advancements that you all are making in this sector. So, Jessica, my first question is to you. How are you helping your members promote technology and increase technology in their operations?
Yeah, so I look at it from a threefold kind of perspective. I really personally look at the operational component of ready mix production in particular as being a massive leverage point for our producers to have both a financial return on their investments, whether that's ROI or water reclamation systems. I look at it from a holistic perspective because my background is in building sciences. So from an audit standpoint, I'm looking at how are we closing the loop in our systems to then reinvest profits that are saved from water reclamation, say recycled materials, as well as cement reduction and mix design optimization opportunities. That is where my focus is from a technical standpoint for our members. And so it's more formulating a business case. So prior to this conference, I talked to a few of our producer members to say, okay, let's say I'm coming into your office, I'm establishing a case study, I'm selling you essentially a product. What is your ROI from an owner perspective? And so all of my owners that I spoke to said, okay, 3 years, we're definitely looking at it. 2 years, I'm listening. 1 year, why didn't I do this last year, right? And so with that being said, it's really about what are their goals as a company? Are they trying to sell, right? That's a whole different conversation. Moreover, what's their appetite for new technology? That's a behavioral piece. So that's the second kind of component that I talked about. And the third is, do they trust you? So that's a big piece of it, right? So it's a trust but verify. You could come in with an ROI that looks spectacular on paper, but if they're hesitant or they're still just kind of on the fence with regards to the massive changes that we're all experiencing as a collective industry, that's going to take some more relationship management and just time, right? So there's a time component there too.
And I would say that not every member is built the same. You know, at the national level, we have the, the vertically integrated folks, all the way to the folks that are calling and saying, I'm about to buy my first batch plant. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is an exciting time. So everybody has different, I guess, expectations about where they're going and how fast they can go.
That's really excellent. Thank you, guys. That's really good. So I think a lot of it, too, isn't timing. Well, a little bit where they are in their process, but also exposure. Somebody yesterday, I can't remember who, one of the panel members talked about, often we're so knee-deep in the operational day-to-day that looking at bringing in technology or incorporating that or changing processes can seem really daunting. So my question is, how can this group who are innovating and they're bringing these new technologies help us as associations really help our members, right? Because we have, between the three of us, we have 1,000 companies who are reached out to associations for knowledge and education. How can this sector help us help them?
I think it's speaking up and speaking up really loud. And sometimes you might need to throw something at us. We're all really busy. Everybody has their needs in the moment because it's always on fire. We're always reactive versus proactive. But I think we look to you guys to be really the experts that we can lean on and say, hey, we want to help. This is how we can help, and keep coming with that message. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Absolutely. And I'll just add, because I have that twofold technical service standpoint and education delivery standpoint, making sure that we create platforms intentionally to elevate all of our services that would help our producer members in the room, that's what I strategically do in my educational planning. So I look at our collective membership base and I say, okay, what are the services offered here? What are the immediate needs of our members today? And then look far beyond from a long-term perspective. What do they, they're dealing with running a business, right? So they're always busy, constantly. But my job is to look 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 30 years down the road from an educational standpoint to prepare them, to guide them through the transition that we will inevitably have as our industry transforms.
It's interesting, having attended yesterday and looking at the presentations that I saw. There's so many things that I thought, wow, our members could really use that. I know as an operator, I thought, wow, I wish I had that technology. And so I approached the different vendors and asked them to present to our membership, because I know would be valuable. It would have been valuable to me as an operator. So I know it will be valuable to others in our association. So my ask of you, as you innovate and as you move forward, reach out to us, because we don't always know that you're there. Our vendor members in our association are some of our strongest, I would say players, but they lead us in moving our members forward, honestly, because you do build trust. You just talked about trust and building that trust through the membership over the years of knowing somebody. They might not be ready at that exact moment. Once again, we talked about timing, but when you build these relationships, when somebody says, hey, you know what, I think I'm ready for that, and I remember seeing that at a conference, and they reach out to that vendor because they have those relationships. I think that's really where you see the value of associations, because outside of associations, how do you build those memberships? And those relationships, how do you build that trust if you don't have exposure to people? So that would be my first thing, is the interacting with members is so valuable. I think also let us know what you have. I mean, as a new director, I don't know about you guys how often you're approached, but sometimes I don't know what's out there, so I don't know what I can bring to members because I don't know it exists. So definitely, I think, be more active in reaching out, obviously participating in associations as well. Do you guys give opportunities in your association, either at your conferences or maybe throughout the year in committee meetings or something, for people to present technology?
Not as much as we probably should be. It's a fine line. We try to be Switzerland on some of this stuff, but I am proud to say, for those who are coming to Concrete Works in October, there's going to be demos, there's going to be learning labs physically in the expo hall, and that's something we've never done before, but that's based on the feedback from our membership, the folks that are sitting in the associate seats. So we're excited about that, but yeah, I've been hearing that all 5 years I've been at the association. How can we get in front of your producer members? And I think we're finally getting some traction and can move forward with that.
Yeah, I would agree that it's certainly a fine line, right? If I'm developing an educational session and it's high impact, and I want to engage our associate members that have products that they ideally would like to sell to our producer members, right? That's your goal. I specifically tailor that educational session to be subject matter expert based, right? So if I have a panelist for AI producing to our producer members, I want them to talk about the evolution of AI within the concrete sector and how that's going to impact our producers. They're not selling their product, they're sharing their ideas. And I think that's very important, because as soon as our producer members feel like you're selling them something, that's where there's like an ethical boundary that might be crossed, right? And so I'm very intentional well in advance, preparing our panelists, preparing our members to tailor a very strategic message based on whatever holistically they're trying to deliver, right? You're delivering a service, you're delivering whatever. AI specifically lately has been a huge topic, and I think it's appropriate for this conference. But again, they're not selling a product.
So really taking it educational and learning approach is we do the same, because you can't endorse one vendor over another. That's great. So we see a lot of new innovation with AI and otherwise circle around data and data collection, the use of data. That was a big topic yesterday on the panel. Reporting of data. On a scale of 1 to 10, how important is data and data management to your membership and even to yourself as an association?
I'm going to speak for my members. I don't know the answer to that probably from an average, but I'm going to say 10. Data is important. You know, work smarter, not harder. Is Luis in here? He is in here. Hi, Luis. So we have a business advancement committee here at NRMCA, and there's an IT task force. So data, you guys definitely talk about it. We talk about it in BAC. It's the future.
Yeah, and I'd say for now, if I'm being honest, it's probably an 8, because I feel like larger producers are typically the ones leading in the market from a resource standpoint. But from an equity standpoint, I also have to consider our small producers and our mid-sized producers. I would say larger producers have already adopted, not all for sure, but new innovative technologies for sure. I've seen that. So that's not really a case that I need to bring to them. But the mid is where I'm working right now and really preparing. What I'm nervous about, admittedly, is making sure our small producer members aren't left behind in this transition. So from a data standpoint, what I'm doing from an educational lens is preparing them on life cycle assessment from an operational standpoint, right? I want them to be able to save money in their operations, educate them in the process so that they can then reinvest in these new technologies. Because it's really a unique business case for each producer, to your point. They're totally different. You know, you might be producing 300,000 cubic yards a year, or you could be far surpassing that. That's a whole different conversation. So it's really about knowing your customer and your member and how they operate and how they function. So that's that relationship piece. But I would say from a data-centric standpoint, I personally am very much passionate about operational data, but the challenge then becomes you have so much data, how do you make sure it's accurate? How do you make sure it's protected from an IT standpoint? I came from a large company that also dealt with data management in the concrete sector, and that was a massive issue. Are our producer members equipped with IT teams to deal with cybersecurity? I mean, data is the driver of the future, and it's the driver right now. But how are you managing your data? Do your producers even know how to analyze said data? Right? There's a lot of gaps there.
Yeah, I think data is really an interesting point, and we're just going to see more and more of it. On Tuesday, I met with the city of Austin, who has been a longtime CDRA member, over 11 years, and I asked them what one of their biggest challenges were, and they said data and data collection. Now, they're trying to get it from contractors to close out their building permits. Last week, I met with the EPA, and they're saying, hey, do you guys have data on this? I mean, it's coming for not just operationally. I think the scope is even larger than that. You know, we have government contractors, you know, if they're doing LEEDs projects or whatever, they need the data. They need good data, right? And they need it in a form that's usable. So it's not just getting data, it's having it in a format that can be utilized, easily harvested, and interpreted and then put back out. So I think that I agree with both of you. This is going to be a huge thing going forward, and anybody in that sector really has opportunity to help advance this on a really big level, way beyond just the operator, you know, way beyond that. So. Jess, you mentioned something about ROI and using technology for basically operational cost savings to be able to reinvest that savings into advancing your program. I find that very, very interesting, and I feel that that is something that is really not understood by most operators, including myself. When I was an operator, I didn't always understand the new technologies coming out, being able to calculate that ROI because I'm worried about a hydraulic hose being broken and so didn't show up for work and all those things. How are you assisting members in calculating that? Can you kind of maybe give a little bit of understanding so as these people go forward and talk about it, they can utilize that to help?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I will go immediately to, say, a technology provider or any type of company that is a producer member to assess what they're offering for our producers, right? And then I'll ask them the questions that they all have the answers to, which is, what is your typical ROI? What does that look like for a small, mid-sized, large producer? And then what are the challenges that you have in implementing said technology? Because that's a real thing too. I know that I'm not selling their product. I'm saying these are what you have as solutions to your business from a technical standpoint. Personally, again, my goal is to reduce emissions, increase profit for all businesses, including our associates alike, right? And so what I do is I gather that information. It's a bit of a discovery process. Then I meet personally, or I have personal phone calls with our producer members, and I say, hey, would you be interested in said technology? Recently, I did it for a company that works in reclaiming and purifying water to then reuse that in the mixes that they get out the gate. And so I said, well, be honest with me. How much does this cost on average? What's the difference between a producer that's on well water versus on city water? What is the average cost per gallon of water, right? So I go through all this type of like business discovery, and then I then present that to producer members because, again, I'm kind of in the middle. And they say, yeah, I'm interested. Let's have a conversation, right? So it's kind of, I'm acting as a conduit and as a translator for services for our associate members and the technologies that they offer and they bring to the table. But because I have systems thinking kind of integrated into my being because of working at U.S. Green Building Council, that I was always having to make a case for like, how do all of these play into the bigger narrative for an ROI? And so that's what I do. And some of our producer members, they are fully aware. They're like, yeah, we don't need to talk about that. But mid-sized producers and small producers are like, let's like break this down a little bit. And so that's what I do, right? It just really depends on their comfort level and their educational experience.
And the trust, right?
Yeah, Amanda, we talked about a little bit the resistance that some members have to innovation. What do you think is a good way to help them feel more safe and secure about innovating, or do you feel that it's more of they just don't have the ability to process it in their day-to-day, and I don't want to say they don't have time for it, but it feels overwhelming to them maybe.
Yeah, I think it's scary. Sometimes no one really likes to be probably too vulnerable, especially about their business. And I think I pride myself on having really sincere relationships with our members if I had the opportunity to do that, and having that line of trust for them to come forward. And, sustainability was a scary word. 1L cement, scary word. But if the member can come forward and say, hey, we've got this going on, I don't know what to do, and we can provide the service or the resource to them in a way that they don't feel stupid about asking the question. But it comes back to us too as an association to make sure we're doing everything we can to over-communicate how we can help the members. Obviously, you guys pay dues to us. We've got to make sure that we're making it very clear how we can help you. I don't know if you guys do the same thing, but about 5 years ago when we started doing onboarding calls with our members. I can't talk about the association in 60 minutes, but I can talk to you about your top 3 pain points and walk through those things. So technology, mid-sized to a small-sized producer, those are the folks experiencing it, and they might be too scared to bring it up, but we go ahead and proactively start to talk about these things. Is there an interest? And you might see a little bit of a wiggle on the other side of the camera being like, maybe. But I think we just got to keep communicating about it. But again, the vendors in this room, you guys got to keep coming to the table too, because we need you to help support these conversations.
No, that's great, really well said. We have, at the CDRA, we have committee meetings, gypsum, shingle, aggregate committees, and market committees. And on these calls, our members, they talk about what their pain points are. You talked about pain points. And I always tell our vendors, you can get so much information by just being a fly on the wall in these meetings, because the recyclers will tell you 100% what they need and where their biggest challenges are, and then it helps you know how to address them. So I think too, just being open to listening, you know, as associations, we are listening, going out, doing member visits and so forth, listening. And I know that one of our, I'm sure for me, one of my biggest questions is, you know, what is your biggest challenge? I'm sure it is for you as well. And they'll tell you, they will absolutely tell you what their needs are and where they're struggling. So I think that's a really great point. What do you feel your greatest membership value is? And either one of you can go.
You go first.
I would say it's more of a community value. I was thinking about this previous to this conference because there's plenty of value propositions that I could give to our members. You know, we advocate on behalf of you. We increase market share. We promote your products. We do all of that. That's the bare minimum. But there's something very unique about association culture that it really truly builds a community beyond your products, right? And I think that's the most valuable thing about associations and any type of culture that is based on human connection. And so that would be the top for me as to why you would join.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to steal your answer too. I completely agree. I think most of the people in this room they're excited to work with concrete or help support the industry, but it's really the people we're excited about, the people, the connections we get to make. That's why I work in it. I mean, I'm still trying to educate my family after almost a decade that there's a difference between concrete and cement. And it's a special place to call home, and I think our members feel that. And, you know, I think I mentioned earlier, every member joins an association for different reasons, but it's the community culture there in terms of staff being overly helpful in helping them find the ROI and their resources and benefits.
No, I agree completely. I was speaking with one of our members, Andrew. I don't see him here this morning, but with Eco Materials yesterday, and he was saying, he said, one of the things that he really likes about being a member is that he knows he's with people who have the same value sets as him. People who are value recycling, value recovery, value good business practices, right? Not everybody values good business practices. Not everybody is trying to do the right thing and have a company with great culture and safe and so forth. So to be with other people in your industry who have that same value set is really important. And I know for myself, when I was an operator and prior to joining the CDRA, I felt really alone. I was rural Virginia, and I didn't know anybody else in the industry. And after joining the association, being in connect with other members who had facilities all over the nation, the fact that they said, hey, come see my facility, and I could go to see their operation and learn from them and help improve my operation, or, you know, if there were issues or challenges, it was really comforting. And I think that that is something that is really unique about associations. Every member type is going to join the association for a different reason, right? You have your operators who are looking to operate better. You may have your government sector who's looking to bring that sector into their area. I don't know if you have that as much as recycling does. We have contractors who are looking for places to take the material. They want to work with reputable companies. They're looking for concrete manufacturers who can help with the carbon footprint and things like that. And you know, we have manufacturers in recycling who are looking for recycled content. So looking at and understanding what everybody, all the drivers are to the membership. And of course, the vendors who say, hey, I have a product and I want to solve your problem. And getting that to work in harmony. But if you think about it, nobody in that circle can do it by themselves. Everybody needs everybody in the circle. And I think that an advantage of the associations is we create the opportunity for all of those different sectors to meet up together and solve the problems. And I think that's a huge advantage. Do you think, what is the primary reason you think that, I know we talked about value, but why do you think the primary reason people join? Which is a little bit different, because the people who find value in associations stay, right? But other people join. They may join, oh, I want a discount on the conference, and you never see them again. But why do people actually join and reach out, in your opinion?
They want to run a profitable business. They want to make money, and they need resources to help them do that. I mean, we're in the business of making concrete, but ultimately we want to make money doing those things. So I think for us at the association, we do so many different things, and identifying how we can help a specific member with whatever it may be, but at the end of the day, they just want to be more profitable.
Yeah, and I would say access to resources and to people, right? There are closed opportunities when you join an association to network with certain individuals that you may never be able to have conversations with, right? There's definitely access to education. So while you're in, knee deep in the thick of just running your business, you can't also be the one trying to search out educational offerings, right? So there's ease of access to the things that you need as a company. Yeah, that would be it. I would say access to resources and advocacy. I have to mention advocacy because our association also has lobbyists, at least CRMCA does, and they are where we can't be, right? Even for a CRMCA staff person, to your point, we can't do it alone. So it's helpful to have experts that are interacting on the legislative side and advocating on behalf of our industries, whatever that issue may be at the time.
And because she said a second one, networking, that's another big piece of the pie. A lot of people love to have that peer-to-peer conversation. Hey, I'm operating in California. I'm having these issues. Bob in Minnesota, please help me. You've already gone through it. But it goes back really truly to the community aspect. It's just a big family. That's how I treat my membership. I think that's how you treat your membership. We just love what we do.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. We want to open it up for some questions if anybody has questions. We've got about 5 minutes left. Yeah. Have you guys talked about data? Just 1 second. They're going to bring a mic to you.
You talked about data and about connecting various systems. I'm curious if we as a group somewhere are working on a data standard. What's a concrete ticket? What's a replenishment ticket? What's a materials ticket? And this is the standard for it, and we can all share that data. And no one vendor owns it. It's the standard that we can give it to the DOTs, and I think they'd be real happy with that. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, that sounds like something that would really help move things forward.
Yeah, we've started the process with some of those things. We've had some suppliers or organizations reach out to us saying, hey, we need to do this for your members, for the industry at large. I know e-ticketing was a big piece, especially during COVID, so that came out. I don't know if we've actually issued a proper standard for the industry at large, but there is a vendor that is kind of holding that to that level. But I think that's a perfect example of we need to have these conversations more about those types of things. I imagine if I talk to some of my producer friends in the room, they'd say, yeah, right, John? Yeah.
Three different standards. Oh, thank you. The IT task force has a list of their first tier, second tier, and third tier that they've combined from multiple DOTs across the country. I don't think we've come out with it fully. And when Luis comes in, I can ask what the status of that is, or they'll probably, I'm sure it's one of the topics they're going over next month.
Thanks, Jill.
And I'd say we lean in on National Ready Mix Concrete Association for those standards. So we obviously have our collective committees that work respectively with our DOTs, specifically to your point. But beyond that, I will say that there are always going to be some obvious variations. Like I work a lot with performance-based specifications. And so we have a standardized performance-based spec, or at least guidelines for that when we talk about that at the state level. But then you have your regional benchmarking considerations, right? And access to certain materials and access to certain cements and, different types of conditions for the actual science behind concrete. So I think we can certainly have some standards. There's going to be some inevitable variations.
Yeah, hi. So I just wanted to say two things. First of all, TruckPay, we're actually CDRA members, and it's an amazing organization. So I will put in a shameless plug for CDRA. But also, with respect to the e-ticketing stuff, the folks at Minnesota DOT have actually really been leading the charge. Her name is Rebecca, and I can't remember her last name right now, but there's been a tremendous amount of work certainly done in terms of asphalt e-ticketing, some in aggregates and some in concrete. So there are a bunch of standards and some companies who have been adopting them as part of their fleet system. So you might want to have a look at that. And this is something actually we're looking at doing in the scale world as well. So the need for uniformity is clear, and it really is something we should get to as an industry.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, if anybody has one. Right over here.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, I'd just like to commend all of you guys up there and any of the associations that we're a part of. They're essential to the whole industry. But one thing I think needs to be a little more focus on is subcommittees dedicated to the new innovations that are coming at us all. I think the elephant in the room, when you look at the association events, the average age is above 55 at the vast majority of those gatherings. We deal with it all the time where you've got folks who are within 5 or 10 years of retiring out of the industry, and they're not able to grapple with what's coming at us all with the dawn of AI. So I think maybe a little more focus on subcommittees dedicated to the dawn of AI, because those older folks, which I am now drifting into that, whether I like it or not, a lot of those folks just can't grapple what's coming at them,
That's a really good point. We have seen a lot of our recyclers are family-owned businesses, so they're generational, and we see, one generation kind of fading out and the next generation coming in, and a huge difference in what they're trying to do to innovate, to bring some of these historically, they've operated kind of at one level for many years, and now a new younger generation's coming in trying to innovate and advance in the technology side. So I agree, making the opportunity and having subcommittees and so forth available for them to learn and grow is a great idea. Thank you. All right, well, thank you so much for having us today. Amanda, Jess, thank you so much, and we appreciate it, and everybody have an amazing conference.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. One quick picture here, and we are going to move on to our next panel, Immediately Actionable AI. And this panel will be moderated by Barry Hudson, Vice President of Construction Materials at XBE. Would that panel please report to the stage?
Everybody. Pretty hard act to follow. That last panel I thought was spectacular. So, guys, no pressure. Immediately actionable AI. I'd like the panelists to please introduce yourself, say what you do, who you are, and give a quick sentence on what qualifies you to be sitting up here today.
Oh, no. I'm Grant Willenhopt. I'm the Chief Customer Officer at XBE, filling in for Sean Devine if you're looking at the agenda there. I am not he. What qualifies me? So at XBE, we've been leveraging AI from everything from back office processes to part of the code that our customers can interact with to solving problems behind the scenes. So we've been leveraging and utilizing, and I think we're on the bleeding edge of implementation. So I think that's why I'm up here. Barry can tell you, I suppose.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Thanks.
Jeff Van Grudel with Inform. As some of you probably saw yesterday, AI is the foundation of what we've been doing for 50 plus years now, just name different things. And Inform is a thought leader in mathematics and algorithms and industry leading in so many areas for digital decision making. So that's why we're here.
Awesome. Hi everyone, I'm Andrew Fahim. I'm the Director of Research at Geotech. As some of you may know, we build sensors for concrete as well as software. I've been with the organization for a little over 8 years now. We started basically a few years ago seeing just how much data we're collecting from projects worldwide. So we're starting basically developing and deploying in 2018 and until now algorithms to basically optimize utilizing this data. So today I lead a team of data scientists and machine learning engineers that build the next generation of algorithms for optimization. So hopefully I know a little bit about machine learning to help a little bit here. So Alex.
Hi everybody, my name is Alex Hanmore. I'm the Director of Concrete Technologies at Alter Biota. So my background, I've been in the cement and concrete research space for about 10 years now, focusing on developing new technologies and more specifically working with Alter Biota. We have a technology called digital aggregate, which some of you may have seen yesterday in some of the demos, where our goal is to use computer vision to characterize the shape and size of concrete aggregate, ideally when you set it up inline and autonomously. And this will be able to provide never-before-seen insights to better characterize your material, which you can then use to optimize performance within concrete or just production of aggregates.
Okay, so first question for the panel. Everyone talks about AI as a game changer, but if you had to cut AI tomorrow, what measurable value would actually disappear from your business?
Are we just going down the line?
Hey, whatever you like.
Oh, sure. So if we cut AI today, a couple of big things would fall off. So we leverage AI for observations. So AI often is the partner that folks like dispatchers or plant managers, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold here. They rely on AI to notice things and let them know when unexpected things are happening. So all of your companies are doing a million things in a given moment, and it's hard for people to stay on top of all the minute changes that happen and react in a real-time, proactive, and kind of mathematically sound way. So if AI disappeared, I think things that are noticed now would go unnoticed. The other thing is just productivity would just drop. Internal to the company, whether it's in, QCing code or helping with communication or, pulling up the right training video or asset from a database, all of that would take a lot longer. So productivity would certainly drop off instantaneously.
Since it's the foundation of our business, it would probably come to a pretty quick screeching halt. I mean, the things that we provide to our clients and to our customers is crunching such large quantities of data in real time and the volume of transactions that for our customers, it would mean they'd have to go out and hire gobs and gobs and gobs of more people just to do the things that we do in a blink of an eye that would take them hours and days. And then from us, from an internal standpoint and the vision of where we're going, this is our future. It's the foundation, right? Machine learning moving our industries from reactive to predictive is, you know, what AI is going to really help us do even further, right? And recognizing that patterns in the data. So for us, it would be everything.
I think for us, we came back 2 or 3 years ago and basically started thinking, at least within Geotech, that we go and sell services that are backed by AI to our end users. So we might as well, within our own organization, become AI first and have an AI first mentality. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, over half of our code base is actually written by language models right now, or algorithms right now. So it actually allows us to not only be more productive, but also offer faster service to our end users, right? So from someone requesting a functionality or a feature to them seeing it, now we're 2 or 3-fold in terms of delivering that. But also the quality of service as well. So we will definitely get a big degradation internally for how we service our customers. Now we're able to tell, when a piece of code is not working far faster than we were able to back in the day. We also, one thing that I would get hit with personally is just training and onboarding employees, right? We used to get a lot of these junior folks and you have to teach them and train them, and you read so much literature, there is so much guys to be able to at least be proficient in their job, and a lot of these things they're able to do, this quick just using those language models, and how much these systems have advanced today. So we would obviously get a big hit internally to our business.
Yeah, and I would echo the sentiment that if AI dropped off, us as an AI-based company would also drop off. So that would be a hurt there. But when we think about within the industry, I think it is starting to steer in the right direction, where a lot of measurements of performance and quality of material is becoming sensor-based or image-based, where we start to get these large collections of data to the point where humans can't actually bring that all in, analyze it, understand it, and do something with it. However, that's something that AI excels at. So to be able to take all of this massive data sources and then provide actionable insights, I think that's something only AI can do.
Okay, thanks, guys. Next question. Construction materials is a notoriously traditional industry. I think we all know that. And what's the one cultural barrier that AI can't fix, no matter how clever the tech?
Maybe
I was going to say,
the one I see all the time, maybe if you don't mind, Alex, is just risk aversion, right? Like people being, very risk averse within our industry, right? We deal with projects that are millions or billions of dollars, people's lives in a lot of cases. So we are naturally very risk averse community, or risk averse industry. And these algorithms cannot push you to do things, right? You actually have to have a pull and ask the algorithm the right things. And I think that's something that, these algorithms would not be able to just change on their own. I think initiative as well is a very big thing, right? Like you actually have to step out of your comfort zone and how we've done things every day to actually get or harvest the most out of these algorithms. So I think we really need to invest in that and really teach our people that this is what's coming, this is what's expected of you as a new generation, and then people will have a pull out of that.
Yeah, from my point of view, I think it is a traditional industry, but a lot of it is based on trust and relationship building. And you can't really hand that off to AI. You're not shaking hands with a robot. You don't get that same relationship. So what I think we need to do in our industry is the path we're pursuing at Alter Biota is running through ASTM standardization on what we do and what we develop. It shouldn't really be up to us to develop this in a silo because we think it's the best way to do something. It should be guided by industry leaders, standardization bodies, and then we can, with the help of them, determine what's the best way to collect this data, how do you best analyze it, and make sure everyone's agreed and aligned. Otherwise, you're kind of working in this mysterious world and no one can trust what you're doing.
I think it can't replace trust from human to human contact, right? If you think about this industry at its foundation and its core, we put something in a vehicle and deliver it to a person, right? And we have that daily contact, whether it's through placing orders and whatnot. Now, AI can help us improve a lot of those processes, but it's still human-oriented to this point, and probably will be for a very, very long time until we figure out a way of how do we autonomously deliver materials, right? So having that, the culture, the touch point, the interaction of human communication on a job site, which can be colorful at times, I think is something that AI can't replace, right? One of our pictures that we have in one of our presentations is, there was a building being built in Belgium, and they have to wrap the building for dust and purposes, and it says, hey, AI, or hey, ChatGPT, come finish this building. Well, it can't, right? It still takes that human to human. So I don't think culturally, that part will be replaced.
So, it can't give you a hug. So there is some element of physicality that exists in the industry, at least now. Like, I don't want a hug from a DARPA dog. I don't know if you've seen those little creepy Boston Dynamic things. Like, I don't want that. If there's an accident on a job site, I don't want a robot paramedic showing up to help me through an incident and kind of talk me down. Now, does that mean that that's not going to happen in the future? Like, I don't know. Like, I could envision that does come. At what speed does it hit the industry? I don't know. Like, if you go to an asphalt conference, autonomous pavers and rollers aren't that far away. So the idea of an autonomous truck dumping a load of asphalt in the back of a paver and that getting laid down is not that far away. So, until that, the physicality element is the piece that I think like is very important. Whether it's turning a wrench at a plant or a delivery driver interacting with the customer, that physicality, that face-to-face, the interaction piece, I don't like. It's going to be a hot minute before all of that goes away. If anyone here has hugged a DARPA dog and found it to be pleasurable, let me know. I'm interested in your story.
Are you really interested?
Kind of. Things scare me.
Just checking.
Yeah.
Okay, something close to my heart, pricing. Right, so here's a pricing question for you. If AI recommends a price increase that risks losing volume, who would you listen to, the model or your largest customer?
So I'm going to be that guy and say, I don't know, depends. Like, I think one of the values that AI brings is a certain cold calculation sometimes. It can long game. It can give you like multiple scenario options. So like it is like having the multiverse. So you can game out what's the best decision. You can even game out and create profiles for your customers to say like, okay, how are they going to behave if I come back at this? So like, I don't know. Sometimes it's give and sometimes it's take. Again, you can model out a lot of things now and game out conversations and pros and cons, but like, it's gonna, like, the answer is definitely both.
I have to remember that next time we have a discussion at work.
Yeah.
Volume for the sake of volume is not profitability, right? And so I think being able to analyze your business and ultimately potentially firing a customer or two because they're not good for your business is an okay thing. I don't think we look at what we do, and I don't think the industry generally gets the value for what they provide on a daily basis. So having tools that will suggest to you actually lower volume might make you a better company might be the right answer, right? So I'm with Grant. It depends, right? If you're highly motivated because I'm a vertically integrated producer and I've got to move the silos of cement that are sitting there, yeah, I might take on more ready mix business at a lower profit point or a lower margin point, but that might not be the right answer.
I think the whole, you follow the AI or you follow the customer is a little bit flawed these days because, and these folks spend so much time, people at OpenAI or Microsoft or Google spend so much time developing reasoning, right? So you can actually chat to the algorithms, understand their own reasoning, understand how they got there, right? Actually ask it, show me the steps, elaborate, show me your chain of thought. So I think of these algorithms as, tools that will help us, tools where we can intercept the reasoning or actually chat with them, do the what ifs with them. And really see how they got there and whether this is convincing enough for you, right? So we train people to not just use ChatGPT, do not just type a question and get an answer, but really have a discussion with these language models and understand why they came out with these results and whether it's convincing for you or not. That's really the bottom line.
Yeah, I think I'll be another one of the folks who says it depends. So I think it really depends on how good is your model and what does it know. Because it's one of those things where it could be saying something only based on the numbers of it, but those relationships are often way more nuanced than that. So if it actually knows this person inside and out and can analyze in the future and what's going to happen, great, maybe the AI is the way to go. But if it doesn't really know the whole situation as well as you, the human or the customer would, you got to go with the customer.
Okay, thanks. So this is immediately actionable AI panel. Can you tell me, not an advertorial, but can you tell me in the next 6 months what is the most exciting AI innovation that each of your companies is going to release? Sorry, I didn't put that one on the email.
No prep time on that one.
Snuck that one in.
For us, it's the deployment of inline analysis of concrete aggregates or aggregates being produced in general. So inline, autonomous information on every single bit of aggregate you put out the door. So you will know in real time if there's an issue, anything is outside of spec, with enough time to actually intervene and make corrections. So current practices, if there is a problem, you oftentimes don't know until it's way too late. The goal here is you would know with sufficient time to step in, make any corrections, save the batch, save the truck, and then save any reputational damage that may come from it. So next couple of months, we're going to have, let's say, 9 of these deployed across Canada and the US. That's the most exciting thing right now.
From our side, we're focused on 3 specific problems. One of them is just on data quality itself. So we have, within our industry, tons of data that's undocumented, right? So we have, a lot of producers still keep PDFs of test samples that come from labs, or they keep basically pieces of paper that get faxed to them even in a lot of cases. So we're investing heavily in what we call our document engine, and these are basically engines that read from every document, utilize the latest language models, and are able to actually digitize a lot of this to really get over that hump of, I just have this data sitting in my drawer, it's not digitized anywhere. So that's one stream that we're focused on. The second is just more explainability behind why our algorithms display these suggestions to end users, right? So you actually get hit with a suggestion to how you would change a mixture or how you change mix proportioning, but what we are really trying to focus on is how we can help the end user, which is a QC professional in most cases, understand how the algorithms got there, right? And reduce the black box nature of these. The third part that we're trying to also help the industry with is just being able to sort of, the most common term for this is chat with your data, right? Or actually be able to talk to your data and get insights out of it. So that's another stream that we're spending heavy investment on, is for people to just talk in natural language and be able to get, you know, the data throwing insights at them.
Helping people make better decisions by using more and more data in real time. And an example of that is, you know, we have a lot of different industries around us that already do this today, from the airline industry to hotels to Uber, right? They have something that we refer to as dynamic pricing. This is not something this industry has embraced yet, but you have opportunities, concrete companies, aggregate companies on a daily basis, whether you're weather affected, orders cancel, whatnot. And a lot of times those resources, those very precious resources, sit unutilized because something changed and I can't react fast enough. So the ability for us to use AI to help people react faster to changes in their business is probably one of those big things. So instead of having my truck sit all day or half the day because I had a weather event, well, understanding in my customer base and in the profiles of all the jobs I'm potentially servicing, who can I immediately communicate with to say, hey, if you can take something this afternoon, I'm willing to give you a discount, right? And yeah, you could get your salespeople to start trying to figure out who's the best fit for that. But again, with the right data, we can probably steer you very quickly so that you can react and you're not paying for a truck and a driver to sit there and do nothing and be unproductive. So those types of things are the things that we're working on to build into the application and enhance it even further.
So we're spending a lot of time and resources on working with AI to actually predict what people are already going to do. So one of the things that when you talk to people's experience in construction with AI, it's like, yeah, the model or the robot told me to do this thing, but here's the 52 million reasons on why I can't do that thing. And it's because the breeze today was a little stronger, or Barry's not allowed to go to that plant because they don't like him. Like, there's all these things in the real world that impact the decisions that we make. Like, if my favorite example is on if you guys remember the show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, if you phoned an expert, think of that as AI, like the phone a friend option, I'm gonna call the smartest person I know and ask them the answer, that was always less accurate than if you polled the audience. Like, if you just took a bunch of factors in a lot of people's gut, it was always more accurate than if you call the smartest person you know. And maybe that says about, like, something about the smart friends that people had on that show, maybe, I don't know. But that idea of wisdom of the crowd, there's a million instinctual things that we as humans put into our decision making that dictate what we can and cannot do. So using the models to actually predict what already has been decided to do, to calibrate, to then help the decision making be more human and take that into consideration, that's what we're focusing a lot of time on. So like, I want to be able to open up my platform and say like, okay, Barry, one of my drivers, every third Sunday he can't work, and he can't go to this plant because they don't like him, and like I shouldn't send him to a high-profile job that's over this speed or quantity in the day because he's not reliable, but he's really cheap, so use him on other things. Like I just want to be able to tell a system my gut and understanding and have it turn it into math that then helps point out and notice what's the best use. So like, we're taking use AI to actually learn and be expert in the way that your people are, not have this kind of senseless robot use math to tell you the perfect way, have it predict what's already going to happen, and that's how we know we're in the hunt. And then we can start working on optimizing on top of that. But
Thanks for the compliments here, by the way.
yeah. There's a lot of things I can't send Barry to, guys. Like, this is real. This is very real.
Okay, so a couple of points about the quality of data and then those last questions. So here's a question to follow on from that. If bad data is the norm in the industry, how do you stop AI from just automating and making mistakes faster?
Yeah, so I'll just go because it's just piggybacked. Like that's the idea of using AI to predict the decisions that people are going to make. So having AI predict what is happening, it then points out the fallacies in the data model pretty quickly. Like if you take all the million decisions you make every day and use that as the training model, like then you have a good clarity of where the breakdowns on what you thought was going to happen versus what actually happened. So like just realizing that the data is inherently flawed and just have a good prediction model versus comparison model that then spots the differences allows you to fine tune that over time. So like you can't assume any data set is perfect, but you can train on history and what's happened, and then over time you calibrate. So
Yeah, I would echo that. I mean, it is the better the quality, the better the decision, or the better the prediction, right? And yes, our industry has a long way to go. I think it's a two-pronged thing. You're going to have to pull up your socks on this area too. There's just no two ways about it, right? I mean, because if you give bad data, in an example of logistics, if I don't have proper material costing at my plant and I'm using an engine, well, it's going to say take every load from that plant because it's cheap, or I forgot to put a material price in at all, so it thinks it's free, right? Those things, you're going to get a horrible result. So fixing that and being aware of it, and you can't fix everything, and then you have the ability, hopefully, for it to be smart enough to fill in those gaps and help you work around it. But it definitely pull up your socks.
Maybe for me, as someone that built a lot of really bad models that don't predict anything, I'll tell you that data governance comes before modern governance, right? So for problems that we try to help producers with, we usually look at 4 quadrants, right? Like we have a quadrant of high value data or high quality data and high volume data, and then you have others where you don't have any quality and you don't have any volume to you. So just within the business, just focus on things that you truly have data for, or things that you already have a data set that you can build algorithms on, and of quality. And then you identify things that you need some investment to be able to do. And from the QC world has a lot of data sets today that are just undocumented, right? So a batcher just saw that the load looked dry and then they added water. No one knows how much or when or how this was added. But these are things that we really need good data governance from a lot of producers to be able to actually make a dent in the industry. And it will take us years, and it takes all of us actually putting an investment to be able to do it. But truly, data governance comes way before all of these. Don't expect that you will throw an abstract problem that you cannot put into math into a model, and the model will figure out things. So yeah.
Yeah, I do think that these models, it is that concept of the garbage in equals garbage out. A lot of the data you get in the cement and concrete world or in the aggregate space, you don't really know where a lot of it came from. I mean, I'm sure like many people started early career in quality control testing. And you always hear the stories of, oh, I wasn't on site in time, so I just eyeballed this lump coming off the truck. Let's call it a 3-inch. Or I forgot to do the sieve, so let's just write in some numbers. So you hear about those things, but I think the idea isn't so much you trust that data, it's you look upstream of the model itself and think of how can you collect better data. I think that's probably the better question. And with now where we have these sensors in place, like some of this work of in-transit monitoring, image-based, where you have record of all of these things, you can see how all the work was done, how it was all tested, and putting that into a model, that's like the better approach.
Okay, great. Again, not an advertorial, but for each of your companies, what is your most successful AI product, and what value does it bring for the customers?
Well, for us, we are, especially in construction materials, we're very focused on logistics, pure and simple. We are not the batching system, we are not the order processing system, we are the planning and execution system. So for us, our bottom line is lower logistics unit costs, getting more out of those very expensive resources, either allowing companies to grow without having to make significant investments in new hardware or equipment and drivers, and let them grow, or in companies that are in a static market, doing the same volume with less resources. So for us, that's our benefit. And again, it's kind of shockingly low what our industry accepts as the standard or norms for productivity. When you look at the associations who was just up here and you look at the stats that they put out on an annual basis, there's some companies that bring that average up, but there's a lot that are dragging it down. And there's a lot of room and a lot of potential in our world in logistics, and that's what we focus on. So everything around that aspect is where we bring the value.
Right. Yeah, from our side, our most successful is our mix optimization algorithms. So we build algorithms on top of about 75 million cubic yards of concrete that allow people to actually, or allow these algorithms to understand how materials behave and how they perform and how, weather conditions impact things, etc. So we build these algorithms that allow you to basically look at material performance and how mixtures are performing, and then get suggestions about how to adjust or change and optimize concrete mixes. We've been deploying this quite heavily over the past couple of years, and we are helping people actually get $1 per cubic yard in terms of material margin just by utilizing these algorithms and utilizing all of this data when put together on top of the suggestions of the algorithms that we have for them.
For us, I think it's an easy answer on which one is best because we only have the one. So the characterization of aggregates through imaging, and then the AI comes into play based on the proper segmentation of aggregate particles, so you know that this is actually true representative data of the aggregates, and then another model built in to convert that to properties such as a sieve analysis or flat and elongated ratios, the data that people in the industry want, plus a whole bunch of other things that aren't really talked about too much in the industry, like how round are aggregate particles or the roughness or texture features. We can provide all that information very rapidly. If anyone saw the demo, and if you haven't, we can run it again, but you take 30 seconds, snap a few pictures, you get the results right away. Saving lots of time, getting a lot more data.
I'm going to cheat and say 2 classes of AI features. One's interaction with natural language, either to create rule sets, like if you're trying to explain your pay structure for drivers, it's not always as simple as X per hour, X per ton, X per load, X per loaded mile. It can get really complicated, and people have a hard time putting math equations to complicated rate agreements. So allowing someone to speak in natural language and then turning that into ruling or tooling automatically in the system, or the opposite, like ask the system a question, hey, on project 1, 2, 3, 4, what did I do well, what didn't I do well? And then by asking questions, the system retrieves data. So it's one class, letting natural language create rules or give you information back. And the second class is just to notice things. So AI is really good at noticing things that people are pretty slow to notice, or they take for granted, like it just happens every day. So whether that's a truck taking too long to load or unload, an incident at a job, a late start, some trend about the frequency of a piece of equipment breaking down, AI is really good at noticing and letting people know that something outside of the expected norm is happening, to then allow that human decision making on the so what.
Okay, thanks. So, next question. What's the most uncomfortable decision you'll be willing to hand over to AI in the next 3 years?
I can jump in on that one. So, as I said, I did start early career being quality control testing. And it's not fun to have to tell somebody your material is out of specification. You have to send the truck back to the plant. Oftentimes there's people who could get upset, whether it be the driver, whether people waiting for the concrete to show up. So I'm happy to let AI be the bad guy, tell them to send the stuff back.
I think with the rate that this technology is going, I don't think it's far-fetched to say that in 3 years, we will probably do everything from material proportioning to batching to dispatch, utilizing these algorithms, right? Seeing what these folks are doing at XPE, Inform, all of these companies are doing, specifically in dispatch and logistics area. I think we're going to be able to, take, a material delivery all the way to being delivered as an end product or a concrete end product. I think we're going to be able to automate perhaps over 90% of this process, get rid of a lot of the inline changes that, batching, in terms of batching, get rid of a lot of the real-time changes that are done in dispatch or human changes that are done in dispatch. I think we're going to be able to automate the vast majority of this cycle.
Yeah, I think the most uncomfortable conversation is around where the humans are in all of this part of it. Because could we automate everything already today and just let it run on autopilot? Sure. But that's not where our industry's at the moment, right? We're still getting people struggling to get over certain technology humps and hurdles, right? Just to put in some core systems or better ways of doing things. But online order entry, do you need an order desk anymore, right? We all order stuff from Amazon. Do we want the Amazon experience for our industry? Because we could. So that's something that I think when you talk about your core business, today core business interacts human to human, right? We are still human to human. There's very few companies that are even doing any type of, well, it might be an order request. We don't even let the machine actually accept that order, right? We still want a human to put eyeballs on it because, again, the risk and the liability and some of the things that is inherent to our industry, right? If I mess up an Amazon delivery, well, they just take it on the chin, right? We don't. So I think a big part of what we can do versus what the industry is willing to accept, it'll be an interesting conversation as it evolves because there's no reason why certain things cannot be automated. And is there more value to it or not? I mean, we have these conversations all the time. What does your dispatch function look like on a Friday before a long weekend? And are people rushing to get out of there? What does it look like on Monday or Tuesday when they come back from that long weekend, right? AI and machines don't have those same inherent attributes. So to us, I think it'll be an interesting conversation as the industry decides at what point do they embrace the technology, how quickly do they embrace it, right? We're notoriously slow, so I don't see us eliminating and automating everything very, very quickly unless we pick up the pace in this industry.
I think the most uncomfortable situation with AI is allowing AI or inviting AI to grade people's effectiveness. I worked at a very large construction company as VP of strategy for a long time prior to coming to XPE. Before Christmas every year, I'd be in my office and there'd be one PM who always found his way to my office and would remind me before bonuses were calibrated how great of a job he did every year. And he would leave my office and I'd feel really great about him. Like I always did. And he got a really great bonus because he reminded me of all the great things. But then there were some other PMs who didn't have that in them, that didn't show up in my office. And I forgot about how effective they were. So I ended up rewarding people who probably didn't deserve as much reward, and I probably under-rewarded people who on paper deserved more reward. Just because I'm human, and someone was willing to walk in my office and remind me of something, like that weighed into my evaluation. So having AI, again, notice what actually happens and be able to help tell me, like, I can set what's the outcome that matters to me. And then AI can weigh in on, like, what % contribution did these different factors come into whether that person was effective or not. Like, that's a kind of a scary thing. And maybe that's just me personally, but like, it takes a lot of, it changes the nature of relationships. Like, so whenever we start working with customers, I always try to get ahead of that conversation, which is like, I promise you, you will find a rock star in your organization that you don't know exists. And also, there's someone in your organization that you think is awesome that unequivocally isn't. And like, both are going to be true. And like, I want to get ahead of that conversation with you, president or VP of operations, that there's going to be that uncomfortable moment when the data is going to let you notice things that you weren't seeing before. And like, you just got to get ahead of it. Like, you just gotta get ahead of the reality of the situation. You got to decide what you got to do with that information. So that's still the human element. But allowing AI to help point out people's strengths and weaknesses is pretty darn scary in my personal history and opinion. So.
Great. I need to come and see you before Christmas.
Yeah.
If they say AI is the future, what's the one thing a company should be willing to shut down to fund it in construction materials?
Barry's travel budget.
Been a rough day.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's a limited amount of funds available, right? And one of the things of selling these solutions into the industry is they don't come for free. So, what things should a company stop doing funding to pick up AI?
Yeah. So things that aren't repeatable or leverageable are the things that I try to cut early on. And like, to joke, like, some of that may be experiential things. So what are one-time things that our company's doing that we can't reproduce? Are we putting together a training set? Are we building something for someone that doesn't have applicability outside? Like, a lot of our industry is just reacting to the reality. So I always try to look for things that we can cut that can't be reproduced and leveraged. Because again, AI is good at leveraging and repeating things. Like, you make it smarter, it gets better. So like any kind of one-time action, I'm looking to cut. Any experience that can't be leveraged and learned from, I'm looking to cut.
I can maybe think of two. Maybe one is the whole I will build this on my own mentality. Like, that's a big challenge. Is just people go and try to build in-house software and in-house solutions on their own. And I would actually replace a lot of this with just algorithms and things that benefit from the network effect, right? Things that benefit from all of our data to be able to benefit all of us. I also think a lot of the mundane reporting that can actually go for the sake of actually utilizing algorithms, right? It does not have to fully go. I mean, just go and replaced by just utilizing AI and utilizing algorithms better. At least that's what we've done at Geotech, is just make sure that we have the most cutting edge in terms of reporting that utilizes algorithms, as well as the software that we utilize to make us more productive. So.
I'll jump in. I would echo these two as anything that you live in the world of one-offs, right? And anybody who keeps saying about, oh, I've got a great reporting system, or I'm investing in this business intelligence platform, right? Like, I'm sorry, but you need that in real time, and AI is going to help you do that, right? So there has to be a transition from, I look at history from 2 weeks ago, to I'm running my business actively. And so the value in dropping whatever those activities are, as difficult as they are, because some people, right, pry the reports from my cold, dying hands and move them into technology where they're getting it instantaneously, or even better, they're asking the right questions to, how did I do yesterday? How did I perform? How did, customer XYZ? Why do I have to get a piece of paper or a report, or even look at a dashboard for that stuff? I should be able to inquire that. So stop doing that, right? If you're putting any effort or money in that, and start looking at ways that I can leverage it, because you're going to get way more value in the long run. And I think The question becomes is, in the end, that's going to get replaced anyways, right? So identify those things that are replaceable, not irreplaceable, replaceable, and start replacing them, and put your resources where it makes more sense.
I think the guys here covered it. I don't really have anything, any additional.
You mean to say the question was too difficult? Right. Okay, so if you had to pick just one thing in our industry, whether it be margins, logistics cost, customer satisfaction, anything, what has AI positively influenced the most to date?
Well, I'll take this one.
It's not an advertorial.
I know. Well, I would say logistics cost, not just because that's why we do it. Margins, they get dictated by the market, right? I mean, I'd love to sell concrete for $500 a yard or a cubic meter, but the market won't allow it, right? So I have to do everything I can do in my power to control what I can control. I can't control my competitor down the street and how they price. I can't control what the market will bear, but I can control my logistics costs, which then has a direct impact to my margin. So I think logistics is one of those areas that still, for a lot of people, is very untapped. And I think that, to me, is kind of the biggest area of the biggest impact. I think a nice side effect is we can also improve customer service as well, right? Because just because you think you give good service and you've got trucks laying around your yards, it's horribly costly. And, you know, go talk to your customers. Do they think you give good service? And the understanding of what good service is needs a mind shift change in this industry as well, right? Trucks stacked up on a job is not good service. It does no one any favors. And I think that's, so for me, selfishly, logistics costs.
From my side, I still think material margin is the biggest lever. If you look at, for example, NRMCA reports every year, right, and you look at the worst quartile of performance versus the best quartile, 90-some% of the difference between them is just material margin, right? It's not operational cost, it's not logistic cost, or any of these. This actually makes you either a top quartile or a bottom quartile producer. And the nice thing about this problem is that it's you can mathematically describe it, right? This is how much the material costs me, and this is how efficient this material is, and this is how I proportion it, and this is the output, or basically the bottom line cost of it. So it's both a problem that's sort of worth solving, you get a lot of value out of it, but it's also a problem that mathematically you can actually describe it and you can utilize algorithms to do it, and that's what we're trying to basically do, is be able to reduce any excess cementitious that's being used, be able to reduce the bottom line cost of your overall concrete mixtures. And another NRMCA number that's also quite revealing is we have 80 pounds of excess cementitious for every cubic yard of concrete, right? We're trying to just reduce this to the bare minimum. Even if we make just an 8-pound difference on that cubic yard, think of how significant that is in terms of your margins. So that's how I think about it.
Yeah, and I do think these things are all very interconnected. I mean, if you're getting good margins through good logistics or through whatever means, customer satisfaction also goes up, right? But I think if I had to pick one where I believe AI is putting the most influence right now, it would also be on the margin side. Being able to optimize your mix, change your inputs, even just change processes. I mean, your costs go down, your margins improve just by speeding up or automating certain processes. So I would go margins.
Yeah, I'd go operational excellence or bottom line savings impacting margin. Again, whether it's materials and mix, whether it's crew performance, whether it's logistics efficiencies, like all of that is bottom line. Again, I think there's optimization for pricing and kind of market leading opportunities out there. But I think like how it's used right now, I think most people see bottom line savings. I would say one thing that's sneaking up now that some of the best are doing is allowing AI to weigh in on capital expenditures. So like when you see what operational excellency is, opportunities are there. If you take and then where they're not happening, or where the issues are, the leaky buckets, if you allow AI into your CapEx decisions, like it unlocks some pretty wild things, whether it's buying new plants, different investments, exiting a market, entering a market, acquisition opportunities, divestment opportunities. The CapEx side of the house is, it's really exciting what people are doing.
Great. Okay, well, that brings the end to the panel questions. We'd like to take questions from the floor. I'm sure there's plenty. You don't often get a collection of industry AI experts all in one spot.
Barry got
and Grant.
Barry got the hook. There's a piece of paper that says, Barry, no more questions.
So, yeah, there must be some questions out there. Cam.
Who raised their hand up first? Sorry, I'll be back with you.
Thank you. Great facilitating there, Barry. Just a question that you don't have to answer this about your own business, but how much do you think in this industry of the sort of products and services that are getting developed are actually, just clever maths over and above kind of groundbreaking AI, and the clever maths just being used as a sort of a marketing kind of tool, and AI becoming the kind of buzzword for clever services and products?
I mean, certainly not zero. I guess my counter question would be like, how much does that matter? Like if you get measurable results, whether it's called clever math or the robot, like I don't know that I care. Like, do I find it annoying? Like AI is a buzzword, like put on everything? Yeah, absolutely. Like absolutely detest it. Like the line between clever math and artificial intelligence is like really blurry. By definition, it's really blurry. One of my kids, a 6th grader, came home and was like, Dad, do you know the first AI was a calculator back in like 1920? I'm like, really? That was AI? But like that's what they're teaching now in middle school. So like it's a blurry line. I don't know that I care. I think I care about the effectiveness, and things that are effective I'm interested in doing, things that aren't I'm not.
If I may just add one thing, just what we develop is what we call domain-informed models, right? So you don't just have algorithms that feed in on the data and then spit out whatever they can. There is some physics that we know about how concrete hardens, as an example, right? It has to develop strength positively over time. And this is when you get the most out of these, right? So you have some parts of your models that just learn from the data or perform what's called machine learning. Another part is just domain-informed, right? So we have tons of experience on how concrete works, and the models have to do both to be able to actually output anything that's useful, right? So I see it as sort of a hybrid in between, right?
And I would add to that, generic AI models or, the buzz that everybody talks about. It's just like when people started talking about the cloud and nobody really knew what that was, right? We all have better definitions now. But to get a real result, you're going to need companies like they're sitting up here who actually are training models and applying technologies to problems that lead to an ROI and a business outcome. You can't just be, seduced by the buzz of 2 letters, right? It's got to actually mean something and do something. And I think you have to do your due diligence with people who claim they do AI and ones that truly do.
Yeah, I think my question's kind of along the same lines. Do you differentiate between large language models and algorithms and machine learning and all the different kind of segments of AI, or have you blurred all those lines?
For math problems, you typically would have just a machine learning model that learns from these. Language models are very well with, obviously, language, right? Some images, obviously, because they're multi-modal now in how they train them. But yeah, if your input is typically a query or text, you're utilizing a language model. If you're utilizing something that's just mathematical or images, etc., you're typically using more classical machine learning. So we do have to differentiate between them, yes. Oh, that's a great question. No, you definitely would. You definitely would. And what you use the language models for is the reasoning or the chain of thought of how you can get the math out of it, right? So language models do not understand math. In fact, if you see how they generate an image, you will typically see very bad writing in a lot of these images, because it actually does not even understand how language works to some extent, right? It's trying to predict the most common occurrence of a word in a sentence. So no, you would not let a language model do math, right? You would typically watch it do the math or validate the math on your own, yeah.
Real quick, I had a question about field testing. I know a few of you offer solutions to the variability of field testing for concrete producers, but I definitely see it as an opportunity for AI specifically to have huge benefits. Excuse me. But I would add too here, how do you see the future of testing in field changing over time for concrete producers and contractors?
Yeah, I think it's, I see it going in the way where it becomes a lot less hands-on individual user bias from user to user. It would become a lot more sensor-based, inline measurements, things like that. So it would be more, how do you analyze the data instead of how do you collect the data? Because I think down the road, that's going to start happening by itself.
I think field testing has two core issues within it. One is the testing frequency, right? So we actually, it still strikes me, we test 1 out of every 100 meters of concrete, right? It's such a big, there's 99% of concrete that gets produced and batched and poured is never tested, right? So how we've been trying to resolve this, especially because we saw a few years ago the advent of AI and algorithms, and that cannot feed on 1% of the material being tested, is we're developing sensors specifically for that. And we think that we're going to get to a certain point where we don't have humans flipping slump cones to see how much concrete depresses to be able to tell if it's pourable or not, right? It's kind of silly in 2025 that we're still doing this. But anyways, we've also been developing sensors that do exactly that, primarily to increase the testing frequency. We see a world where 100% of concrete will be tested, whether we like it or not. Everything has to be automated and tested. That's one piece of it. The second problem we have is if you read any precision bias statement in any STM, you'd be very surprised how variable Alex is from me running any test, whether it's compressive strength or slump or any of these things. And we want to be able to actually reduce this. And we think that sensors have the greatest chance in the world in actually reducing this problem, right? So that we have systems that measure these engineered materials, and we're able to utilize this to optimize the material in the end.
So I think to kind of summarize what some of the people were asking, could each one of you indicate which of your products out there in production, not in the lab, actually are using AI, and could you indicate whether or not, like, what sort of AI technique? Is it using an LLM? Is it using classical machine learning, time series? Obviously, we're not getting into anything proprietary, but I think it'd be useful for everybody to understand what stuff is actually working in production right now, what products.
Yeah, I think on our side, on the aggregate analysis, the main one is particle segmentation. So can you, I guess, from visual inspection, tell every single individual aggregate particle in an image, and then you can derive calculations after the fact on that, which the calculations themselves, those are not AI or machine learning based. That's something that we're going to be publishing in an ASTM standard, which is once you have these particles characterized, here's all the math you can apply to it. So the AI and the machine learning comes into actually seeing individual aggregate particles and determining whether it's a particle, something else, or fractional information that there's not enough to govern this is what's happening in that system. So particle segmentation.
For us, over 90% of our algorithms that we develop are called neural networks. So these are systems where you see a ton of, where you see a data set like concrete, and you don't have any clear math that says if I add 100 pounds of fly ash with 500 pounds of cementitious and this much, I'm going to get this strength. So we rely on these neural networks to be able to actually learn from data and basically feed these algorithms these data points to be able to learn and predict concrete performance. But the large majority of our algorithms are neural networks, and other term is multi-layer perceptrons, if you want to search more for that.
So preface, not an engineer. So what like the behind the scenes, like I'm gonna get over my skis, so I won't. But you know, back to the question or the example I gave before, like telling the system, hey, send me alerts when X, Y, and Z job goes faster than this, or there's a job that starts later than this, or there's a safety incident that's this. So using natural language, then the system goes and creates alerts and rules and reports based on your request that are custom to you. That's all large language model and AI. There's learning elements where the system's watching trucks live or taking into consideration job history and weather reports and changes in environmental conditions that the system then makes recommendations on behavior changes or optimizations, cut a truck, move a truck, look at this. So there's all sorts of, like all throughout the platform, there's observational and learning and suggestions based on AI, and then you can get our platforms to do things by using natural language as opposed to having to actually know how to use some different tools in the system.
Yeah, and I'm like you, I'm not a good skier, so I won't get out over my skis, but classically mathematical operational research is our foundation, which is now renamed AI. So classical mathematical models, but that's expanding for us as well.
Time for one more question.
So, one of the, he said two more questions.
Okay. Definitely two more. Very adamant. Two more.
I think the power of AI to avoid problems is huge, right? And if we can avoid a problem, that's great. I guess for those moments when you're standing over a slab that's delaminating, or you're standing over a road that's pumping, that you put a bunch of aggregate down on, or some pavement that's failing, that's a really expensive moment for somebody, right? And when you're with a valued customer, or you're with somebody that you're going to have an enduring relationship with, and you're staring at this bad slab, right? Sometimes you can say all the information you have in the world, hey, we test and it was great off the chute. Like we say that today. Hey, off the chute, we were perfect, right? So this is your finisher's problem. Is there a conversation about getting out of the truck and into the slab to have AI help with making sure that that placement piece is also more assured, right?
Maybe okay. Unfortunately, placement is not my expertise in any means, but the problem I see is do we have an objective measure of what placement and finishability is, or is that still a subjective thing that it just did not feel right? It felt bony. I think before we talk about any of these, we just need to fix that problem, right? If we had a number that said, whatever the number is, very similar to compressive strength or slump, that says this is how finishable a system was, or this is how viscous a system was, or this is how workable it was, the rest will come on its own, right? Fixing that, monitoring it, being able to optimize for it will come on its own. But I think we need to fix this problem first, right? The feel part of concrete, I think we need to overcome it, have some math, some numbers that tell us this was good concrete, this was bad concrete. After that, everything will flow. You will have algorithms, you will have a million companies that look into it. But this problem, I think, is what we should invest into. Sorry, I don't have a better solution, but
one last question that I think about a lot just in general is about how this industry already lags behind in technical solutions. And with the advent of AI and other technologies and the speeded iteration, that gulf is just getting wider. And so my question to you is building a little bit on, for all of you who saw David's presentation last night at dinner, and the opposite saying of you eat an elephant one bite at a time, please don't eat elephants. But I find that—
Are elephants delicious?
No. With this gap that already exists and how fast everything is iterating, and David's analogy of it will become in very short order easier to 3D rebuild a home than remodel, it's one of those things that we have all made adjustments in what we can do or the capabilities that already exist, and we've had to bring that down to the level of which it can be practically adopted in these scenarios. And it's about, I'd love your opinion on how we bridge that gap in a meaningful way. Do you think it's going to be one little improvement at a time, slow, and then it'll go all at once? Or do you really think it has to be a major shift that that a company should lean all the way in? Because a lot of the old stacks, a lot of the old technology that they use that are frankly some of the largest market shareholders aren't very compatible with a lot of capability that's out there.
I think economics solves this problem. The technology adoption curves are well studied throughout history. whatever that technology is, whether it's a plant technology, a material technology. Now we're talking about AI. Smartphones were a thing. So I think every new technology, there's a technology adoption curve. And I think the thing that changes that is economic success. Like the market's going to drive it. Like there's going to be some contractors that are small and nimble or big and aggressive that adopt new technologies. If they work, they'll make an economic difference. So like those people will acquire, or they'll put other people out of business. People will notice and wonder where the competitive advantage is that they don't have. They'll adopt it and go after it. So I don't spend a lot of time worrying about like forcing people to adopt technology. Like the merit of technology is the impact in reality. So if stuff's valuable and it impacts reality, more people will use it, and then other people will use it, and then at some point it becomes a commodity, and someone's going to innovate on top of that, and there's the new technology. So I just don't spend a lot of time worrying about it. Like you're not going to force feed someone to change, but if something's great and provides a lot of value, it'll find traction and it will change.
Great. Well, hey, thanks, panel. It was I found that really enjoyable, even from you, Grant. So we're breaking for coffee now.
Yeah, a 15-minute break for coffee out in the lobby. You can grab the panelists and talk to them a little bit more. If you have some additional questions, we'll be back here in 15, 20 minutes to talk about employee retention and recruitment. Okay, hello everybody. We're about ready to get started again. Would our next round of panelists please report to the stage? There's Crystal, there's Manny. Two, three, four. Okay, we got all.
Vila. Sitting beside each other in there, and I'm just plugging away at my computer. Sarah, Crystal. Did you get your plug sorted? The outlet that you were looking for. Oh no, I don't have. You don't care. You don't care. It was his problem. So as it remained. We can figure it out.
Okay, we're ready for our next panel discussion, retention and recruitment. We're going to ask all of our panel members to just go down the row here, identify themselves and where they're from, and then we'll get into a little Q&A.
Okay,
Start on the end, or start here and go there.
Perfect. I guess I will start. I'm Sarah McGuire, Vice President of Business Development at Geotex. You all heard me talk yesterday. I'm probably the oddball out on this panel because everyone here is very involved in retention and recruitment and employee engagement. And I'll be taking things from a bit of a different lens as a technology provider that's actually bringing technology into businesses and seeing how it's transforming the way that people's employees are rethinking things. It's led me on a huge passion for how it's kind of changing the workforce, but all the opportunities that come with it. So happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Crystal Burgess. I'm from Burgex Mining Consultants. We're based out of Salt Lake City, Utah, and I'm also excited to talk about on this panel because being a CEO, it's really fun to watch your team grow and like to push them in different directions. So I'm excited for this discussion.
Awesome. Hey everybody, my name is Manny Tejano. I'm with a company called Rocket Start. It's based out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Been in the industry since 2005 and worked in multiple positions in IT and management and started to do a startup that is focused on user and driver engagement and retention. So hope we could kind of talk about some of that stuff today.
Hi everyone, my name is Vila Fitzpatrick. I'm a founder and CEO of BGF Management. We specialize in support mining, manufacturing, and aggregates industry with staffing and workforce solution.
Does anybody else hear the lawnmower outside the door here? That's a new one. I don't think I've ever heard a lawnmower during a panel discussion. Interesting. So anyway, employee recruitment and retention, important topic. It's a topic that's been going on for years and it's been addressed for years. It's a problem that's not going away. It's a challenge that is always there for construction material providers. Getting people into an industry where people need to get their hands dirty, it's becoming harder and harder. And just in general, it's becoming harder and harder with the way the employment market is now. So we'll try to talk about some of the problem as it exists and then get into maybe some solutions on how to get around it or some workarounds on to try to make progress on it. So if everyone, just to start with, can we identify the problem a little further? What are you hearing out there from construction materials providers with regard to employee recruitment and retention?
Yeah, I can start. So yeah, I have a conversation with leaders in this industry and this sector, and right now for recruiting the young people or any people you want to recruit, it's very important to have a good benefit. It's super important to show them they can have a real benefit with us, and also you can offer them like life-work balance. We didn't think that before, but right now Not all the people want to work, just work and not do nothing on their life. So it's very important to have a work-life balance right now. Also, technology is super important about technology. If we have technology in our companies or in our miners, aggregates, they will be happy to learn about how to use the technology. And another thing I found is also a good structure onboarding and early support. Like, it's also important that they have that good onboarding in the first 90 days, because we don't want they have any accident in our queries. So for them, they are looking for safety. When you recruit somebody, it's very important to talk about that onboarding they will have and be very clear with them with the safety in our query.
Absolutely. So to chime in from actually quite a few things, points that you've mentioned. So first of all, I'm sure a lot of folks in this room have experienced just employees turnover, right? That's 2025. It's a big year for a lot of turnover. There's various reasons, right? There's trends, right? Workplace trends, like they call it soft cracking. And it was one of those terms that we have there, where people are not necessarily like leaving, but they're not engaged and just going to have a job just for the sake of having a job, right? So you have some of those things happening. But the biggest thing, as I say, is looking at trends and analysis is, as of 2025, most of you probably know this, but 55% of the workers, according to the Department of Labor, 55% of workers today are Gen Z and millennials, right? So that is a difference. That is something that is, affecting just, not only the workplace, but also how we deal with, let's be honest with you, how we deal with millennial and Gen Z workers, right? Because they do have different, you can't be, lay a claim that everybody acts or behaves this way, but there are definitely some tendencies of the rise of the social media generation and things like that, right? So what I do like to talk about or like to look into, as well as technology, but it was also just kind of like how do you try to engage those people and those mindsets, right? Those people that are looking at it. And one of those things that you're talking about, like, training or work-life benefits is very, very important to consider, right? Because they actually, millennials took a survey. They are the first generation to, they actually favor work-life benefits more than pay, which is the first generation to say that. So there's some things that we could learn, and that I'm sure we'll talk about as far as, okay, now we understand who's coming to work, right? What can we do better or differently to appeal to those mindsets, and kind of go from there. So, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of conversations for that. So.
Yeah, those are all really great points. Being a service provider for the mining industry, we have, our employees going out on site and helping with drilling programs. And something that we always have to take into account is we have to make sure that our team members are representing the company really well. And that is a training issue. So it's always really important to make sure that when you have people representing your company, they have a really good understanding of your core values and what you represent. So when they go out on site, they can uphold your safety protocols and culture. So just making sure that you are that your team members are always representing yourself really well helps.
Going back to the problems that are facing us right now, or what we're seeing really prominently, the more ready-mix companies that I visit across the country, the more the challenges of recruiting and then retaining people to actually stay in such a tough industry, especially the younger folks. I sit here, I'm a millennial myself, and I know that, sometimes there is a stereotype that exists there for millennial workers, and for some of it, it's a reason. There have been things that have been made really easy for us to just pull out our laptops and be able to work from wherever we want. But that sort of remote work that has become really commonplace with that generation is starting to go away, because if you had a job If you have a job today where 80% of your job can be done with no human interaction with any of your coworkers, I personally think that you should be concerned about that, because that is a perfect job that is ripe for automation as these technologies start to become more prominent. And so the need for more collaboration and things like that are big. And then when we think about how that's impacting our workforce, I think it's actually a huge opportunity. I mean, jobs that require really getting out there and working with people and being face-to-face and getting your hands dirty, these are ones that are not ripe for automation. We're not ready to scale those in any sort of way anytime soon. I know we've seen certain things that are robotics, but that's for the very mundane and easy to replicate, but that's not really the majority of what's being done in this industry today. So I think it's a huge opportunity, but we're just seeing that labor is existing, the skilled labor is not existing in the right places to kind of fill those gaps today. And so there's going to be a huge shift, I think, in this industry and other industries that are heavy, more blue collar, as the white collar jobs, those entry level jobs are starting to go away a little bit in how they exist today. I think it's a really big opportunity for us to be grabbing at that youth, but we have to market ourselves to those people. So I think that's one of the bigger challenges that I'm seeing kind of experiencing across country.
That's a very good point. What about the role that company branding plays in attracting employees? Is that something that, what do we need to do better in order, our brands are, not the sexiest brands in the world when you stop and think about it, when you compare them to other, what can we do to make those brands a little bit sexier out there?
I'll double down, I guess, and then keep going. But I think it still remains true that this generation, the 55%, they want to work in a place where they're making an impact. So if you can show them that your brand is making an impact, and I think any industry that is touching buildings that are going up and you can actually see the value of your work, whether you were actually on the job site or supplying to that job site, that feels really good. At least for me, it's amazing that I feel like I can go to any city and say, oh, I know that our technology was used on those towers, and that's a feeling of pride there. So I think being able to really showcase the true work that's being done, especially in the way that it's impacting communities. I mean, it's not just the bigger project, but it's also all of the projects that are being done and all the infrastructure that's actually benefiting communities and people's, livelihoods. I think being able to brand ourselves around that is a really cool opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm a marketer at heart, right? Like if I could do that full time, I would. The mining industry has so many cool things that we do. We're just not sharing enough. So branding is such a huge part that we really need to hone in on and just show like, hey, we are doing really neat things within the industry. We're not just, laborers just, pouring concrete and, calling it a day. Like there's so much more behind it. And I think that social media could really be used a lot more just to show the younger generation like what we do and what we do on a daily basis, and the quality of work that we're doing, and the high salaries that come with that work. It's not just blue collar jobs. There's a lot more into it. So I think just talking about it more on social media platforms is just an easy way that we can show people, not even just the younger generations, but older, that mining has many different opportunities.
I don't want to dismiss out of hand all of the companies that are in our industries. I mean, there's some very good examples out there. Luckstone does an excellent job of marketing themselves and appealing to the demographic that we're talking about. And Cheney Enterprises is another one. They do a very good job out there. So it's out there, but what can we do for the companies that maybe haven't had thought that far ahead? Well, how can we encourage them to maybe up their branding game so they can maybe get in the mix with some of these other companies?
Well, I think in order to be effective in that, and you mentioned this, right? It's also, we're a very regional business, right? We affect the community that we serve. So we want to make sure that we also are doing our as ambassadors of our industry and advocates. Make sure people understand we are building the communities around and servicing our communities. That could be multiple layers, like literal construction, or signing up for and sponsoring local sports teams and high school, this and that. There's a lot of layers that a lot of our peers do, and it's like to see. But along with that branding and the importance of branding is also education. So I also really believe that the understanding of what we do whether it's mining and aggregates and quarries and asphalt plants or concrete plants, like let's get that message out at an earlier age, at high school level even, so people can understand that there is options out there. There's you mentioned earlier, very lucrative jobs out there that I could continue for more education to get that, or I could start making $50,000, $60,000 today, right after high school and do that. So I do think there's also a component and layer where getting the word out is going to be incumbent on, companies, but hopefully associations as well to help spread that word. So.
I have a very practical suggestion, actually, that about how do we encourage companies to spend more time on actually marketing to the broader industry and saying, I'm a company worth working for, an industry worth working for. Interns. Young interns that don't have a lot of experience, bringing interns into your business, not just to necessarily move your business forward, but to give you an understanding of how they think has been, even myself, I don't consider myself to be, I'm not in the age 55, which is the average that was talked about earlier. I already feel very out of touch with what is happening with the younger generation. And by bringing in interns, they have been extremely productive for us in what they've done, but they really give me an opportunity to learn about all the newer technology, the social media platforms that people actually care about, which ones are no longer a cool thing anymore. And just being able to learn from that and tasking them with how do I appeal to you, that can be wildly beneficial over a summer co-op opportunity. And that is so much value back into your pocket, I feel.
Yes, align with what you say is totally true. Education. We need to educate all our kids. It starts from our table. What we learn what we teach to our kids. What is the legacy we want to leave for the next generation? So let's start from our table. Talk to them what we do. What is the maintenance doing? Let's start from that. It's very important, education. Also, to go to a school is really, really good to teach them what we do in our maintenance, right? And I think it's very important for me, also, the education.
Just touching on real quickly that intern situation, I think it's a very good point. A couple companies that I've talked to, you know why they don't do internship programs? Because they say it takes so much work to manage and monitor and make sure that that intern is doing something that it's become time consuming and takes them away from their regular work. But we got to get past that kind of thinking and think of the value that's gonna, the work that you're putting into that is actually going to benefit you further up the road. And let's not think of it as, oh my gosh, this is going to be a time suck for me doing this. Let's start thinking of it in a different capacity.
For sure, and to just touch on that, I would say that if you are concerned about the amount of time that it would take to train an intern, I would look at your processes and why haven't you streamlined that?
Yep, absolutely. So moving on to another question, in your experience, how have recruitment strategies changed over the last couple of years? It's been a weird couple of years, with COVID, and then people working at home, and then people coming back to work, and it's a whole different ballgame out there. So what about recruitment strategies? What are people doing, or what should they be doing at this point?
I think a good referral plan, we need to create that referral program where we can work with our current workforce and say, hey, we will give you small rewards, and they can bring a good people. They will bring people that they trust. So I think one of the things we can do is a good referral program.
Yeah, referral programs are very important. I think often the best employees come from that because it's from friends or family members that are willing to share that, right, and want to do that. So I think that's a good one. As far as what other companies are doing and talking to my clients and working with folks, again, trying to appeal to workers, especially next generation of workers. So, we see a lot of outreach to community colleges and nearby, places like that. I've also seen very successful job fairs, particularly folks in the military and services. I think that's also very important to be able to continue to engage those, just they're very much blue collar workers in a large degree, and they add a lot to the workforce. So seeing that happen as well it's good to see that. But then also the other thing, it goes a little bit with the branding thing you guys are talking about. When you do these job fairs, when you do these events, that's a really good way to also showcase what you do, right? So it's really cool where I talk and speak with different customers of mine, and they're doing these events at their quarry or their offices or these things. And it's like, whether you realize it or not, like maybe they're not applying for a job today, but you've made a really good impression to a lot of folks. This is the kind of company, or this is the tier company we are, this is what we do. So I always type of encourages any type of open house or things like that. It's well worth it for whatever specific reasons. So.
Yeah, I can say for us, I mean, I can answer this from the perspective of the technology provider, because we definitely are looking for different types of people in our company. But the one that I see kind of broadly across the whole industry, I get asked on a very regular basis, because we work with so many different companies across the country, do you know any QC managers or QC techs that are looking for work? And that obviously puts me in a conflict of interest. I can't be constantly referring different, clients to other clients and et cetera. But it's one of the most common ones that I get asked, because they are in such short supply. But then also there's other positions that people are looking for in ReadyMix as well. And the one crux that I feel people need to start getting comfortable with finding people that are not in the industry and training them on the industry. Because it is a lot easier to teach somebody how concrete works as opposed to finding the DNA of a person that's willing to work hard, get their hands dirty, and get out there and do what needs to be done. We've said this as well, especially when we're hiring salespeople on our side. Of course we want people to be able to speak to the technical aspects and the science of all the mix optimization that we're working so hard to put out there. But ultimately, I feel that I can teach people how these things work and the value that it provides. I can't teach somebody how to go out and hunt and show up at your door and make the calls that they need to and not be super micromanaged. That's somebody either has that grit or they don't. And so those are the parts from a recruitment perspective of really looking for those soft skills as opposed to those hard skills, and thinking, where can I find groups of people like that? There's a lot of college kids coming out of school that worked really hard on degrees that unfortunately didn't give them any practical skills that could be molded if they have the right DNA to be able to put that forward. But it is effort on our side to do that. And like you said before, we have to look at our processes to how we can refine those. But again, if that can be a big focus of your strategy, you can teach the rest. You just need to be willing to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at my own company, I would say more than half of my employees didn't even come back from mining, and we just trained them as we needed to. And I mean, it's amazing because most of them didn't even realize that mining was an industry to go get into, and they just happened to come across our ad on LinkedIn or Indeed, wherever, and they just decided to apply because it appealed to their, some of the skills that they had. And so then we just taught them about the entire process, because I mean, where are we really going to find people to do landman work? It's such a niche segment of our industry, but it has lots of value. So we have just accepted the fact of like, okay, we're not going to find anyone with this background, but we are more than willing to train the right people. So at that point, it really just comes down to culture.
In terms of traditional recruitment methods, over the years, if there's a job available, you'd post it on Indeed or LinkedIn or one of the other things. But did you ever read some of those job postings on there? They are so dull. I mean, it sounds like you're advertising, to work in a funeral home or something. I mean, what do you think about injecting a little creativity and kind of creating a buzz about your job description when you write it?
So I personally think 100%, right? It doesn't have to be, boring, right, to show that. And how do you show that, right? Social media, videos, YouTube, right? There's a lot of things that we could do. It doesn't really take even a lot of time to do, but it's just, those are the things that we should also be proud to show this, right? We want to be able to encourage that. So one of the things that you looked at and actually talking to clients as well, I mean, how many folks are getting just so many unserious job, applications. And I'm sure probably there's AI that's like, hey, let me just massively apply to these type of things, So kind of like countering some of that stuff is also finding the right candidate, and is a little bit harder too, right? So is there some ways we could do some knowledge checks or some, things like that to, or engage them, watch some videos, answer some questions. I have built some technology that does exactly that, but, talking about what you guys could do, those are some things that we could also do at our levels where we could try to see, oh, this is a pretty serious person. He took the time to self-record this video and things like that too. So we want to put content out there that's going to be used. It'll be nice to also use that same platform that they're used to. Like for us here on the panel, I mean, I'm sure we're comfortable talking, but most people like us and older, they're probably not comfortable like with the phone in front of them. These guys, they light up when the phone's in front of them. That's the crazy part. It's a difference, right? So let's use that mechanics also to get what we want, right? To let them see, talk professionally, talk about why they want a career, things like that. So that's what I would kind of promote is let's use technology and communications that are appropriate to what people want to use today.
Yeah, I think also to Manny's point, like being able to communicate those things means that you also have to spend the time to really work on your culture, right? Marketing a fancy job description, unfortunately, that's putting lipstick on a pig, right? In some ways. So because I mean, we've talked about this in our own company before because we're really adamant about trying to hire people as locally as possible. We've always been a very in-office culture because we're doing R&D and product design and all of these things in our office. And because of that collaboration that we want to have, we want to make it appealing for people to come in. So that means being restricted to the city where we are. And Ottawa, I didn't sell it very well last night. I talked a little bit more about our summit, but it is a beautiful city. It's 1 million people, but about 90% of GDP in Ottawa is all centered around the government because it's our national capital as well, so it's very federally funded. So it's very difficult in the private industry to be able to compete because what we're competing against are federal government workers that work their 37.5 hours, they have their benefits, they have their pension, they go in, they do what they need to do, and they actually protested for like 4 weeks and shut down all of our services when they were asked to go back into the office. So we struggle to compete and say, hey, come and work at a private company where, yeah, you're gonna work overtime sometimes, and that just kind of is the way that it is. And no, you don't get paid extra to fly on a Sunday to be at a meeting where you need to be on a Monday, but there's a lot of excitement that comes with that too. But we need to be able to have, one of the things that we talked about was we want our employees to have swag. And I know that sounds really silly, but if they have swag that they're proud to wear outside of the office, and people say, well, who's Geotech when they're at the gym, and then they're talking about their job, that's invaluable. Those types of things when you're working and you're trying to hire people locally in communities, to have employees that are proud to say, I work here, and give them a reason to talk about it, that is sometimes like your best effort. So then when they go and look at the job description after, they probably don't care, because I'll tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna take that job description, they're gonna put it into ChatGPT, they're gonna say, tailor my resume to fit this job description. They're not even gonna read it, and there you go. That's all they're doing. So it's really all of the things that happen prior to that that are really important and invaluable. So we do have to be really committed to saying, I'm gonna have a culture that people are really proud to talk about, because otherwise it will be seen right through, and that's probably worse.
We've talked a lot about recruitment. Let's kind of move to retainment a little bit. Why are people leaving? What are they leaving for? What are the reasons? What can we do to keep them when we have good employees?
For me, retention has been like have a purpose. Like the people need to have a purpose in your company, like feel valuable for you. And they need to feel that they have also a good compensation. It's very important, like raising them, not frequently, but let's raising them once a year. So let's making a plan to raising them a little by a little, But one of the things I see is they need a purpose. If you tell them you are part of this company, they will feel that they will stay loyalty to you, and they will speak out to another.
That's a really good point, actually. So when you talk about retention, right, that's somebody that bought into your company, right, and understand their value and understand the value of the company, right? So that's important. So 100%. So kind of in the same vein, right? So talking to clients and talking to folks about like retention, right? So we ask them like, what are they seeing? You know, $1, if someone's leaving for $1 more, for another job similar, they'll do it, right? They'll leave for the craziest reasons. And as we always know, the grass is not always greener, but it doesn't stop them from doing it, right? It doesn't stop them from doing it. So we've seen many reasons. I've even seen cultures where, meaning I can't get them to do more. I can't engage them to do more at work. They would rather work part-time and still qualify for, you know, government assistance, you know, like that's the workers that some of these people are dealing with. And I always just say, is like when you talk about retention, it's about setting that standard of what your business and culture is, right? So kind of what Sarah's talking about, right, is we want to make sure, here's what we do. This is kind of our culture. This is our environment. So we're doing. Now, there's a good reason why you want to stay. And it's because you feel like you're part of something, you have purpose, but also that purpose at work aligns with your purpose personally, right? You know, so that's kind of what we do, right? Is so my company, for example, we gamify work. We're fantasy sports for our industry, right? It was everyone could keep track of their contributions and their badges, and get badges for cleanliness and get badges for coming to work on time, things like that. But what we also do, and we tie in, is in this world of instant gratification, is we tie in rewards, right? So we actually have swag. You could actually get, you know, shirts, jackets, Amazon. You can actually book vacations, things like that. But it's an instant gratification world that we live in. We need to do that, and we could do that. It is possible. That's what we've been doing. That's what I've been doing for 5 years. So I think that really helps with that retention, and that's something that I've strived for my clients as well. So.
That sounds like a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think to both of your points, you know, I'm going to go back to culture again, because I think it's just so important with retention. Because if you have an unhealthy culture, that will show in the people that, you know, turn over, right? So, but once you get your culture healthy, then your people will stay because they want to be a part of that, right? So something that we've implemented at BurgeX is one-on-one meetings, which means that a director will meet with their direct reports once a week. And that will just give them the opportunity to connect about whatever they need to. It just gives that team member the opportunity to say, hey, I'm struggling with this, or I want to go here in my career, or just, you know, it just leaves that door open for those hard conversations if they ever need to have them, instead of just, you know, being like, oh, I'm not feeling comfortable talking to the higher ups in my organization when I have an issue. It's like that door is always open. So that, for just implementing that over the last year or so, has really helped people feel they feel seen, they feel heard, and if any issues arises, it's just an easy door. It's an easy conversation just to start to have.
I want to double down on what Villa said about compensation, just because I think if you know, a company, if somebody is leaving you because they're getting paid 50 cents more an hour somewhere else, it's probably not about the compensation, right? I mean, people leave for significant bumps for sure. And I would also say that the internet has all of the resources now that if people are being paid unfairly or unequitably based on what's on the market, they're going to find out pretty quickly. So it's best to make sure that you are at least in line with what, you know, is there, and then you're being transparent with people on how they can continue to see increases. Like, having transparent conversations about pay is important, because I don't work at the company that I work at because it's the highest paying. I'm there because I love what I'm doing. But of course, we go in every day for a paycheck at the end. That is at its basic foundation. So that is important, but it's usually not the reason why people are truly leaving, right? Unless something is truly being done unfairly, or paychecks are being missed or something like that. That's not the reason that people are really leaving. It's because they don't feel valued, or they don't understand what's happening, or there's a lack of transparency that's happening within an organization, and they don't really know what they're contributing to. I think transparency is huge. I have a some people would call it maybe more bold, but I feel that if people are going to leave, they're going to leave. If you're not able to provide them the progression or where they want to go, especially if you have smart people, like high achievers, they know what their worth is going to be. So they will leave if you can't offer them what's there. So having those transparent conversations about, are you still getting that progression? Are you still here? I've had conversations with a couple of my employees like that before, and where they've felt comfortable enough to say, I don't think that I'm getting what I need here. And we say, okay, well, what is that path that you want? Where do you want to be in 3 years? Can we give you that growth here? And if not, they're smart enough that they'll probably leave on their own, so I'd rather be a part of it as opposed to be blindsided by it. But that does take a lot of intentional time to do that as well, and you also have to be willing to ask the questions you don't necessarily want the answers to, but at least it keeps you prepared, it keeps scalability in your companies, and some of us really rely on that labor day to day, so it's extremely important. But retention is the most, I think it's the highest cost to the business, right? When you lose an employee and it sidelines you like that. So the more that you can spend on that once you have them in there, but I've always said, if people are going to leave, they're going to leave. So you may as well be a part of it as opposed to be blindsided by it.
Kind of follow up on that. What about the whole phenomenon of disengagement or quiet quitting? Do we just accept that person's got one foot out the door, or is that an opportunity to step in and look at what we're doing and saying, we got to do something different if that employee is not engaged in the job and in the company and in the culture?
I guess the first question is, do you want them to quiet quit? I mean, sometimes it can be a little bit beneficial. We've had that happen, we've had that in the past where we said, maybe this person will just leave and I'll avoid a severance package if that just happens. But I think it depends on how much you want to keep that person and what led them to being there. If you are noticing that they're quiet quitting and you want to do something about it, then great, then you have the ability to do something about it. Calling them out on it and being vocal about that probably won't give you the answer necessarily that you're looking for. But again, going back to those conversations of, are you getting that progression that you want? Are you excited about what you're working on, et cetera? They're probably quiet quitting because they don't feel that they know what they're impacting again, and they don't see that progression and that excitement. And so keeping the conversations engaged around that, I think, is important.
Very honest take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of in a similar vein, right? So when you look at, that quitting or folks, there's two things, right? It's self-reflection, maybe like you said, what are we doing? What's our company doing to cause this? But in a lot of cases, it's what's going on in that individual's life. It could be something happening, it could be something out of our circumstances that we just can't control, but there's a reason that they're feeling that way. There's a reason why they're feeling this engagement. I think it's crazy. I think the average worker engagement right now is 30%. When I looked at SHRM data, it's like workers feel highly engaged. Only 30% feel that way, right? They say, and in the other aspect, an organization with high engagement is usually 70%. So that's where we want to get to. That's what we want to achieve when we start to look at data. So understanding what your workers and how they're feeling is important. Being able to understand that. But also, this is everything we're talking about, recognition could help with that. Understanding your culture, we talked about it. I just want to double down on this. This is not a nice to have. This is not just, we should be doing this as nice people. This is a strategic business, advantage. If you have a good culture, if you have a good environment, because that's where, again, we know the cost of turnover in our industry. And even just in ready-mix concrete alone, our average it's about $9,000 to $13,000 every time somebody, decides to quit before you replace that person, and the job costs and the listing, the loss of productivity, things like that. That's real money, right? So when we're talking about these nice things, or to me, it's like this is just strategy. This is just part of business. To be able to solve this and tackle this is very important.
I want to say the last thing, and is career path. We need to provide them how they can grow. Even if we are a small company, we want to try to grow. So what can we provide them? What we can make a plan and say, hey, you will have a career path here. You can be mentorship to the new people to come in. You can be the next supervisor, And again, education, because if we educate them, they can help us to grow. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say if you have an employment who's disengaged, I would look at the way your company's set up. I mean, what processes are you missing? something that we do, because I speak from, experience. We've had all these issues before. Now it's like, oh, if we have people leaving, we really got to look at why. And, having the one-on-ones really helps. Having quarterly reviews really helps, because it's giving people goals to achieve. And they're saying, oh, I need to do this in order to get to this next level. I need to, I have reasons to be engaged. I have meetings that I must attend to talk with my team. So I'm not, just because I'm a remote worker, we have a couple people who are remote now, which has been a new transition for us, because usually, we do love the in-person, but you have to go with the industry. You have to go with the season, right? Like, people want to work remote, you have to offer that to people. And to do that, you have to make sure that, okay, so now that I have remote workers, I need to make sure that they're still being engaged on the same level as they were when they were in the office. So keeping those processes in place and making sure, like, okay, now that you're remote, you still need to talk to your direct leader to make sure that you are still being engaged. So it's just looking at your processes and be like, okay, what is the missing link here, and then how can you fix that?
So we have a little less than 10 minutes here. Before we're done, I'd like to open it up to questions. If anyone has any questions to ask, insights, stories to share, or I'm sure your panel would like to address those.
Okay, my name is Jack Delperdang, and I've been in the industry 52 years. And I've worked with all kinds of dispatch departments. And one of the things that I've seen and learned from is to get retention. And by the way, at least in my area of expertise, we do not do very good jobs of not only retention, but hiring the right people for dispatch operations. And it starts with, and I'm going to challenge everybody as they go through these, some what I call basics. And one of the basics is how many of you have formal onboarding processes? And second of all, excuse me, if you do you follow them religiously? I can tell you this, I've worked with many, many dispatch people. I've talked to people who've been in dispatch for 8 years, and I said, how many times you been in the field? 1 time. That's not training. That's not onboarding. Or onboarding is a very important piece of employee retention. You set them up for success. When you don't train them properly, you don't give them exposure to the industry, you set up the business for failure, the individual, and your customers, because they're not going to be happy. The second basic is, how many of you here measure human performance? You know what I'm talking about? Human performance is, yes, we come in and we do a job. Do we measure how well they do the job? Are we presenting metrics that are not objective, but true metrics? And do we create an environment where it's fun to work together, because we've got metrics, we've got goals, we've got levels we're trying to reach. And they all should reflect what the corporate or the companies, the owner or the corporation, their high goals trickle all the way down to these people, and they have to understand it. You have to ask your people, do you understand the goals of your company? And if you don't know them, if your manager doesn't know them, how can you achieve them, right? Third, it would be, do you have pay structures and advancement opportunities? One of the things, and this is more prevalent with family-owned, is there's different pay rates through there, and everything's a secret, right? They're not a secret. People talk. And when they find out somebody's been here, shorter maybe, and they're making more money because maybe they came in and talked themselves, into getting more money. You want to create chaos in a room? Pay them different pay. It should be by merit and achievement. Get there, right? Is that the way you're paying your employees right now? And if you're not, then there's definitely some chaos, and the talk is always going to be, well, they're making more, so I'm not going to put out as much, right? Another one is, how often do you do reviews? And I'm not talking about just formal reviews, but how often you just bring somebody in your office and say, hey, Jane, you've been doing really, really good on this, and here's your measurements. It doesn't have anything to do with pay, but I need you to do a little more on this end, and I know you can do it. I can tell you this, in most companies I've dealt with in the past, they're lucky if they have one review at the end of the year, and it's all about the pay and the bonus. That's it. People need to hear this all the time from their managers. That informal, sit down behind closed doors, have a good conversation, inspire them to do better, give them the facts, and they will produce. We're not going to retain employees if we're not doing these things. Another one is you have to have the, especially with the generation coming in, is the life-work balance. And that's was foreign to me because that never happened in my day. It was just the work balance. That was it. But we know it's important. And I always told, when I got into management, I told my people, I will never expect you to work as hard as I had to work when I came in the industry. Because I missed my son's baseball at times, all the events. There's many things that I wasn't able to do because there was no life. It was work, then life. Sound familiar for some of the oldest guys here? And how many of you have incentive programs or recognition programs? People want to know when I achieve something, either individually or as a group, that at the very least, we're getting recognition. Dispatch people get very little recognition. Usually it's somebody coming in with a rope over their shoulder, like I used to say, really, to hang somebody. And that's the only time they came in. That doesn't build a strong environment for teamwork. And lastly, and we're very poor at this as well, especially with dispatch people, continual training. We talked about AI here and what we're going to be doing with this. I will guarantee you this, and one of the questions I should have asked on the last panel is, what is your status, or what is your strategy for incorporating AI into a dispatch operation? Because if you don't understand what you're walking into, that maybe they've got a system right now that they're using maybe 40% of, that tells you you're going to have to train them more and spend more time with them to get them to where they need to be, because they will use it the same level as what they've done in the past. It's kind of like men. You know, we get instruction to put something together, we never read it. And if it works, we're happy. And even though we're missing all the other features, we're happy because we got the thing together. But we don't read instructions. And that's just us. It's the same way in really in life, especially with men, that we're happy because we're getting this function done. We forget about all the other functions we could be doing, but we didn't want to learn that. But as a company, I believe we need to have continual training on no matter what it is. And I think where I'm seeing when I tell my dispatch people, and I'm sorry about being windy, that's just me, is that I tell dispatch people, your life is becoming easier and easier. I came from the pen and pencil era. So I've seen all these technologies. I've seen all the failures, all of this. And with the technology making your job easier, I expect more out of you as a dispatcher or a CSR. Because we're talking about high-level technology that you have to understand, you have to solve the exceptions, and you got to be able to use it properly. So to me, these are the basics that I always use, but I will tell you this, in our industry, from all my experiences, we are very poor at bringing people into our transportation department. We're doing better with drivers, much better, but we throw anybody in there because they got injured from a driver rank to answer the phone, do all these things. This is where everything happens. This is where we make it or break it every day. And I'll leave you with this. I always said, if I owned a ready-mix business, my best and my brightest would be in that room. And I am partial, but usually that's a pull-through for the rest of the company. Because if they learn it there, it's easy. If you've got good people there, they're going to keep going up the ladder. So, all right?
Question over here.
Morning. On the recruitment side, I wanted to share a success story we had in Colorado, and it was one of the more unique things I got to do in my career. So, I'm on the board of the Colorado Stone, Sand, and Gravel Association. We're a joint association with the Colorado Ready Mix Concrete Association, And we kind of had this realization in Colorado, it's a largely, I would characterize it, anti-business, anti-growth mindset. We want to just drive our Teslas and nobody move to the state because I'm already here, right? And so we have a severe driver shortage, severe aggregate labor shortage, and we as a twin association said, well, guys, we don't care really. A kid's not gonna. It doesn't matter the difference between a Martin Marietta operator versus a Wholesome operator versus a Burnco if kids coming out of school don't know what a cement mixer truck driver does, right? And so we went and we partnered with Larimer County, and we got in front of, I believe it was 1,500 fourth grade students at a job fair. And granted, we had a unique partner in Larimer County in that they were willing to do this, but we, along with probably 7 other industry groups, got to show fourth graders, hey, you don't have to go to college. Here's something you can do. And the feedback we got from the teachers was that was one of the coolest, most jazzed up, exciting times they'd ever seen the kids in that state. Granted, part of it was because we're telling them, hey, kids, do you like fireworks? Yeah. Do you want to get paid to blow stuff up? Yeah. And it was great. And the campus security officer didn't like that. But the fact was, like, we got them at an age where we planted the seed, right? And it was so critical. And again, just the feedback we got from the school system was, hey, that was one of the neatest, most impactful things we've done. So I just wanted to share that for maybe operators in the room or people in industry associations. And going back to that first panel, right, that's one of the most powerful parts of these industry associations is that you get to leverage not just Burnco, or you don't just leverage Martin Marietta or Lux Stone, right? You come together as an entire industry and say, guys, we need drivers as an industry, and what flavor of truck or what company they're working for is secondary. If we don't have the base labor entering the market, our industry will die. And I just thought it was a great success and wanted to share that.
I think we have one more question over here. Somebody wanted to ask a question, and then we will break for lunch.
Make it a good one. It'll be quick. I just got a look from John that it's lunchtime, so. So love the topic. I'm a people person. Appreciate your time on the panel. Absolutely agree that, you know, recruitment and retention is critical to our industry. However, the flip side of that is sometimes we have people that, whether they're slow quitting or whatever else, you need to move on from, right? And I find I have had conversations with managers who, because of what you have talked about, are actually scared to move on from C players or worse, right? So, because they think, God, it's going to be so painful to try to replace them. What would you say to those managers?
I have never been upset about letting an employee go. Our philosophy is hire slow, fire fast. So if somebody's not a good fit for the team, just do both of yourselves a favor and just let them go. It's not doing anyone any good just holding on.
I think especially in situations like that, there's been a couple of situations like that in the past. One of them did go on their own, and they didn't, and that saved me, you know, having to go through that process myself. But when you're in situations like that as well, it's eating so much of your time day to day. And when you're in those limbo periods, I remember one employee that, you know, we put on a performance improvement plan, and I did not think that they would necessarily, you know, I had set it up in a way that I kind of wanted them to realize that they also weren't right for the job, so that we could maybe position them in a different role and have them get to that conclusion on their own. And when it came time to making that decision, it was really hard to do, but there was such a relief in having at least made a decision. The limbo period is so draining, and it's probably taking away so much creativity and brain space from all of the other functions that you should be spending a lot of time on. And those C players are taking your attention away from the A players, and that's one of the worst. We didn't really talk about that here, but that's one of the worst mistakes that we make, is spending so much time coaching people to get them up to where they need to be that we forget about our most valuable players, because we think, oh, they're fine. They're always fine. They're always going to figure it out. And they are the ones that end up feeling invalued or valued the least in the end, and that hits your business so much harder. So I think just getting away from that limbo period, I think we can, whether it's letting somebody go or being in a bad relationship, whether you're happy with the decision or not, the decision gives you peace in some ways and really frees up a lot of your space in other ways.
We have so many talent out there waiting for an opportunity, right? So it's better to let them go, because sometimes the people just finish their cycle with the company. We also have to understand that part.
So obviously, everyone's different. I know a lot of my peers here say let them go, and there's probably good reasons for that, especially if it's been going on a long time. Absolutely, that's what you call like, addition by subtraction, right? You're letting. So I definitely do recommend, that. But again, I would still just force you, do we really understand the situation here? Because 5 years ago he was on this great track and he was doing there, right? So I think. Just be real about the situation. That anything changed? That anything happened? But the best thing I would also, just as a sports guy, right? Analogy is, if you're, we all want to win, right? So if your center is not doing a good job, and you're like getting your quarterback sacked, you can't win. Even if he throws 350 yards and 4 touchdowns, you might lose because you're not doing your job. So this is an example of we all got to be part of the same team, and sometimes one person can bring down everybody else, or bring down an organization, or bring down the culture, or bring down your goals, right? So obviously, can we teach him to do better? He did great, Can we help him? No. If not, hey, let's just cut him loose, because there's other folks out there that's waiting to get that spot that probably could do a lot better. So I would try to encourage them to look at it in that manner.
We're going to stop right there. It's time for lunch. Please give a hand to our panel. We'll see everybody back in here in an hour, and we'll start our next session. Enjoy your lunch.
in the house and ready to talk aggregates and AI. Let me know if you need me to tweak anything. Of course. All right, here's a quick one for the aggregate crowd. Why did the AI become friends with the rock quarry? Because it heard they really knew how to break the ice. So yeah, I'll be here all paneled at the tech talk and a few laughs. Absolutely, and I'll keep it conversational. So first off, one easy way is using AI for predictive maintenance on equipment. Basically letting the AI warn you before a machine throws a tantrum. Another quick win is optimizing haul routes. AI can help figure out the most efficient paths for moving materials around. You can also use AI for quality control, like scanning and sorting aggregates, so you're getting consistent material. Then there's inventory management, where AI can keep an eye on stockpiles and help you avoid running out or over-ordering. And finally, you
Check, 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 check. Mic check. Check, 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 check. Mic check. Check.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get our afternoon session started here. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Hopefully we'll get a few more people out from down below and back up top here to join us. Our first session of the afternoon is going to be titled Particle Packing, Roll, Size, and Shape. And it will be delivered to us by Nishant Garg, Associate Professor, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Please welcome Nishant to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nishant Garg. I'm an associate professor at University of Illinois, and I'm very happy to be here. I've been learning a lot. This is a very different kind of conference to the conferences I'm usually go to. I think I'm a minority here in terms of academics. I'm here to learn from all the industry folks. Some of the conferences I go to, there's very few industry, so it's great to be here. Thanks so much to Mark for the introduction. Thanks so much to my friends at Alter Biota for inviting me and to come out here. Today, so I'm going to talk about particle packing, size and shape of aggregates. But then I've also been kind of hearing the talks yesterday and seeing kind of the people who are out there. I'm going to also make it a little bit broader and not just size and shape and particle analysis. I'm also going to talk a little bit about other things such as accelerated testing for concrete and some of the push for data centers that is now happening in the US. So it's kind of a little bit more wholesome and covers different interests. But before I get started, I'm kind of in the teaching mode right now. I'm just in the middle of a semester. The class I'm teaching has about 110 students. And it's difficult to keep the students engaged because these are young people. They're always on their phones and their computers. So we have to get their attention. So I want to ask you, right, what is the best way to engage young people? It's through memes, right? I'm going to start off with a meme. Okay, so you may have seen this kind of a meme online, and this is a classic case, where your girlfriend or a spouse or a wife is thinking, I bet he's thinking about other women. How can I improve the particle packing of my aggregates, right? So again, if you are female, you can just swap the gender, and your husband is thinking something, and so on, right? So one of the techniques we've been trying to do here is this technique called Raman imaging for particle mapping. Raman spectroscopy was discovered almost 100 years ago by this Indian scientist. He got a Nobel Prize in physics for that. But really to develop this technique took really 100 years to today with the invention of lasers, with the invention of these hyperspectral microscopes, that you can create these very nice images which are very, very information rich, right? Just to give you an example how it works is if this is a piece of rock, you collect spectra at different points. You get this spectra, you split into different components, and then you get a spatial distribution of different things. So for example, if you look at here, so this particular mineral or phase is right over there. In an optical image, it was not visible, but in the hyperspectral image, it is quite easy to see. To give you an example, I'm going to take a material here, which many of you may be familiar with, and maybe, I'm back in the teaching mode, so I'm going to presume you're my students, so I'm going to ask you a quiz. Okay? If you give the right answer, you'll get some points. Okay? Can anybody guess what kind of material is this? And I can give you a hint. I can bet that almost all of you, or many of you, have put this material in your mouth at some point. Yeah. Tylenol? It is Excedrin, but Tylenol is also very close. Let's give that gentleman a hand. Okay. Talk to me after class. All right. So you can see the pharmaceutical industry has been doing this, right? You can map aspirin, Tylenol, and caffeine quite nicely. This is a cross-section of a pill, right? You can not only quantify the ingredients, but you can also see the spatial distribution, right? So if they had some problem in quality control, and you're somebody like me, and they put all the caffeine on the right side, you're somebody like me who likes to save money and take half the tablet, I'll just get high on caffeine. I'll not get the Tylenol, right? So we thought, why don't we do the same thing for cement? Why don't we try to map the phase of the cement using the same technique? And that's what we did. So this is the work we did with my first PhD student. We made tiny pills of cement embedded in epoxy, which we're holding in our hands. And what we do with this cement pill is we create this very high resolution Raman image to capture all the phases that are present, right? We compare this with another technique, which is XRD, X-ray diffraction. This is the gold standard for a cement producer. And when you get a very good correlation between two techniques, it's like getting agreement across two different parties, which is very difficult, but it is happening here. We can then start to see individual grains of a phase at very, very high resolution. Right? We can do this for almost all the phases, even down to something like 1% quartz, which is an impurity, right? So at this point, even the cement producers don't have this level of detail and knowledge that we have, okay? And one of the things I tell my students is that they really have become tailors now, because the reason we're able to do this by stitching together many images, right? We take many smaller images and stitch them together to get a large, statistically relevant image so that it has now 250,000 pixels in each image. When you do that at such scale, the quantification makes sense, okay? All right, time for another quiz. Can anybody identify this phase? Okay, so this is a bit of a tricky question. It's actually not a Raman image. This is an iPhone photo of the night sky taken by my students, right? So you're looking at the stars, just like astronomers look at the stars, we are looking at the stars of cement, okay? And you can see the scale bar is slightly different. All right, there's other kind of cements, right? Calcium sulfur-aluminate cements, LC3 cements. We are now starting to map all of these via this kind of imaging approach. You can precisely measure how much of these particles are in there and what kind they are. And then we compare them with other techniques to see what kind of agreement we have, and then we can know that, okay, we have some reasonable data. Right? So in this particular case, we are now starting to see the kind of first images of this phase called yeelamite in calcium sulfur-aluminate cements, or you may not know them as type K or expansive cements. This set very, very fast. In like few minutes, you get very high strength, what you would get in few days. And it's coming from that phase called yeelamite, which can now see individual grains at this level. Okay. So that's particle analysis. Let's talk a little bit about now size and shape, right? We all talk about size, but sometimes I feel like shape doesn't get talked about a lot. So I'm going to show you here a picture of one of my students. You may also have seen him online. This student is always distracted, right? And I said, don't get distracted. Don't think about, when you're doing the mix design, adding more cement to get more strength or adding more water to get your workability. Think about your gradation, right? Because that's the ignored girlfriend, that my student has. And it's just chasing the other girlfriend, which is going to be expensive, right? And it's going to ruin the existing relationship, okay? So let's see if we can teach the student how to pay focus or pay attention to what he already has. So we came up with this metric called the particle packing factor. And the way we went about this is very simple. We said, okay, let's take all the ingredients in concrete, starting from aggregate to all the binders, right? Cement, fly ash, slag. Let's measure their particle size distributions. Let's look at the theoretical packing curve according to the Anderson and Anderson model, which says if you have particles in that packing curve, that's the best packing. Okay. Then measure the packing of our system and simply subtract the system between the ideal case and our case, and the difference, we quantify it, and we call that difference simply PPF, right? Particle packing factor. And turns out this particle packing factor is very highly correlated to many properties ranging from strength to workability, right? So we see some selected results here of how this works. Essentially, we made a bunch of UHPC mixes. So this was a project where we wanted to make ultra high performance concrete, which is 4 times stronger than your general concrete. So if your general concrete is 4,000 PSI, this could be 18,000 PSI, 20,000 PSI. And there's a huge, I think, potential for this material. You can now replace steel. You can have concrete without any rebar with this material, right? So we did this work with IDOT. The DOT was very interested in taking it forward. We start to plot the correlation between the particle packing factor and the flow that you get per unit of the high range water reducer, okay? Initially, when I look at this data, I'm talking to a student like, this data is junk, right? There's no correlation here. But then we say, okay, let's go back and think about what is happening. We really realized that looking at all of these mixes, there is no correlation. But if we break them down, depending on the silica fume content, we decide 3 zones based on the dosage. It turns out there's actually 3 different zones where the correlation actually works, right? So across mixes, the data looks junk, but if you look at specific set of mixes based on the silica fume content, there's actually very nice correlations, right? So sometimes it looks like bad news, but you have to do a little bit more digging. What is happening is that the higher ppf value, you have now more free water, which allows better lubrication, better packing. Okay. Moving forward, we also take this data for strength. Again, we measure strength at all different ages. We came up with this kind of very interesting charts of how the strength is varying depending on the 3 things here. 3 things here are the silica fume, slag, and ultrafine fly ash. By changing these 3 binders, how the strength changes, we're able to see that. But then really what is more interesting here is if we plot the strength versus the packing factor, again, you can see almost a linear increase in strength as you get to better packing, right? So really optimizing the packing can give a meaningful difference in strength. Again, this is in megapascal. When I convert it to PSI, I can do the multiplication by 145, but these are large numbers. Finally, the third thing is the durability, which we measure with porosity. And there also, we see a very nice correlation between the open porosity and the strength. So you get to lower porosity values and very, very high strength. So again, your typical concrete is around 30 megapascal. Your ultra high performance, you can go to 120 megapascal and has very low porosity, right? So very high durability, very long service life for your structures. And then if there's no steel in it, there's very less risk of corrosion. Okay. And again, you do this correlations, step by step, and you can see this. I was in China, I think, last year, and attended a conference on UHPC. They're building bridges out of UHPC. They're making UHPC panels in precast sites, take them to trucks to a bridge, making it like a Lego structure. It's really fascinating. And you can take your UHPC, combine that with steel beams. You can have composite panels which are hollow, so you have much lighter weight, and the span of the bridge increases, and you don't need much more, let's say, piers. You can have much more traffic beneath the bridge. This is really, I think, the material of the future. But again, it relies that we must pay attention to particle packing. Okay. Then the third thing we did here was looking at shape, right? So I had this project where I did not have a lot of money, and I said, okay, we have this $200 microscope in our basement, nobody's using it, and the student was new, and I was like, okay, why don't you go ahead and use it and see what you can do with it. So I spent 1 year with an undergrad. They took a lot of images for sand, fine aggregate, and they came up with this very neat thing called the particle shape metric, where you combine 3 different things: the circularity, the roundness, and aspect ratio, and you can then have this very simple parameter which basically correlates with many different things, right? Whether it is packing coefficient, which we get from helium picnometry, or the yield stress, which is measure of the rheology, or the strength and the open porosity, right? Again, we took a bunch of sands, imaged hundreds of particles, and just look at their shape, right? And all their size, we kept them as constant. We can see the shape alone has a huge difference, right? And this is what I'm really, I think I want to maybe take a pause here and mention that what I'm really happy that this is now actually happening on the industry scale, right? I see companies like Ultrabiota, they're coming up with these kind of imaging methods to measure aggregate size and shape in the field. I think which is going to be really interesting. So every time I see things going from the lab to the field, I think that's a big win. Okay, then what can we do? Can we do size and shape of the clinker of the cement phases? We have also done that. This is again at the very finer scale, the micron scale. Again, we take this very high resolution images, and you can see that now you can see the individual size and shape of even this micron size particles, right? And by this, what we can do is for your cement, instead of having one particle size distribution for your powder, you can have the phase-specific PhDs, right? Because we know that powder is made of 10 different powders, right? So you can get a PhD for quartz and a PhD for alite. We hear all these issues with type 1L cements. Well, one of my hypotheses is that the limestone inside those type 1L cements, its fineness is varying. Even though you could have 2 cements with 10% limestone, but the limestone fineness is changing depending on how they are grinded, right? Either it's intergrinding or separate grinding, and so on. And this is why we see some of those variability issues, right? Anyway, that's my working hypothesis. And then we can get all sorts of other metrics such as size and shape of these individual phases, which turns to match out, right? Your B-light tends to be round, and we see that. And this work came out on the cover of JPCC, so we were very proud of that. My student went and did some nice graphics for this. But really, again, what's the value of this, right? The value here is that if you think about all of this cement powder individual particles like M&Ms, you can think that either they're all equal size, equal shape, but in reality, they're all different sizes and shapes and randomly oriented. And we came up with this very simple empirical coefficient called the composition size quotient, where we combine the composition of the cement and the size into a single parameter. And this parameter can then predict the 3-day cumulative heat of that cement, which is a good predictor of the overall hydration and the performance of that cement, right? Again, just looking at the size and shape and the composition initially. All right, then the fourth part of this talk, I want to talk about accelerated testing. And again, before I talk, maybe just do a little bit of a zoom out. If you think about from a point of a PhD student, right? If you remember this scene from Inception, right? It'd be much better to do a PhD somewhere else because it takes very long on Earth, right? If you think about why do I care so much about time? People say time is money, but I want to make an argument that time is actually greater than money. And why is that? Well, let's think about money. It's essentially capital and materials and labor in principle can be scaled up, right? If you think about time, that is actually a much more scarce resource. Why do I say that? So about money, our universe, the universe we all share, has 10 raised to about 22 stars, right? Which have, many of them have systems like ours, the solar system, and immense amount of mineral resources and metals which can be mined. The only question is how do we mine them and when do we mine them, right? So I think the automation in advances in automation and robotics will lead to a huge reduction in the cost of accessing these resources. So over the next 1,000 years, we were talking about yesterday, making projections. So I'm going to make a projection a bit long term, like over the 1,000 years, we will have the ability to mine these resources. And of course, we may need to build a few Dyson spheres on the way, but it can be done. However, time is still scarce, right? We're still limited to living to 100 years. There's no elves inside. Maybe there's some elves in this room. Please come talk to me after the class and share your secrets. And there's no time machine yet, right? And there's big fundamental limits to if that can be done. So, in summary, with all that text, robotics and automation is going to continue to accelerate, and we will free up, reduce the money it takes to get those resources, have a lot of abundance, and the elves are still gonna be not in sight, so we have to be really careful with our time. Okay. All right. On that note, can we accelerate the testing and the mixed design and the QC of concrete because we know we are so limited on time, right? When I see that, okay, still in 2025, we're waiting 1 month to get the 28-day strength. We're waiting several months to do durability testing. Can we reduce that to a few days? Can we reduce that to a few minutes, right? So that's the question we started to ask a couple of years ago, and we started to look at, the first thing was the reactivity of supplementary cementitious materials, such as fly ash, slag, natural pozzolans, and things such as calcine clays. So this was the work done by a team of students here. We came up with a very kind of neat, low-cost method using cameras to detect concentrations of aluminum and silicon in these liquids, which would typically require an expensive piece of equipment like an ICP, which is like a few $100K, and this is all done with like a $50 camera, right? So if you look at reactivity tests, and without going too much in detail, there's the strength activity index test, takes about 28 days. I call it the tortoise. There was the R3 test developed 10 years ago. It's a little bit faster, can be done in a week. And then the test that my lab has developed, we call it the UR2 test. I'm still kind of thinking on what animal to call it, but we're going with this fast-running cheetah. And there's many tests, there's many animals in the jungle, right? And if you want to interest, you can read this paper. But really, I want to talk briefly about the newer test that we have. Essentially, what we came up with this idea that if something doesn't dissolve, it's not reactive. And then it's a question of what are the right conditions at which you should dissolve it. So figure out, having the right amount of NaOH concentration and the temperature. And when you dissolve it, you can get the right concentrations, which then map to long-term reactivity. Okay. And then you got aluminum and silicon, how are you going to measure it? Well, you can use an expensive ICP, like 300K, or you can simply take a picture of it, right? Calibrate the color to the concentration, and you have a very low-cost sensor to measure these concentrations, which is at the ppm to ppb level, okay, parts per billion. We come up with this index, done in 5 minutes, And turns out I'm going to show some results here with one of the samples here. This is calcined clays. It's an emerging SCM in several parts of the world. There's some few plants come up in Africa because there's a shortage of limestone over there. By testing more than 100 calcined clays, we actually have a very nice correlation between the 5-minute and the 7-day method. And if you compare the 5-minute method with the 28-day, there also we see a very nice correlation. The next step is now to test this material in fly ashes, natural pozzolans. We are seeing promising results on those materials, so that can be universal for all SCMs. But for that, maybe we have to wait until next year to see how the results are. And the long-term aspiration is to build an automated sort of a benchtop version and an inline version so that this test can be in a fully automated way. So nobody has to do that wet chemistry, and you just drop a 1 gram of your SCM. In 5 minutes, it tells you what's the quality of it. And for a producer, like an SCM producer, they can do real-time quality control for their any kind of operation, whether drying, grinding, calcining, and make a very consistent product for the end user, which will be a concrete producer. The other thing we have been also looking at the durability of concrete, right? We want to make concrete which lasts for a long time and doesn't suffer from failure and cracking and so on. So we started looking at sorptivity test, and we developed this method using, again, low-cost cameras. Using computer vision, we're able to track the intake of water in concrete. Essentially, if you consider concrete, the 1585 is the standard test where you measure the weight change as it absorbs water. We thought, why don't we do it with cameras? Because we know concrete is really like a sponge. It slowly sucks in water, right, if you expose it from the bottom. And if you can quantify it using computer vision, we can actually then start to predict sorptivity. And a student here was a bit creative, so he made Illinois logo mortars and see the water going into those shaped cubes. And we can see for paste through concrete, we are now able to predict sorptivity reasonably well. This particular work, all the code, everything is available online, so you can find and download and run on your own. Only thing you need to do is buy these $30 cameras, and everything else is available for free. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about some of the work we're doing with some of the big tech companies in helping build their data centers and specifically design the concrete for those mixes. So here's one example, the latest data center from Meta in Minnesota. This is going to be coming up online in next year. It's about 700,000 square feet, so really, really massive structure. The AI Optimix is developed jointly by Meta, Amrise, and my lab at University of Illinois. And you can now find online all the kind of details. There's several news releases. We're still writing the technical paper on this, so next year you'll have a more technical paper, but if you want to read for a general audience, you can find these links. But the whole idea here is you can essentially use AI to build data centers to build more AI. Okay, so kind of like a very circular AI thing. So what we do here is we take all the materials from that specific site, right? Because we know the materials quality can change from site to site. We bring it to our lab, we design concrete mixes, test them, feed them to the open source AI model that Meta has developed. We get the results, feed them back into our lab, do some optimizations. It's kind of a human and AI mixed optimization. And ultimately, the AI starts to now generate mixes which are actually quite interesting. For example, in one of the cases here, for an application, if you consider this Pareto frontier of strength versus global warming potential in terms of CO2 footprint, the AI-generated mixes can start to even exceed the performance of industry mixes depending on what you're measuring. So in this case, we care about strength and GWP. You generally want to move further and further into this direction where you have lower GWP and higher strength. That's one thing, right? You can generate mixes based on what your requirements are. The second thing is you can now forecast and predict the strength gain, right? So you can say that, okay, I have this mix, predict what the strength gain is going to be. Again, in this one example, this is what is the AI mix predicts. It's like, forecasting weather, right? For forecasting weather today, the AI is much better than human forecasters, right? It can predict much better than what the humans can. It's the same thing we want to do for concrete that, okay, for the next 28 days, this is how the strength will look like. This is the error. And then green is what is actually measured, right? Again, but I want to be very clear that this is very early preliminary data. It's built on a relatively small data set of a few hundred mixes, which was done at our lab. In the future, as the data set becomes bigger and we get more and more variety of different things, this will only get stronger. right? And again, here also I want to maybe point out, right, there's several companies, right? Companies like Geotech here, they're building this AI-based platform which can also do this kind of a similar thing, right? I would say one difference here is this is the direction here we're taking is an open source approach, so anybody can use it for an academic purpose, or if there's a industry person who wants to adopt and play with their data, that's something can be done. But again, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, but the early results are quite promising. Okay, so again, to summarize in a meme, right, what do you want to do? Do you want to maximize performance or minimize CO2 footprint? And sometimes this is a kind of a stressful decision, right, because you add more SCMs and your early performance suffers, your strength goes down, and your other issues start to be. But if you optimize using AI, you can actually have both, right? So this is the future, I think we are aspiring for. And it is possible. It is definitely possible. We just need to have clearly defined specs of what kind of performance we're looking for, and we can have it. Okay, in terms of outlook, there's a bunch of papers that have come out of the past few years from my lab. Again, all of them are available online. You should be able to access them. If you have any problem, you can email me or one of my students, and we can share those with you. In terms of summarizing the outlook here, the particle analysis, Raman imaging is a powerful tool for phase identification. Size and shape of all the binders and the aggregates are very important levers to optimize the concrete performance. The accelerated testing is another thing I'm very passionate about, and here some of the tests we have for reactivity and sorptivity can be very helpful in speeding up that initial mix design, right? There's a lot of new materials also coming in the market. If you're going to spend years to validate them, so much money and time is lost. And finally, data centers is going to continue to grow, both in terms of their number and size. Right? There's some projections that even at some point when the human population stabilizes, I really hope it doesn't, with all that plans to colonize different planets and so on. I think it will continue to exponentially grow. But at some case, if it were to stabilize, the only thing we'll be building is still data centers, right? Because our demand for data demand for data and computation is going to only increase. So there is a lot of opportunity to make significant gains in speed, performance, cost, and sustainability, right? 4 levers, very complicated to do it for a single human, but AI can help. Okay, so with that, I want to thank all my students who really helped me do all the things mentioned here. I want to thank my group. Thank you to all, and if anybody wants a copy of these slides, I've put a PDF under this QR code. You're welcome to download it, and with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, part of your testing, did you take into account different mineralogies, like, for instance, limestone? Typically, you'll get additional lime into your mixes. And then also talk about how all through your testing did you look at, like, the sand particles and, your sand equivalencies and compensate for clays that may be associated with those particles?
Right. So I guess there's 2 questions here. The first one, when you say take into account the limestone, are you talking about the limestone in the type 1L? Cement or
no, specifically to the aggregate, right? So you're gaining some additional limestone if it's on the a decant on your crushed limestone, depending on the mineralogy of your aggregate.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this is for the size and the shape work, right? So for that work, we did not vary the mineralogy, right? We just stick to same kind of mineralogy, but only play with the size and shape. Okay. In the future, yes, we want to then take it next step forward. We start playing with the mineralogy as well, whether it's limestone, granite, or different kinds.
Two questions. On that reactivity test, are you at a working standard?
No, not yet. So I think my goal here is that we have tested this fully and shown the data on calcined clays. I would like to do this on fly ashes, natural pozzolans, fully vet the method, and then maybe go to ASTM and get like a standard. And then at that point would be a good step to move forward, because I don't want to kind of spend all the time to get a standard out, but then the method doesn't work on other materials.
In the bigger picture with the civil engineering profession, are you and your colleagues stressing for the next generation of engineers that for concrete technology and materials, that the whole material mix is going to change, that the availability of higher quality materials will not be the same as it was in the past, and that engineers will have to be more creative in how they approach mixed designs and how they propose them to agencies and customers?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good question. I think there's two sides to that, right? The short answer is generally yes, because now the complexity of the concrete is only going to increase, right? We have much more different kind of SCMs, all these blended cements, right? We have the type 1L, but then we'll have type 1P, type 1T on the horizon. So for a concrete mix designer and the next generation of students, it is going to be much harder as opposed to 30 years ago when you have very less ingredients. Same on the admixture side. There's so many admixtures on the market, right? So it will get harder, right? The second part, and then we have to educate and train them, and that's what we're trying to do. But the second part is with tools, newer tools, whether it's tools such as advanced characterization methods, advanced microscopes, or advanced low-cost sensors, and AI, it will also get then easier to handle that complexity, right? So this kind of, things are getting difficult, but our tools are also getting more sophisticated. So it's just that kind of future.
Last question, then we'll move on.
Thanks, Nishant. That was great. Question about the phase quantification or particle sizing. Do you think that within the next 5 years, or say 10 years maybe, that we can have hyperspectral or Raman spectroscopy at the edge, like at production sites, so that operators can understand the phases as they're batching, and they can make adjustments or send, call up their suppliers and say something's wrong here?
Yeah, I think it's a really, really nice question, and I think this is like the long-term vision, right? So I can tell you, in 2018, like 7 years ago when I was hired at the university, somebody asked me that question, and I said, yeah, in 10 years, we'll have that, right? So 7 years are gone, okay? I think, we are optimistic that it's gonna happen, but it really takes some time. The bottleneck is there, for the Raman imaging work. That sensor is pretty expensive, right? That equipment is like $300K equipment. So somebody has to really, really downscale that, make a cheaper version of that, I don't know, 10K, 20K, to bring it to a concrete plant, right? And but it can be done, and that's something I really would like to build, but I don't want to give a time frame because time frames are tough. Like the first adopters should be really cement producers. Right? Cement producers right now using X-ray diffraction. So they want to move on to Raman imaging and use it as a complementary tool. The other adopters I want to be the consultants, right? The forensic investigators. They still use optical microscopy for petrography, right? And I talk to them, hey, let's use SCM and Raman. They're like, no, the optical system is just good. And we have to convince those guys. So yeah, forensic experts, cement producers are the first target, then concrete producers are after, and then aggregate producers are after, right? So we have to wait. But it's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. We will move on to our next panel discussion, Paths to Sustainability. If that panel would like to come to the stage, that would be awesome. Moderator for this will be Barry Honig.
Good. How are you? Open OneDrive. Okay. We ready? Oh, I thought we were having a full introduction. Okay, I am Barry Honig. I am the president and CEO and founder of TruckPay. And welcome to everyone to our panel on paths in sustainability. I want to, hopefully, our discussion this afternoon will sustain you in your level of awakeness after that lunch. So I want to introduce our panel. We're going to first we'll start with Andrew. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Poliskevich, one of the managing partners of Eco Materials in Philadelphia. Our facility is an industrial contaminated soil wash recycling operation where we take in excavation waste, and through our CD equipment out of Northern Ireland, we separate the sand and stone materials out of the soil and clean it to a point where it's resellable back into the construction industry.
Great, thank you. And Andrea Johnson from CDRA, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Andrea Johnson, and I am the Executive Director of the Construction and Demolition Recycling Association. We're a national association promoting the recovery and recycling of construction and demolition materials.
Great, thank you. And Håkan, can you introduce yourself?
Yes. So my name is Håkan Holmgren, CEO and co-founder from Checkproof, and is from Sweden. And Checkproof is a software provider to the construction material industry, but also have experience with recycled material a lot from my previous career before I started Checkproof, and also supporting a lot of customer that's doing a lot of recycling material.
Thank you. And Mark.
Hi, everyone. Mark Mazzotti, CEO and co-founder of Ultrabiota. We have two products that we make. One is called Delta C, which is a circular product that's made from byproduct biomass and converted into a liquid admixture that can help improve the quality of the performance of concrete while decarbonizing it. And the other one is called Digital Aggregate, which we've talked a little bit about here last couple days, which is computer vision technology for giving rich characterizations of aggregate materials, which I think is also, in a way, supporting circular and sustainable marketplaces because it allows for advanced recovery and reuse of difficult construction byproducts, et cetera.
Thank you. And Logan.
Yeah, Logan Pickles from Luckstone. I'm the Senior IT Director. We have about 26 locations and take Big Rock and make Little Rock.
So yeah, as I said, I'm Barry Honig, and we do truck scale management software as well as fleet management software. And I particularly love this field of circular economy, of being able to take materials, recycle them, turn them into really productive, useful materials. It's really one of the great win-wins I think that we have, where you can avoid filling up landfills, which are already too full, create new jobs, promote more new technologies, both on the physical and software side, and really make not only the planet a better place, but make more and interesting products. Now, what I'm going to attempt to do here is something which, well, for those of you who've been exposed to me for the last day, is try to be quiet and ask questions and listen more. Let me start out with a first question. I'll initially direct this one at Mark. Anyone can feel free to jump in afterward. So, Mark, can you talk about some of the kind of alternative materials that for SCMs that are being used, how they're impacting the concrete industry, and how they're helping to substitute for materials that may be becoming in short supply now?
Yeah, happy to. I think before I talk about new ones, I'd like to talk about old ones. You know, I think the concrete industry has been at the forefront of circular economy for a long time. I mean, if you think about materials like fly ash and ground granulated blast furnace slag or silica fume, I mean, these are huge recovery operations in use, and they're really put to good use, not only for technical reasons, but for environmental reasons in the last few years. But you're seeing other things like, say, ground glass. I mean, ground glass is a pozzolan and a supplementary cementitious material that has grown in popularity recently. I think, you know, one of the challenges with a material like that is supply. I mean, there's a lot of interest around it, but finding the resource can be difficult, and I think that is just singing the same refrain about fly ash and steel slag and silica fume that a lot of producers have heard over the years, which is, can I get it? And so then, of course, other things like calcined clays, which Nishant talked a little bit about. They're highly abundant, like clay materials. And I mean, you follow a lot of the same processes you do for calcining limestone. So those are quite interesting and I think emerging at a rapid rate. Then, of course, you know, there's materials like the ones we produce, which we don't really classify them as SCMs, but they are like a filler type material that can displace cement and concrete and support performance improvements. With our Delta C product, we, unlike a lot of SCMs, you actually see early strength as well as durability. And so there's some really interesting things coming out of the market. And yeah, I'm sure that my friends beside me are recovering all sorts of stuff that can possibly go to use as SCMs in the future.
Well, great, thank you. So would anybody like to add to Mark's comments?
Yeah, I think in my short time in the recycling world here, I'm learning that with concrete, I think the focus seems to have always been on the cement and not the sand and stone aggregates because there weren't many alternatives that provided a consistent spec material. And when you're dealing with something like concrete, it has to be consistent, otherwise, you know, you're going to have larger issues. I think through wash recycling and with enough time and testing, we can win over some of these ready mix manufacturers and give them a better understanding of the performance of concrete using really what is natural sand and stone that's recovered from soil. It's not a manufactured process like some of these other materials that I've learned about. It's really just an extraction of virgin material. A little more challenging in an urban environment like Philadelphia, but we're building a facility in Fort Worth, Texas, where it's going to be processing more virgin soil, which will have more virgin sand and stone.
That's great, thanks. And Andrew, while we're on the topic, can you talk about a little bit about what's going on in terms of taking that contaminated soil, turning that into sand and aggregates and so forth? So speak a little bit about that, if you will.
Yeah, so through our process, my mic off? Sorry about that. Through our process, we extract these materials from the soil and we give them a lot of high pressure water and agitation so that the rock is truly scrubbed and the sand is scrubbed of the silt. And the silt and the water carry predominantly most of the contaminants that we see, heavy metals and oil, things like that. So that when we sell that sand and rock product, it meets residential clean fill standards because the last thing we want to do is contaminate somebody else's property. And, you know, it had to be a seer to become a believer, but really when you come to a facility that does what we do, you will see soil go in one end and out will come 57 stone number 8s, C33 concrete sand, and a masonry sand. Our byproduct in the contaminated process is our clay. That clay goes to landfill because it is carrying the contaminant. But if you're doing just clean fill washing, you can make a clean clay. And we have spoken to some cement kilns about the calcined clay, and they've been studying the contents of our clay and working with us on that as well.
Yeah, it's great. And if one thinks about that, I mean, the fact that you're taking that huge amount of soil and then taking it and turning it mostly into usable, reusable material, the burden that's being placed on the landfills is dramatically reduced. So that's great.
Yeah, we're getting about a 75% recovery rate, and we're trying to improve on that.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So while we're on this theme, Logan, can you speak a bit about Luckstone as being a major producer? How you folks are, what you're doing in the recycle and sustainability world? And if you could share some of your thoughts on how recycled production, your thoughts about how that impacts virgin production, for example.
Sure. Some of the things that we do is really from the start. So from greenfield all the way to reclamation as a whole, every site has a plan. We need to make sure that we're not overproducing for the market, making sure we're using every bit of either overburden or dust or either sand fines, whatever it may be, into other materials as well. So we test things on site. We make sure that if we can find a different use, such as the fines or the sands, into a baseball diamond sand or whatever it may be, we can actually continue to use what we're taking out in all aspects of what we're taking out of the ground.
That's great, thank you. So let's just switch gears a little bit, because what we want to cover here, we've been talking now about the sort of, we'll call it physical technologies, the technologies that help in the actual physical production recycling process. Let's talk a little bit about the software that can help support some of that. So maybe, Hoke, you can talk a little bit about how check-proof and the work in general that goes on with documentation compliance, because Andrew's mentioned already, making sure that soil meets proper standards. Mark, similarly, for what he's doing. Talk about what software can do to help in this regard.
Yeah, we have quite a lot of customers in Europe that take in a significant amount of recycled material, and it's a lot of heavy regulation to follow up what you take in, and if you get material that's not in spec that you're not allowed to take, and how you document and track that, and also if it happened, what did we do with that material, to have full documentation, the full way what we're doing with it. So that is one part where we see our software is used to document that, and also a lot with the quality, taking samples and tracking that also when it's out of spec.
Yeah, that's great. Andreas, so of course at CDRA, there's a tremendous amount of focus on data, on life cycle analysis. I'm wondering, could you speak to all of the work that's being done with this, and what CDRA in general and LCA, talk about LCA a bit and needs for data.
Sure. So the CDRA is sponsored with help of our sponsors, the two LCAs, one for gypsum recycling, the other one that we're working on for shingle recycling. And the life cycle analysis is really important, not just to us and our members, but to the greater community, contractors, across the board, even government sector, because it will give more concrete information to make these decisions. We're trying to include a calculator, which can be used even as on simple project sites, that can include, okay, you have a recycler here, but the job's here. Does it make sense logistically to ship it that distance? Are we saving, is it worth it to ship it all this way for the, to recycle it? And sometimes it doesn't, there's not enough value in that, as much as we want to recycle things. And also economically, it doesn't always pay. So these two things, the environment and the economy, because if there's not a financial benefit, or if it's too financially burdensome, it just won't happen. It's just not possible. And then so these programs go away. So the LCAs are a big push for us to get this good data and be able to make good programs.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. And I think some of the things that what we do with our scale software in this regards is being able to measure how much of the materials are coming in and how much is being used to actually landfill diverted. And that's really important in conjunction with what Andrea was saying in terms of the costs of doing it, transporting it, but actually being able to measure that in a meaningful, very meaningful way. How much, for example, fuel, how much man time, how much other materials you're using. So you really have to do sort of a total cost analysis to determine the benefits of the recycled material. Mark, I would like to ask you, because you talk a bit about the digital aggregates. Discuss that a bit more and how that plays into the whole discussion here.
Yeah, well, I mean, when recycling, say, construction debris or various materials, you need to take great care to understand the particle size of those materials. But also, beyond that, things like, say, recycled concrete aggregate is a little bit of a complex and heterogeneous material in that it's not consistent all the way through. Contains, cement, sand, and coarse aggregate. And so one of the things that we've not done yet, but we see on the roadmap for the future is using a technology like digital aggregate to actually characterize and begin to quantify how much mortar is on recycled concrete aggregate versus like virgin stone within there, so you can have a better understanding of the absorption of that aggregate, which is a critical aspect of using any aggregate. And then, in discussions with Andrew, there's probably a lot of different ways that it can be used in soil reclamation in terms of understanding the particle size of the various phases that you're separating. And so I think computer vision, like David Boardman has shown us over the years, and we're trying to do with our own technologies, has huge potential for helping the bulk materials industry.
Great, thank you. So, Andrew, can you talk a bit about what do you see? You're doing the contaminated soil. Do you see other applications for the kind of technology you have with other materials, for example? And do you see? I know you said you're going into Fort Worth, which is great. Do you see that there will be opportunity to really expand this out? Or have operations, whether it's you or others, doing this across the country so that we can deal with contaminated soil in a meaningful way?
Sure. So there's absolutely other feed materials. Some of the things we're looking at are C&D fines, railroad ballast, what's the other? The sand they use in the foundry sand. So there's different waste streams that we can potentially feed into the material and still make a spec product on the back end. Our next application will be the C&D fines that we're going to be attempting and trying to understand how much of that we can, sort of blend into the feed. There's also hydro excavation and vac truck spoils. I'm involved in another business that has a vac truck, and that's constantly an issue of getting rid of that wet material. So the facility with some additional equipment can accept that. And what happens there is we reclaim that water that's coming out of that material. So it's, instead of being a nuisance like it is for a landfill or reclamation site, it's actually water positive for us. And the other part of the question is absolutely, I think these facilities are needed in not just contaminated markets, but just in general major metro areas or areas that are missing close aggregate producing facilities, maybe where sand's more of a challenge to find a pit, but there's still good sand content in the soil. And it's, you're never going to replace the aggregate producers, right? I think sometimes in talking to a few of my local competition, I get this, like, we're the recycled stigma, and they don't want to talk about our sand and where it comes from. We're recycled and never good enough for concrete. But we only take a small chunk of market share, and if we're really focusing on contaminated soil, it's such a benefit for sustainability that it can't be something that we just sweep under the rug because our sand may not be concrete friendly. There's a lot of other applications for sand in the concrete industry, and we sell to infrastructure guys doing a lot of pipeline work or specialty soil manufacturers that require a specific amount of sand in their product. So I think there's plenty of room to go around, and quarries and sand pits are more difficult to permit and position within a major city. A lot of cities are importing those materials from way outside the limits. I've learned more about that than I ever thought imaginable, and the fact that material is shipped out of Canada to Florida and Los Angeles makes my head spin, because the Philadelphia market does have a pretty close proximity to virgin sand and stone. So it was interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a really great point that you're making, is that there sometimes can be a perceived antagonistic relationship between virgin producers and recycled. But I think, as you pointed out, it's exactly right. The market is large enough. The demand, as we heard yesterday from our economist, an investment banker, about the growth of the industry. And I think it's exactly right what you're saying. I mean, none of us really want to have contaminated soil, like, kind of just constantly put back into the earth. So the work you're doing, I think, is fantastic. Logan, I wonder if you could share, the perspective of Luckstone on this, as the fact that you guys are producers. Do you guys kind of view the, recycle material as a positive thing? Do you see it negatively, or what is your view and thoughts on it?
I was going to say, as far as we have some C&D recycling, things like that at some of our sites, but as far as taking it, we do take in concrete, we do take in asphalt. Where we can, we try to crush it and put it back in. But I wouldn't say there's a major grievance towards anybody or anything in the market, but we do similar things. We also are very particular about what goes back into the soil. So we do have a few sites that are getting a reclamation fill, but the regulations, the timing, all those pieces are really strict around it, and we turn stuff away all the time just because of it can't go to a different truck, or there might be something, or there's some type of reason that we won't accept it. So we try to be as good about that as possible, but it is tough.
I think part of to back up, I think it's fair that the end users are concerned about recycled material. And I was on a panel at the CDRA event, and listening to some of those end users who have been shown one material by a recycler, and they make a deal, and then next thing you know, it starts that way, and then it starts changing, and they're pushing more material into it that they didn't really show the first time. And I saw that with recycled concrete years ago when that kind of came onto the market, and people weren't just throwing concrete in there. There was a lot of other materials. And so you start to see people taking advantage of being a recycler and pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable. And that's created, definitely a hesitation sometimes in the use of recycled products. And I think that's the kind of differentiation between what we're doing, is that, with the type of equipment that we're using, we're getting a consistent back-end product. We're not just a crusher and a screener, and somebody's throwing a little bit of wood and brick on top of the recycled concrete that they're making, and among other things. So I think we all have a lot of work to do in the recycling space to kind of break through it from what has been done in the past.
That's great. Andrea, can you speak about what members of the association, since you're really at the kind of the nexus in terms of the producers, recyclers, et cetera, what you're hearing, what people's thoughts are in terms of using recycled material, and what can be done, what is being done to kind of verify the integrity of those materials, sort of like a good housekeeping seal, if you will.
Yeah, very interesting. I think it really depends on the material itself. There's when you say recycled materials, of course, there's everything from plastics to cardboard to, aggregates, so forth. But I'll stay with the aggregates side, as well as with shingles, which I think are two that would apply most to this audience. And there is a problem. There is a problem with trying to get consistency, let's put it that way, because a recycler has to work with anything they receive, right? So if they receive inconsistent material, they have to always adjust to that, which causes challenges. if they're receiving concrete, brick and block, or if they're receiving shingles, and trying to work with a hot mix asphalt plant for consistency to go back into roads, or if it's trying to meet specs for, RCA used in some other form. It is a challenge. It's one of the things as an association that we're working on, is trying to help members set standards. It's one of the things that we're really pushing across the board. And it's a hard push because it changes also regionally as far as what can be done. So I think it's something we definitely need to work on. I think that the recyclers who are consistently showing testing, if you are using recycled material, request testing. A good recycler will have it. They can back it up. Also, there's certification authorities out there, for lack of a better word, that can help, verify data and so forth as far as consistency. And I would say use those and rely on those. And it is an emerging issue with the recycling industry as we try to grow and push it and use it in a more commercial based.
Great, thank you. Hoke, can you talk to, in terms of the technologies, because we're talking here about verification, providing documentation, doing stuff in real time. Can you talk a little bit about what was going on in Europe now, how those regulations may be informing what's going to happen here, and what can be done from a software perspective to give users of recycled aggregates or concrete, et cetera, more confidence in the materials?
I think the biggest, what we have been challenged in Europe has been like standards, what material that you're allowed to use when you're building a road. That's been the biggest challenge when we talk about recycling materials in Europe and in Sweden, that you are not able to sell it because the specification that's saying that should come from natural rock. And that's a little bit been a change that a lot of talk in like Swedish Aggregates Association, that talk, okay, how could we change the standard to allow to use more recycled material? And also if you look at concrete in Sweden, we have the same challenge that you're not allowed to use recycled material because traceability, where it comes from. And that's been a big challenge. Now we see a lot of like smaller like bricks and so that need to have the traceability to do it. But for us as a software supplier, is what we're trying to solve, help the customer with, is to build the process and routines to secure permits and secure traceability, so you can be able to help to build the new standards to secure the products that you're producing.
Yeah, absolutely. So really kind of marrying, if you will, the work that is being done on the physical side, the work that you're doing on compliance, documentation, validation, what we do in terms of actually really measuring it, weighing it, et cetera. Combining all of the disciplines together, I think, is really what is going to enable the circular economy to keep growing and booming as it should. What I'd like to do...
Real quick, I had a thought, because...
Please.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Please.
This is kind of where I found Mark's technology pretty interesting, is that I was a contractor before I got into recycling, and you would put in a document, your gradation report, and whether that's for, virgin stone or recycled concrete, a lot of the times, we would just grab one that was in the file, and they're 3 years old. And that recycled concrete from that supplier back then, I'm sure he maybe picked a 5-gallon bucket of his best looking stuff and took that to the lab. So Mark's technology would be taking that information in real time and checking the gradation of our aggregates being produced in real time. And we would have some kind of, like, I'm thinking, as I'm listening to him yesterday, is like how we could give access to our purchasers on our website in real time. There's this secrecy too much around it. And I think it all goes back to what we're talking about here and some of the sins of the past. And there's so much great technology out here producing such great spec product in sand pits, mines, and recycling operations. It's why not give the consumer the confidence by sharing more information that isn't dated. And part of that's cost. You know, if I send material to a lab today and I don't get it back for a week and I've already sold that sand, it's kind of dated. So I think that's where I was really interested in what you were doing.
Yeah, thanks for that. And you know, even just in terms of an audit trail, you know, a sieve analysis, nobody keeps the stone or sand or whatever that they sieved. You know, they just have somebody that wrote it down, and whether they wrote it down correctly or not. Whereas with something like computer vision and say digital aggregate our technology, I mean, you could potentially have 100 images associated with a particle size distribution of a material that you ship to somebody. And if they ever ask you and say, here they are, you can have somebody else analyze them if you want, right? Another party, just as a verification. And so it gives a bit of an audit trail, which I think is really important, especially for recycled materials where heterogeneity is more of a problem, can be more of a problem.
Absolutely. Okay, before we, well, how are we doing on time here? Before we open it up for questions, we'll start from Andrea and work our way down. What do we think the future looks like for the next 10 years for being able to really improve the circular economy, the economics around it, what should be done to really increase it? I mean, after all, space to bury old bad materials is not growing; it's shrinking. As Will Rogers said about real estate, it's a good investment because God ain't making any more of it. And so, Andrea, if you could start, what do you think? What does the future look like, and how can we improve on it from here?
Yeah, so interesting question. Of course, I come from a waste and recycling background, but I feel that we need to shift our thinking that recycling material is material, not waste. And there's a statistic that's going around, it's unverified, but for every 6 landfills that are closing, only 1 is opening. On either coast, West Coast, East Coast, we have a huge landfill problem. You know, yeah, it's a huge issue. And because of that, we really need to look at how we can conserve this space. And throwing good materials that can be reused in any other way is really going to hurt us economically. And one of the things as a hauler, I had a roll-off company. As a hauler, we had a local landfill in Richmond close, Shoesmith landfill, and it was a major landfill. When it closed, as a hauler, my tipping fees went from $40 a ton to $65 in 2 weeks. So I had to, of course, pass that cost on to all my customers because there's only a limited places you can take it, right? Because you have to take it to a permitted landfill. The thing is, this is an economic issue as much as it is a sustainability issue because waste, everybody pays for waste. If you're on a construction job, your household, the schools, the government, your grocery store, it doesn't matter. I mean, if the landfills fill up and they close and there's not another place to take it, or if you have to transport it further, it increased costs. And aggregates, concrete, brick, block are the #1 recoverable construction material, period. And to landfill it is really, I think, a shame because it can be used. Even if you can't put it back into a concrete mix, it can be used as road base. Think of how many rural communities, I came from a rural community in Virginia, and our primary, we made aggregates on site, and our #1 use was local people using it on their roads. So the thing is that these materials can be used, they don't have to be landfilled, and I think the landfill issue in the next decade will be one of our biggest.
Absolutely. Okay, who's it? Logan?
Yeah, I don't know if I can top that one. No, it was great. For us, to me, I really think it's going to be, kind of heard from Andrew and some others, around transparency, around data, making it actionable. As much as we want to say we do a great job now as technology advances in equipment and software, you throw AI over data, you can do more analytics. I think we'll just get better and better. So I'm looking at least my thought is a lot of our challenges will be able to use data if we can make it actionable and actually work through some of these scenarios.
Absolutely. How about Hoke?
Yeah, I think like if you look at like countries like UK, we did work with a lot of different countries, probably UK, Belgium, and those countries are the ones that I've been seeing is the best on this recycling. And it's a lot, I think, also of logistic and getting like use the material between the sites that you're using also. And there's been some invention in Sweden where look at like, okay, if you have us working on a site here, you can order material from the other one to get it moving. So it's because sometimes the material could be not need to go through a plant to be recycled, it could be used directly also. So it's a lot of things that are happening, but also we talk of sustainability in general. I think also the things that is happening a lot now with Volvo and CAT is like rebuilding, utilize the equipment more and not give them a second life. That's something that's starting to come in now, especially into the aggregates, especially in Europe when we see rebuild project. Instead of building and buying a new machine, you rebuild it again and use it.
We've definitely done that. I totally understand.
Yeah. So there's a lot that's happening there, and also utilizing the processing equipment most efficient, like reduce the CO2 footprint and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, and if you could say something. And I think one topic we didn't cover was, which we should cover before we wrap up here, is decarbonization. Can you talk a little bit about that along with the future?
Yeah, I'd love to. So I think what I think I'd like to see happen moving forward is a little more policy coordination, federally, state, province level. The concrete industry has been a real leader in resource recovery and reuse and circularity. And, you've seen the concrete industry, like the steel industry and the coal-fired power generation industries, they've all sort of grown together, right? And they've created this synergistic sort of environment. And now we see the sustainability movement, which is critical, but now we're starting to see blast furnaces close, and we're starting to see coal-fired power plants close. But I don't think the policymakers are considering the impacts on those circular supply chains. And I'll give you an example. I mean, where I come from in Nova Scotia, it's virtually all coal-fired generation in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, and it's also an area where there's, reactive aggregates. And so you need to use, fly ash materials in your concrete mix designs in order to mitigate the reactivity of those aggregates. And they're starting to close down power plants. And it's like, well, where's the fly ash going to come from? It's not just a nice to have a material that you can use in lieu of cement or for sustainability. It's actually technically needed to utilize a lot of these accessible aggregates that are within reasonable range of projects. So I would like to see more coordination on that front. And also, just in terms of like the diminishing supply of things like blast furnace slag or fly ash. I mean, to start to think about like allocating those for technical reasons, blast furnace slag for like low heat mix designs for hydroelectric dams or things like this, fly ash for areas with reactive aggregates. When considering the sustainable opportunities or the decarbonization opportunities that come with them, I don't think we should, be taking those materials from projects that actually need them and moving them over to projects that want to decarbonize when they're actually needed for real, technical reasons elsewhere. So it's complicated, and I think the policymakers need to be a little more thoughtful moving forward on how we proceed with policy decisions.
I couldn't agree with you more. Coming from the state of New Jersey, where our genius politicians decided to close our coal plants and shut down some of our nuclear stuff, the end result of that was 22% increase in electric power rates, because they also told us to use EVs. So yes, a bit more coordination, a bit more thoughtfulness would be great. Andrew, any thoughts in terms of the future?
Yeah, I think, in listening to everybody speak through this event and trying to understand where AI fits into my daily life in construction and aggregates, I think there's such a great inefficiency in transportation and logistics. My background, the trucking that we would use for just our business, that all our competition is using trucks elsewhere. They're leaving the city, they're coming back empty. So this great inefficiency in transportation is causing more, you talk about the environment, right? So we're burning more fuel, we're putting more truck traffic on the roads, where if there was some kind of, I think about these cars I see driving around this city by themselves, there's got to be some kind of tech system to that to determine where to best position those vehicles as they await a customer. So how can AI and technology be applied to logistics so that maybe then in the future there's some kind of shared truck program between competing businesses, but we're all kind of benefiting financially and environmentally from that. It seems like way above my understanding of how AI works, but it seems like somebody could simply put that together.
All right, excellent. All right, let me open up. I know there were some folks who beforehand mentioned they may have some questions. So let me open it up for some questions from the audience for the panel.
I have lots of questions. I actually asked your predecessor, and it's something that I bring up specifically in and around the subject when we speak to folks, which is in order to get adoption for better practices and utilization, the question is like carrot and stick. I heard you talk about value, right? What is the real value? What is the cost versus the benefit? And I wonder if we need something, the closest analog that I can come up with is like LEED, right? What LEED did for environmental impact on vertical construction back in the early days, how they started and built that, and they set practices and standards, and then that was something that everyone could build on. And part of that was need driven, but then part of it was standardization, so that there was a proper way to have uniform measurement and impact, and then you could benefit from that, whether it was a state or federal or local incentive, but also just for some of the inefficiencies that you've talked about. Do you think something like that is required, or do you think it can be kind of addressed?
Yeah, we actually are working on that, not at a level like LEED at a national level, but we are working with that. For example, shingles, which has been an issue. There's been a lot of technological advancements in how that feeds in, but we have forums and we try to match recyclers with producers, because really you have to take, if you're paving, I know you guys are in concrete, so you understand that mixed design is so critical. It's the same in asphalt. So oftentimes you have to get the recycler to work directly with the asphalt plant who's going to receive it, and they have to make the specifications specifically for them. So it is, I don't know if there's not a blanket answer to that, but we do need to have some more structure and more education and being able to teach people how to do this, how to have standards. The same with gypsum. You have gypsum that goes back into manufacturing is different than gypsum that goes in maybe for agricultural uses. So those are kind of things that, it's tricky. We have a long way to go, but it would be nice to be able to have one sort of standard format across the board. Maybe one day.
I would like to add something on there in terms of incentivization and how to propel these things forward. I think a good example comes out of the great state of New Jersey. The tax credit that you can get for decarbonization. I think it still exists. Maybe I'm wrong, but there was one in place a few years ago. I really like that one because it's not saying you need to meet this target. And some producers might say, like, how do I meet that target? I don't have any materials to do this, so I can't bid on this project. It just means that, like, if you can, decarbonize, you get a tax credit. So, it incentivizes people to do it, but it doesn't, create constraints or barriers for them to participate. So I think more programs like that can be, rolled out at the state level would be really great because I think they're very flexible and should work.
From what I've heard, I think that's what's driven more recycling in Europe is there's a landfill tax. And I think it's created more innovation for people to find ways to recycle, to divert more materials from the landfill. And I feel like in the US, we get a taste of that more so on the price, but that's not the same thing as a landfill tax.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point you make, with having a tax credit. One of the other issues I think that needs to be that we hear a lot from our customers is the whole permitting process and how long it takes to actually get permits to do recycling facilities, whether it's a MRF or a transfer station, anything to try to divert the material. So on the one hand, some of the governments talk about wanting to encourage landfill diversion, but on the other hand, they don't make it so easy to actually build the facility in order to accomplish that. I think one of the other things that's very clear, per Andrea's initial comment about distances and how far things have to travel. If we have more of these facilities in various locations, so that folks don't have to travel far to justify the recycling, that will certainly improve things. Other questions?
Barry, I just want to point out, I think there is a method for expediting projects in New Jersey. It's called payola.
Yep, and that's why we have all this great fraud prevention in our software.
If there's no other questions, let's have a hand for our panel. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, Barry. Thank you. Thank you.
Barry, Andrew, Mark, can I get a quick photo here?
Our next panel discussion will be Conversations with AI, and Stuart Burgess will moderate that. So if you guys can make your way to the stage.
We'll see. I don't have David and Thomas, so it's like a wrangle those guys. I just say we only have a half hour. We'll see how that goes. Would you like to go ahead? Yeah. So I'm gonna start this. We're ready, and then if you want to put that image that we had in the background. Wow. All right.
Okay. So.
Sweet.
And then you said you could mute and unmute?
Yep.
Okay.
So it should be good to go.
You didn't need the person.
I don't, no. So as long as the audio is live from my computer, which we went through earlier, we should be good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Do like a see here? Yeah, close. That's good, so I have room to hand the microphone to it. Our special guest, Aggie, is only, we can only touch it with this mic, so she doesn't get confused.
I'm so excited you did this. He wants us close.
I don't want to talk to the AI. I'm scared.
If you don't, then we're good.
He doesn't understand me.
Be nice to it.
To our audience.
This will be fun.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you again for doing it.
How do we clap for an LLM? This is the most important
It'll
question.
be interesting, yeah. It'll be interesting. We'll see.
Now, are you going to share your setup and what you did, or is that a secret?
So I tried a few different setups. I tried building a whole custom, and I did different things. But I found creating a custom GPT in ChatGPT, their voice-to-text features has gotten so much better in just the last couple weeks that I switched to that. But I had a bot that was me that was going to be up on the screens too.
Cool.
But with the latency and everything, I needed lightning fast internet, and any kind of lag or anything cut off. I was like, I just can't rely on that, even with tethering. So do you prompt it or stage it in a certain way, correct? A little bit. It's got a knowledge base, but we good?
You can roll anytime.
All right.
Tell everybody, pay attention.
All right, everybody. Am I on here? There we go. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Try not to throw the schedule off too much here. And yeah, excited to be here. This is our second year for all three of us. So excited to see the quality of the people who showed up, and excited to see this whole thing come together, and looking forward to this panel. It's been a little bit of prep work. So I'm Stuart Burgess, chairman of Burgex Mining Consultants and co-founder. You saw the other founder, Crystal Burgess, earlier today. And part of my job as chairman is to be the man in the tower on the ship looking out towards the future in the distance and looking for big waves and islands and potentially whales that we can bring in. And one of the things that came across my radar a couple of years ago was AI. I had a colleague that was one of the first people to be introduced to ChatGPT that said, you've got to sign up for this right now, like literally go do this right now. And so I did, and I was one of the first 10,000 to sign up and start using it. And since then, I've been using AI daily because it's going to be such a huge thing. So I'm glad to be here hosting the panel, and I'm very excited to introduce a special guest. Hey, Aggie, you're live. Would you like to introduce yourself to our audience?
Absolutely. Hey, everyone. I'm Aggie the AI. Think of me as your friendly neighborhood digital panelist here at AggNexus. I'm here to chat all things AI and the future of aggregates, and hopefully keep it fun along the way. So let's dive in.
Sounds good, Aggie. I'm going to introduce the other panelists, and then we'll have some questions for you.
Perfect. That sounds like a plan. I'll be right here, ready to jump in whenever you're ready for those AI questions.
All right, and our live guests, Thomas, go ahead.
Thomas Bergmans, SVP Inform Logistics. Well, while I'm there, I'm passionate about AI. And in the prep work, Stuart asked the question, what are wins? What are AI wins? And the one that we stand up for every day is customers reporting EBIT margin increase through less logistics unit cost.
Fantastic. David?
I'm David Boardman, founder of EveryPoint. It's just a little context. We've been using machine learning for, 10 years or more, and now we have to jump on the AI bandwagon. But my personal experience with it has been in using it in image processing to do pretty boring things like pick front loaders off of stockpiles and remove stacker legs from piles. So things like that. So that's what our deep experience with machine learning is in the image side. But I'm excited to talk. This is the first time I've ever done a panel with an AI agent, so yeah, it's another first to add to the list.
Unique angle. Yeah, we definitely saw last night at your presentation how you were using machine learning 8 years ago. The two images you overlaid to make the curb, and we were able to go down and look at that in detail.
That was actually like 15 years ago, believe it or not.
Very impressive, even today. So Aggie, as part of our introductions, do you want to give us a one-sentence capability statement?
Absolutely. In one line, I'm Aggie the AI, and I'm here to help you explore how artificial intelligence can transform the aggregate industry, one smart idea at a time.
Let's ask a couple questions along that line and kind of do a little bit more speaking with you before we go to our live panelists. What do you think the biggest near-term ROI is for aggregates using AI?
Sure thing. So I'd say the biggest near-term return on investment for aggregates using AI is going to come from efficiency gains. In other words, things like predictive maintenance to cut down on downtime costs or optimizing your resource routes and logistics. Those kinds of efficiencies are relatively easy to plug in and can pay off pretty quickly. So yeah, it's all about doing more with less and getting those quick wins on the board.
Fantastic. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. For a mid-size aggregate producer, what's a 3-step starter plan where they can really get introduced to AI and start seeing those quick gains?
Oh, absolutely. Let's break it down into 3 easy steps. So first step, start with something simple like AI-driven maintenance. Just get a predictive maintenance system in place so you can avoid those unexpected equipment breakdowns. Step 2, maybe add a little AI to your inventory tracking so you know exactly what you've got and when you need to reorder. And step 3, once you're comfortable, try using AI for some basic route optimization. Just let it help you figure out the best paths for moving materials around. So with those 3 steps, you'll get a nice, easy intro, and you'll see some benefits pretty quickly.
Cool, that sounds good. We're going to talk a little bit about near-term wins here with the live panel, but what do you think are some near-term wins, maybe the number one way that an aggregate producer can introduce AI and get a win right off the bat?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the number one near-term win is definitely going to be predictive maintenance. It's kind of the low-hanging fruit of AI in this space. You put it in place, it helps you predict when machines are going to need a little TLC before they break down. And that means less downtime, less emergency repair cost, and basically a quick win that any mid-sized producer can see really fast.
Cool. So
Absolutely. Glad that helps. And yeah, it's always fun to find those quick wins. So feel free to throw any more questions my way whenever you're ready.
So going to you two, Thomas, what do you think is a near-term win? And do you agree with Aggie's assessment?
Aggie was reasonably generic, so there's nothing wrong with that. The devil is, like most people know, somewhere in the detail, and I do agree with her. I'm not so good at predictive maintenance. I don't know if that really is the thing or not. I like her position on logistics.
Yeah.
There as well, devil is in the detail. I have a little bit more a point around her starter plan, so the 3-bit starter plan. And I'm not stealing your thunder, I hope. No. But yeah, it's a little bit of a competition between the two of us here.
Yes.
The first thing is tell you people what you want to do. If you throw a tool at them, AI or whatever, if they don't know what you're heading for, well, step 0 is tell them. Please, pretty please.
All right, David, what do you have?
My brain's spinning on his response.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. So back to the base question. What do you think would be easily accessible near-term wins? And then do you agree with Aggie's assessment?
Well, I want to know more about Maggie's assessment because I've looked at equipment inspection and condition assessment of various assets over the years, and it's definitely doable. I'm curious how she recommends doing it, so I'd love to drill deeper with her and ask her some specifics on that. That would be fun. I think there's likely a lot of use of, we'll say, ChatGPT or Grok or Gemini or pick your favorite chatbot that is already helping companies. Information retrieval has completely been transformed, right? From putting in a few random words on something and then having to read or skim 5 or 6 documents to try to get some insight. That's completely transformed, how people access information. And there's likely, day-to-day decisions that are going on, whether it's figuring out how to deal with a piece of machinery or how to find some customer information or how to build a proposal response that's already being used. So I think first I would say fanning the flames of getting every employee used to using this mode of information retrieval and sharing specific examples within the company of how people are doing it to save a little bit of time in finding information. So maybe mine's a little less glamorous, but I think that's a great way right out of the gates is just to encourage the use to find information to help people get the knowledge they need to do their job today. And that's where I would start.
And adding on what David just said is we've spoken to an LLM, a large language model. That was information retrieval. Stuart just did. LLM has been trained on enormous amount of data. from Dave's website, from yours, from ours, and others. So it is kind of telling back to us what we told it in the first place.
Yeah.
Not Inform telling Edgy to tell us today that that is the message, but it got it from there. So
It did.
Edgy is not capable of doing an optimized plan. There are different tools in the AI world to do that, but she gave us information, and now if you really want to go down to the bottom of it, we'll have to converse with her.
Right.
Yeah, that she finds more
See
information.
how deep she can go.
Yeah, and then with that information, we'll have to do our homework.
Yep. I agree. This segues really nicely into my next question. So, talking about adoption, and David brought up a great point, just getting people used to using AI within a company is really important. And a lot of people have fears and they perceive risks and things. We'll start with you, Aggie. What do you think is the best way to address some of those potential fears of people in a company adopting AI?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question and a really common one. I think the best way to address those fears is just starting with a little bit of education and transparency. So basically show people that AI is there to make their lives easier, not to replace them. You can do small pilot projects so they can see it in action and realize it's not some kind of mysterious black box. And also just keep the communication open. Let them ask questions, let them see how it works, and show them that it's a tool that can really help them out day to day. So a little bit of transparency and a little bit of hands-on experience, and that usually does the trick.
Just one follow-up question. What's one misconception that you're often presented with about AI, and how do you address it?
Yeah, definitely. So one big misconception I hear a lot is the idea that AI is just going to come in and take over everyone's jobs completely. And the way to address that is really to explain that AI is more like a tool to assist people rather than replace them. It's kind of like having a really smart helper that can take on the boring, repetitive tasks and let people focus on the more interesting stuff. So just reframing it that way usually helps people feel a lot more comfortable.
Any comments on that from the panel?
Chatbots just always sound very confident and very convincing.
Yes.
And I always take it with a grain of salt. When I interact with ChatGPT or things in a knowledge area that I know in aggregates, it knows very little. But it comes up with answers that are really convincing with lots of information. But I know with my subject matter expertise, it's not even close to being right. So I'd say, would you consult and trust Cliff from Cheers? Right at the end of the bar, if anybody ever watched Cheers, right, the know-it-all who really knew nothing. So I often think of interacting with ChatGPT would be like talking to Cliff at the bar. Sure would have an answer for everything really fast and really convincing, but if I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm like, yeah, sounds right to me. But again, I don't know. I have to dig deeper and dive deeper, and it often runs out of valuable information very quickly in a good domain. But I'm not saying it's not helpful, but I'm just saying we have to learn, and I think humans who are interacting with this are learning how to put their BS filter on, right? And no, let me ask this because it'll spur some neurons, it'll get me thinking, maybe it'll take me in a direction, but I'm not just going to blindly accept what it says, right? So I love these answers. They sound fun. She sounds very confident. But, is she right? I don't know. That's a fun discussion.
Yeah, definitely a discussion. One thing I've found, just a simple tip that I pass along to a lot of people is give the AI permission to not know. So in a lot of prompts, I'll say, if you don't know the answer, say so, instead of making something up. And I find that limits the hallucinating a lot.
It's kind of like the autocomplete on the phone. How many times are you trying to type a text and it answers for you? God, that's not the word I wanted, right? And so it's just that on a much grander scale, right? Is it's trying to be smart and, give us what it thinks we want. And most of the time it's right, but, there's going to be that, depending upon the domain, 5, 10, 15% of the time where it's giving you the wrong autocomplete. So you just have to, everybody just needs to learn what's the right boundary for interacting with this data and not just taking it for absolute truth. But a great jump start to thinking.
Yeah.
She's already jump started our thinking, which is great.
And she jumpstart discussion as well.
Mm-hmm.
That point on misconceptions, there's a difference between her and me. Mm-hmm. I've tried to sell that stuff. And the thing you come commonly across that AI is something for big companies. Yeah? I know we're too small. Well, depending on what you want to do, you're not too small. Yeah? So one of these things is that big tech and big things scare certain people off. Yeah? So that's definitely not the case. Once you understand what your revenue increase, return of invest will be, go for it.
Yeah, I see similarities to cloud adoption. Originally, oh, I can't afford to have the cloud. And now it's like everything's on the cloud. Yeah, interesting. And definitely the big company perception is a good one. Getting to the exciting part. So the future of AI and aggregates. Let's talk a little bit about, and I'm actually going to start, instead of with Aggie, I'm going to start with David on this because this is really his wheelhouse. We talked a lot about the bag phone, the iPhone, and you know, your journey with every point. Where do you see the future of AI and aggregates 5 to 10 years out?
I wish I could say it was going to be dramatically different. I think, again, information retrieval and information sharing will be dramatically different. So things where people need to get information from someone who was around the office for 10 years or 15 years who might have known some niche piece of information, like everybody's going to be a little bit smarter because they're going to have access to more information, right? They're going to have augmented their brain with, again, instead of keyword search, with something that's assimilating lots of information and bringing it to you faster. So I think that's a no-brainer. I'm a huge fan of logistics optimization. I think that's already something that, you know, we've been working on for a decade or more. And so I don't think that's anything new. I just think there's going to be more interest, there's going to be more openness, there's going to be more curiosity, there's going to be more budget. Because who hasn't been told, oh, we have to do something with AI and gotten some budget allocated? So I think you're going to see things in optimization of logistics, maybe some equipment. I'm really curious to learn more about the equipment because, again, I've looked at that problem. Yeah. There is opportunity there, but I don't know how people are going to translate those into operational systems. And, you know, will you just be able to point your phone at a front loader and it'll just tell you what maintenance is needed? I don't know that that's within 5 years, but it's definitely in the future. So I don't know. I feel like that wasn't a great answer. It's always so hard to predict. When you're in the middle of disruption and massive change, it's really hard to see what's going to happen in the next year or so. And then when we come back here 5 years from now, we're going, oh, of course it worked that way. And of course this is what was done. Of course these are the vendors. But the fog of innovation is real, and it's hard to see a foot or two in front of you. But information retrieval, a few specific use cases, and optimization, image processing will make a difference to the aggregates industry.
Yeah. Thomas?
I'll pick the easier route.
Okay.
10 years, not the 5 years that David came up.
And you chose route. That's interesting.
Yeah, boxes. Well, we will see new business models. I'm convinced. I had a chat with a very intelligent gentleman earlier today, and we kind of aligned that we will see AI-driven quarries to a certain extent, or even fully. I believe we'll see autonomous haulage outside of a quarry pit. There it is considered easier, outside is considered more complex. Yep. We will see dynamic pricing being already a thing of the past at that point in time.
Wow.
Yeah? So you bet it in with everybody. Yeah? Yeah. And I'm convinced that we'll run around something that is the winner takes it all. So the first group to implement that at larger scale will gain so much market out of that because of competitive advantage. Yeah. That is kind of winner takes it all approach. I acknowledge what David said on the data. We will see a data ecosystem appearing, collaboration from product to transport to usage to recycling.
it's a huge lever. And that's, I absolutely agree, early adopters who really get it right and implement quickly. And that goes back to what we heard about last night from David with eventually Silicon Valley is going to notice the construction industry and as a subset, construction aggregates. And when they come in, you know it's going to be heavy with AI and it could be a huge disruption. So with that, I'm going to ask Aggie. Aggie, what do you think the future of AI and aggregates is 5 to 10 years out? So look in your crystal ball and illustrate for us what an aggregate operation looks like in let's say 10 years.
Oh, looking into the crystal ball, I love it. So let's say in about 10 years, I think an aggregate operation is going to look a lot more automated and a lot more data driven. You're going to have AI basically optimizing everything from the scheduling of your equipment to your resource allocation to even things like environmental monitoring in real time. So you'll probably see drones flying around doing site surveys, AI crunching numbers to give you instant insights, and basically a whole operation that's just a lot more streamlined. So yeah, in 10 years, it's going to be a really cool blend of humans and AI working together and making the whole aggregate industry a lot smarter.
Follow-on question for that. So a lot of this, we just talked a little bit about maintenance, and my brain was spinning about how you could do predictive maintenance and how it would require putting sensors on everything and having all that data available and AI able to look at everything from the visual condition of equipment to the oil pressure, tire pressure, all those different things to make recommendations. But part of that's going to require vendor and operator collaboration and creating data ecosystems. And I think that's an area we're going to see evolve quite a bit. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you're spot on that a big part of this future vision really does rely on collaboration. It's going to be about vendors, operators, and everyone in that ecosystem kind of sharing data in a way that's secure and that everyone's comfortable with. And that's going to let the AI have the full picture. So yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of growth in building those data ecosystems where everybody's kind of on board and it becomes a team sport. And once that happens, yeah, the AI can really deliver all those cool insights. So I'm with you on that. It's definitely going to be a big evolution.
So talking a little bit about the ecosystems, I know Inform works across so many different industries, and so much of what you're doing and have been doing that's all machine learning and now AI integration into that, which is just more advanced machine learning and more of the same, but with new twists. How important is that vendor-operator collaboration in that space?
We will not go far beyond where we are today without that. We had last year's podium, I don't know, the people that were here last year, we had a lively debate on my data, I don't share them.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, as simple as that, if you're not sharing data, it will not happen for you. It will not happen for you, not for the other people. You can elect to stay out of that game, whatever that costs you.
Yep.
When I say sharing, it's not making it public domain, it's not abusing it, it's not me reselling your data. But if I want to train a model, and we do that extensively, I need your data. You don't share your data with me, I will not train your model.
Right. David, you have something to add?
I want to live in her world. It's awfully rosy. It sounds amazing. So a lot of the things that she's calling out is possible today. Why aren't we doing it today?
That's a good
Why aren't we doing it today? Yeah. Right? And I'll tell you, I've been working hard to, I think I shared last year, you want to save a nickel a ton, a dime a ton, a quarter a ton, 50 cents a ton, $1 a ton? There's ways to do that today. Why aren't you doing it? Right? And a lot of it is the experience with tech. Now, maybe AI is going to make it a little bit easier to pull off some complicated projects. Maybe we can vibe code our way out of this. Maybe. But it's an industry of low motivation to change and high resistance to change. So I'd be curious to hear her thoughts about, yes, AI is wonderful, but what's going to change the motivation and the resistance in this industry to change? Can we ask her?
Would you like to ask?
Yeah, let's ask her.
Just push the button there, and that'll unmute. And all right. You can ask a question. Yeah.
What's her name again?
Aggie.
Aggie. Hi, Aggie. This is David. I'd like to drill a little bit deeper on your vision for the future. It sure sounded amazing. But there's the opportunity to do a lot of these changes today. But one of the big challenges is this is an industry with low motivation to change and high resistance from the workforce to change. So what about AI is going to make it different now?
Yeah, absolutely, David. It's a great point. I mean, this is definitely an industry that's known for being kind of set in its ways. I think what makes AI a little different now is that we're at this point where it's becoming really user-friendly, and it's also showing really quick returns on investment. So even a traditionally cautious industry is starting to see, hey, we can get a win pretty quickly without too much disruption. And I think that's what's going to help it catch on. It's not just about the technology, it's about making it approachable and making those first steps easy. So that's what I think is going to be a little different this time around.
Okay, so can you give me a specific example of the use case and the ROI you're referring to?
Yeah, absolutely. So a really concrete example would be something like using AI for predictive maintenance on your crushing equipment. A lot of aggregate producers have started doing this, where you put sensors on the crushers, you let the AI analyze vibration data or temperature data and it to predict when you're going to have a breakdown. And the ROI there is pretty clear. You save a ton of money on emergency repairs and you avoid downtime. So some producers have seen a return on investment in just a few months because they avoided a big breakdown. So that's a really specific use case that's pretty common and pretty doable.
Additional question, Thomas here. I'm sitting next to David, so we're really listening to your answers. What helped the people in charge of maintenance to accept that new thingy? Yeah, sensors telling the guys when to do something, as opposed to I do it every X hours.
Yeah, absolutely, Thomas, and it's a great question. I think what really helped is just showing the maintenance teams that this wasn't about taking away their expertise, but really giving them a new tool to make their lives easier. So instead of saying, hey, you have to change everything you do, it was more like, hey, we're going to give you a heads up so that you can plan your maintenance better and you don't have to do as much emergency work. And once they saw that it actually made their day-to-day a little smoother, a little less stressful, they were a lot more on board. So it's really just about showing them the benefits in a hands-on way.
So what was the quantifiable ROI?
Yeah, definitely. So in a lot of cases, companies have seen a really strong ROI pretty quickly. For example, by using predictive maintenance, some aggregate producers have reported reducing their unplanned downtime by, say, 20 to 30%. And that can translate to saving tens of thousands of dollars in just a few months, sometimes even more depending on the size of the operation. So it's pretty quantifiable and pretty quick, and that's one of the reasons it's a nice entry point.
Yeah, so drilling deeper. Always drill deeper. Get interesting things, yeah.
That's exactly what I said. It's great because it's causing us to think. It's causing us to maybe go places our brains haven't gone before. But, you know, would I just blindly follow the advice coming from a chat bot? You know, be careful. Right?
Yeah, and if you were to design that program, say you wanted to implement that at your operation, the first thing you do is ask for sources. Study the sources, find people at those companies or the vendors who are deploying the technology, learn more about it, and then find ways to make improvement. But definitely for fleshing out ideas, I think.
Perfect for that.
Perfect for that, yeah, with the LLM. And then there's specialized tools that can actually do the optimization. So unfortunately, we're scheduled for a half-hour panel today, so we're running a little bit out of time. But let's take a couple questions for the audience, either for Aggie, and I can relay them, or for David or Thomas. Let's take some audience questions.
So, David, you mentioned that when you give it a question or when you've used it previously, that you can test with your knowledge that there would be incorrect answers. What do you think, or anybody on the panel for that matter, what do you think the danger is if somebody doesn't know that they're getting information that is incorrect and they take it at face value and they use it and they're really using incorrect information?
You're going to spin me up. Well, I guess we should keep it to A. I have a really hard time. There's so little accountability for this information that's going out. I mean, you have to have a license just to be a barber and cut somebody's hair, right? And these systems are giving advice to people about mental health, about how to do things that, you know, aren't safe, with very little consequences. Now, some of this is going through the court system now to see where are those boundaries of advice. But you can get very dangerous advice to people, especially children and younger people, or people who just don't know, that can be given advice that they follow up on that can be very harmful, and that can have significant consequences. And it's really frustrating to see the very little accountability and what you can do to fight back against these massive companies with massive budgets and legal teams and everything else. So it's going to be a tough time, specifically for aggregates. Yeah, I don't know, and I struggle too, because this is not AI. A chatbot is not AI, and this is what we all struggle with. What is the definition of AI? And I loved the question earlier with this, well, what specific technology are you using? Because AI is now being thrown across everything. But there are techniques like machine learning and other things that are an important part of a chatbot, that you can, you know, focus at very specific domains with very specific training, and you can trust their outcome. Right? So we have to be careful about what we say is AI, but the general public, you know, who calls concrete cement, also calls AI a chatbot, right? AI is not a chatbot. AI is not ChatGPT.
On the other side, the chatbot or ChatGPT is part of the AI definition. And the thing that we always have to remind ourselves is that chatbots, large language models, properly called, are part of the AI definition, as well as optical elements, as well as mathematical optimization, heuristics, linear programming, machine learning, and so forth. Yeah?
Agreed.
So let's use it what it's good for, and stick to that. And I wanted to give a little softer answer than David. On that. No. But I think when we trust it without reflecting on it, without knowing, without probing, we'll make bad business decisions. Like we made them before. We used the wrong Google search result, and we've flown to Austria instead of Australia.
Yes.
That has happened to people.
Yeah.
So let's be not too nervous about it. We will have to learn that.
Yeah, I mean, my answer is going to be softer than David's and a lot shorter. There's no substitute for common sense. So, and it's always good to play large language models against each other. Get an answer from one, throw in another one, check it, and then ask for sources. They're all great now at giving sources. And then you can verify, because sometimes the sources it gives have no relation to what you were even looking at. So,
but that requires a little bit of effort.
It does require effort.
It's not that easy thing like pushing a button and saying, hey, edgy.
Yep.
Yeah? Because then you have to dive into that source and read and understand what's written there.
Yep.
I have a comment/question, I suppose, about Aggie, hearing you guys interact with her. And, you know, one of the aspects of the large language models that I've heard in the past is to use an economy of language, right, when you're querying. And one thing I was a little bit surprised about is how flowery her language was. I think, like, kind of superfluously.
Yeah.
And I guess my language was just flowery there, but I'm a human. So what do you guys think about that? Like, it goes both ways, does it not? Like, should not a chatbot be a little more economical with language, even though I guess we're trying to make them fuzzy and warm and use words like TLC, which she did, which I'd like to know if she knows what TLC actually means.
Yeah, I'll answer that because I built Aggie. So she's programmed to be very conversational. So in her instructions, she has kind of root instructions that's the base of her personality. She's supposed to be smart, fun, casual, and conversational. And she knows she's on a panel, and she knows the participants. And so within that framework, I get those answers. But I also said every answer should be within 20 to 40 seconds. So on soft, easy questions that could be answered in a sentence or two, she intentionally goes a little longer. And then on longer, where there probably should be a longer answer, she goes a little shorter. So that's directly in the way I told her to act. But She could be more economical, but there's still, LLMs still tend to be less economical with language, for sure, just in general. I think we're about out of time, so I'm going to thank you, Aggie, for being on the panel. Thank Thomas and David. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much to our panelists. That was very intriguing and a lot of food for thought. Hey, on the schedule, we're calling for a coffee break at this time. Well, what I think might make more sense is to go right into our next session. If you need coffee, go out and get it and bring it back. If you need to use the restroom, go out and get it and come back. But in the interest of time, let's just fire up our next panel and go for it. Next panel is frictionless transactions, building the future of AP and AR. If you'd like to report to the stage for that.
Sometimes she says the wrong word and then corrects, which is weird. I can ask her. It makes it sound eerily human. I made it originally on a student. It was me. It was virtual.
Stuart, you logged into your chat?
Yeah, I'll log out, yeah.
Yes.
I just had to have such high bandwidth for it to run. He just dropped out.
Do we have
Yeah, no, that was a great conversation. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course, yeah. Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's smart, yeah. Am I clicking wrong? Oh, here, it's down here, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, log out. Okay, and then
And
need
I
my
believe-
microphone.
Yes, your mic.
That worked really well.
Yes, thank
That was
God.
very smooth, yeah. Yeah, it's something new, so I'm sure it'll happen again, though. It'll be more common as time goes on.
Yes, it was really cool.
Thank you.
That's little. Oh, then, no, the notes are good there, right? Yeah, they'll come up right there. We're going to give about 5 more minutes, about 5 minutes, and we'll get started. recycling a little bit with his beard. Don't you think, or no? Not the Larry that used to work for us. He didn't have a beard. Okay. I was like, man, he looked similar. Couple minutes and then we'll get going, maybe about 3:25 or so.
Okay, if everyone would like to take their seats again, if we could get some people in the lobby to bring their coffee in, I think we'd be in good shape. We're going to jump in with our next panel discussion, frictionless transactions, building the future of AP and AR. And I will turn this over to David Wilding and Sean Garrison.
Thank you. So how about the panel sessions today? They've been great, haven't they? I've really enjoyed it. The hiring session that was right before lunch, we spent quite a bit of time as a group at lunch talking about that and learning. So hopefully the sessions are going well for you guys. Sean and I have some exciting things to talk about today. This is Sean Garrison. And one of the things I'd ask you to do is write down 3 questions real quick. When we're about halfway through this presentation, we're going to ask you some questions. And I'd love to get some feedback and dialogue around it. One is called, where do you see the biggest friction points in AP and AR today? Where do you see those? Okay. The next one is, what steps are you already taking to reduce those bottlenecks as a group, as an organization? What are you doing to reduce those? And then the last question that we're going to ask is, what would frictionless look like in your operations? So we'll ask those questions in a little bit, but for now we'll get started and we'll talk a bit about what is the current state of the industry with respect to frictionless transactions, and then we'll also go through and talk about where things could go, right? What could be the future? So we'll get into that, but before we get started, I'm just going to read a definition for you so you can think about it. It says, what is frictionless? The resistance that one surface or object encounters when moving over another. So during part of this presentation, we're going to talk about some of the inhibitors and some of the things that cause an organization to be able to go frictionless. So the current state of transactions, think with me, you might have a material delivery that comes. That material delivery gets delivered to your plant. Ticket gets signed. The load moves on, and everything looks good. A couple weeks later, or later that week, or at some point, you've got issues. The vendor's calling. What are they asking? They're asking, where's my payment? I sent you an invoice. I haven't received payment. The AP organization is doing what? They're trying to find the tickets. They can't find the tickets. They can't figure out where they're at. They've got friction going on. You've got friction relationally. You've got friction with respect to dealing with your own processes and within your own organization. But the state today is that a lot of those efforts are manual, right? We talked about it earlier with Aggie the AI, right? And I will say, most of you said you're from out of state. Is that right? How many are from out of state? I don't know if you know about Texas and Texas A&M, or you've ever heard of anything like that, but I'm David the Aggie. So we had Aggie the AI, and I'm David the Aggie. We'll just go with that. But those we were talking earlier about, there are capabilities that exist today, right? Everything doesn't have to be in the future. We've been working on this 25 years, as I mentioned to you before. But the current state of transactions oftentimes in the industry is manual tickets, comparing those tickets with the invoice. Slows down the process, delays items, etc. So you get delayed payments, you get time wasted looking for approvals and signatures and everything like that, right? So that's kind of where we see oftentimes when we step in and we talk to an organization, And we've talked to several of you in the last couple days where maybe you're facing that right now. We can talk about it in a few minutes, some of those challenges you've got around AP and AR. So what does frictionless really mean? There's a multitude of systems you're dealing with. And I would imagine that many of you have tried to deal with this, fixing these processes for periods of time. It's not just digitization. It's not just getting everything into a position where it's electronic, right? There's a multitude of systems that have to be integrated. There's a flow of the information. As I was talking yesterday, I mentioned there's a puzzle work, right? There's a puzzle work of your back office systems that cause it to run the way it does. Some of that friction even comes from existing employees that don't want the friction to change. We talked about that on stage earlier with Aggie the AI as well. How do you get people to move to change, right? So that's kind of what frictionless is around. It's not digitization, it's more automation. It's removing those pain points. It's a ticket being signed, the invoice going out, the payment being received in a streamlined process, right? Where maybe all of that's automated. Maybe there's some checks and balances in there. Maybe there's some utilization of AI. But what occurs in a frictionless environment is crucial. And I'd say that many of the producers out there are realizing that that's one of the hidden costs, one of the major hidden costs in their organization, the inability to work with vendors effectively when that occurs, right? The inability on the AR side to have your cash flow as it needs to be. So, impacts on business. With a frictionless transactions system in place, and again, a system is not just the technology. It's the technology and the people working together to make it and foster it and grow it and improve it. You can get faster AP, right? You can get satisfied vendors, steady supply. You streamline that process with the right tools in place. You can get faster AR. So all of a sudden your cash flow, as I was mentioning before, one, you have more visibility to it in a system like this, and you understand it more effectively. So each time you're walking through the process, it's automated in many cases, and you don't have human error. You don't have missed tickets. You don't have the missed, incorrect matching. And a lot of that can be automated. And some of you, I'm sure, have done that, right? And I'd love to hear about that in a little bit. The other one that's big that's at the bottom there is fewer disputes, right? How does friction feel as a person, right? When we're in situations where we've got a vendor relationship that's strained, it impacts our ability to work effectively at what our company really does, right? So I think over the next 5, 10 years, you're going to see organizations, it's going to be critical that you have frictionless systems in place for your transactions and your financials. Because again, that's going to be one of those differentiators that's going to enable you to save costs. We talked earlier about hiring, right? We talked about there are, at times, challenges in hiring. Oftentimes with a frictionless automated solution, a frictionless system in place that's got frictionless transactions, you might be able to do a little bit more with a little bit less, okay? Oftentimes the organizations we work with, they say we don't want to let anybody go, right? We don't want to let anybody go because these people have been in our organization for years and years and years. But what they do like is that maybe when one of those employees decides to retire, that has a great deal of knowledge in that system that I talked about earlier, they can retire and the system can oftentimes take over some of that work. So how do we get there? One is the integration, real-time validation and matching, right? Integration of systems, okay? So you've got the ability with the integration, you've got a multitude of, you've got ticketing systems, right? You've got your batch systems, you've got your ERPs, you've got, all of them need to be able to talk to each other. If they're all there set to automate and help, but they don't talk to each other, you're not creating a frictionless transaction. You're creating a transaction that has pain points along the way that stop that transaction. The other thing is the automation and getting those systems to work together. And then lastly, utilizing AI as a tool. Not as a buzzword, but as a tool in the midst of that. So Sean's going to share with us a real-world example of an organization we've worked with.
Yeah, so I work with Massmeyer Concrete, and before we started working together with those guys, they had a lot of paper in their organization, both on the accounts receivable and the accounts payable side. There were stacks of paper on people's desks. So we got involved and started helping them scan those tickets and put a process into place for automating that entire process. So both on the accounts receivable and the accounts payable side. Invoices were always delayed, disputes were common, cash flow was always behind. And on the payment side, they were printing, signing, and mailing all of their checks to their vendors. They had a couple of people that were signed up on ACH, but for the most part, they were doing all this. So they had high labor and postage costs, and there was big exposure to fraud. So after we started working with them, we were able to help them digitize all of their tickets and their invoices, moved approvals throughout their system electronically through workflows. The invoice cycle time cut from 8 to 10 days to 2 to 3 days. Fewer disputes, faster collections. Leveraging Cloud Pay, which is our payment solution, they were able to all but eliminate paper checks, sign up their people or their suppliers for ACH and virtual card, automatically blocked fraud attempts, and then they get some quarterly rebates from using the Cloud Pay solution. So the frictionless transactions there are faster, safer, cheaper, and profitable. And it's not just AP, or AR, it's the entire financial backbone working together.
So the industry impact, right? So as we move toward frictionless transactions, I talked about it earlier, but the labor remains tight, right? The back offices cannot be bloated, right? If the labor's tight and you're trying to grow, yesterday we talked about the financials that are coming out and the expected growth in the industry. As you grow, it's critical, and what you can see with a system like this is that you can grow without the need for as many resources. Again, up there it's talking about the aging workforce, right? So the resources that know what that process is today and may hold on to that process and may be the ones that are not willing to modify or change the process, but those resources at some point will be gone. And it is critical for your organization that you're putting systems in place and you've got frictionless transactions going on, because it's going to enable you to grow. If you don't have that in place, you're at risk of other organizations who are putting that in place leapfrogging what you're doing. So I'd mentioned earlier that we were going to ask a few questions, right? So let me ask the crowd, and we've got someone coming around that can hand the mic to you, but where are the biggest friction points in your organization today? Has anybody got a comment on that?
Okay, is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. I'm semi-retired, and I worked for a big company called CRH for 16 years. So I had firsthand knowledge of really their challenges around billing and payables. And I'll give you 4 things where they struggled. First was approval process. And they had digitized it by sending the process to their, whoever was signing off, to their phone. But that didn't increase the time. It actually took them longer because either they missed it or ignored it and forgot about it. So
no reminders, no process.
No.
It just got sent to their phone. Yep.
The other big one was credits and rebills. It's the biggest thing that keep you from getting paid. Yeah. And they struggled with that of how do we avoid the mistakes and the rebills up front, making sure everything's right before we actually send the invoice out. And I think most companies probably would admit that is still a pain a little bit and what's slowing the business down. The other one is payment methods. And we still have people paying with checks, believe it or not, and I'm sure you understand that.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one is timely resolution. And that one I want to speak just real briefly on is I've walked into a lot of operations, and what I saw was the responsiveness from the administration office with billing and payables, AR and payables, it was never hardly, I mean, people would call and could never get anybody. They were calling dispatch. I can't get anybody in, I want to pay my bill, but I can't get a hold of somebody. And it may be days before they responded, which means it was days before they got paid. And I think there still is a lot of work to be done there, so we're more responsive from those departments so we can get this done faster, the human side basically of this. So those are really the 4 big things.
I think those are 4 huge pain points, right, that we oftentimes see. Those as well as others. I mean, the one story that Sean was talking about with Maschmeyer, literally it was every check, every payment was checked, right?
Every payment. There were 300 plus checks a week that Randy, the CFO, was physically signing. They had 2 signers, him and Troy. If either one of them were out of town, they had to overnight the checks to them to sign and then get, sent back and stuffed in the envelope. So just the length of time that process.
One of the biggest parts of that is the time consumption and everything, but the fraud. Fraud associated, I don't know if you know, the government's basically said, don't send checks through the mail because they get whitewashed, everything else. But fraud reduction on ACH goes down about, it's about 1/7 of the fraud on ACH, and then it goes down another 3 or 4% when you're talking about using a V card or something like that. So when you think about modern payment methods, those are going to be one of the things that can definitely assist with that. So that's great. Thank you so much for those 4 points. Anyone else? Where do you see the biggest friction points in AP and AR today? Okay. What steps have you already taken to reduce those bottlenecks? Some of your organizations have taken steps, and it might be beneficial for others to hear what you've been doing. Is there anything you've done in your organization to take steps to reduce bottlenecks in AP and AR with respect to frictionless transactions? Anyone? So we oftentimes will see organizations come in, they'll utilize the systems. One of the ones that was mentioned was around approvals, right? And accounts payable system that has the approvals built in that doesn't just send an email out, right? But is rather an integrated system where people are aware and they know what they're to be doing. And then that second step is where it's automated, right? You might do a 2-way or 3-way match and not even have a human involved in that. One of the things that we're seeing now starting to take off is AI bots, or AI agents, sorry. AI agents that can be placed in a process similar to a human to even handle the exceptions, right? You might have automation, and if you've got automation in place today, you might have an automation that basically kicks out the exceptions to a human. The great part about a frictionless transaction system is that what you're doing is you're maximizing the human potential. Yesterday when I stood up here, I mentioned that one of our key bullet points, things that we're passionate about, is maximizing human potential through process automation, right? Well, then that second step, as we go farther, it's not just letting the exceptions go out to a human. The exceptions might start going to an AP agent that can handle those exceptions.
So David, to go a little bit deeper into that, when you're doing AP and your invoices, invoices have 50 to 100 line items. So using an AI agent to go in and code those lines on those invoices, something that a human would spend an hour doing, coding those invoices to get them ready for payment into the ERP. So you can use an AI agent for that.
Awesome, thank you. And then maybe one last question is, if tomorrow your organization was to become frictionless, what's something that you think would fit in your organization or help your organization when it comes to financial transactions?
I'll speak for some of the people in the room that I work with. I think taking a look at Cloud Pay It and getting out of the printing the checks, manually. I think most people here that I work with are actually printing checks still, so that's something that they could look at doing. Just getting out of the check printing business, going to automated payments, virtual card and ACH payments.
How many of you still do 50% of your payments via check? Few. And how many of you are 100% non-check? A few in the room. So we've really kind of got a mixture of those that have gone all the way to non-check, and whether that's ACH or V-Card or some other system, and those that are not. How many of you utilize a portal on your AR so that your vendors can pay you like that and you don't have to deal with those payments? Got a few.
Looks like we had a question right here.
Yeah.
Well, no, you asked some good questions, and I wanted to give you some feedback.
Great.
When I was in the contracting side, we had in-house accounting, in-house AP, AR, paper checked everything. Sometimes in that world, it's because you still want to live on a float and you're waiting for something to come in, and that's why I think some of the smaller contractors are still using check. But as I'm in this other side of things, we actually outsourced our entire accounting department, except for AR, because I felt that it's the lifeblood, right? We need to collect cash. So we kept that in-house, but it is pretty automated off of our software, and the outsourced accounting firm uses a great product, and I don't want to, I'm not here to tell you about that, but at first I was a little hesitant because I had lived in a world of paper coding and time consuming and making sure it was right, but they're obviously using some kind of AI implementation And that software also ties to our credit cards. I get a text on my phone when I use the credit card to say what the expense is. It does go through an approval process, and I get an email, but I do have my admin reminding me that I need to go in there and take care of my approvals. So nobody's getting paid, but the outsourced accounting firm then handles all the payments. They don't print checks. I think they're all done through the third-party service that really manages all of our AP and credit card transactions.
Yeah, that's a great example. Thank you.
And the customers love the portal. I think that's for payment.
Yeah.
We get a lot of positive feedback about that, that they can just go in there and make those payments and see their tickets and their invoices, and someone in our office doesn't have to get them copies of things. It's just, hey, go in your portal and everything's right there.
They can go self-service themselves, right?
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you for the feedback. Those are all ways to create a world of frictionless transactions. One of the items I was going to say, it is interesting that you talk about that organization, and we do that with Cloud Pay It. But we definitely, in the ready mix and aggregates industry, have with ours, we've got the ability to do check, ACH, V card, multitude, because honestly, the suppliers, some of them do want to check, right? They don't want to do anything else. Some have actually moved on from that, but that's a great point. Thank you. So it's not just about software. I would say it's critical that as you look at frictionless, you're looking at the organization, right? I talked earlier about some of those drivers that can move you to frictionless, and one of those that I specifically wanted to talk about with the that I had added to my notes was the fact that we can deal with the software. We can try to implement new systems. But as you're managing the organization, you have to stay engaged. You have to stay engaged because you've got resources in that organization that maybe have been doing something, and you guys know this better than me, but they've been doing this for years and years, and we all know it. We all know it in our organizations, that someone who's been doing a job for a period of time doesn't want to see change. That's not really an option for your organization, is what Sean and I are trying to say today. It's not an option to stay where you are. You've got to be moving forward. As you're moving forward with so many technologies, I've loved seeing all the technologies over the last day and a half. With all of these technologies, the ability to take a picture and know how much is in your pile. Amazing, right? You have to be thinking about your financials in the same way. So I think that's where I'll finish. I do appreciate the time. We tried to create a presentation that was rather frictionless itself. It didn't go for a few hours. So, and I think we've made up a couple minutes. We really appreciate meeting some of you as you came by yesterday, and we've had the opportunity to talk to you last night and today. Please come by and talk to us. We'd love to talk to you more and more about frictionless transactions. Anything?
Just thanks everybody for the time. Really appreciate it.
Okay, and is there any questions? If there's any questions, feel free to ask those. Otherwise, we'll look forward to talking to you one-on-one. All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on to our final session of the day, logistics lessons. And the moderator will be Jeff Van Grudel. So if that group would come to the stage, we'd appreciate it.
Thanks for sticking in with us till the end of the day. This is the last panel for today. I'm going to introduce a couple new faces who weren't here yesterday because of travel issues, and an expert that we've brought on. So again, I'm Jeff Van Grudel with Inform, and I'll pass it over to my colleagues for introductions.
I'm Chris Wirtz. I'm with XPE BCMI.
John Jensen with Deswick out of Australia, although you can tell by my accent I'm from Nebraska, so go Big Red, Aggies.
Barry Honig from Truck Pay, transforming from auctioneer to moderator and now to panelist.
So I'm going to throw out a few questions, get the conversation rolling around logistics, and then we'll see if we've got some questions from the floor at the end, and hopefully we'll make up a little time and get you out of here. So first question for today is, how can technology impact logistics for concrete and aggregate producers? And I'll throw that one over for you to start.
That's a big question.
It is.
We're going to start very, very broad. I've been involved in the technology space for. Can everyone hear me? Okay. I've been involved in the technology space in specifically concrete production for quite some time. You can talk about technology that goes into trucks, getting more payload through having better materials to make lighter weight drums, smarter trucks. You can talk about telematics and some of the stuff that's out there. You can talk about optimization. Ultimately, I think what I've found in my experience in dealing with technology, specifically on logistics in the bulk material space, is really about making or trying to get your production to be more honed in, right? I think we can talk about efficiency gains. That's part of it. I think it's about really trying to reduce variability and waste in your operation when it comes down to it. That obviously makes you more efficient, but what I've seen work very well in this space is really around products and projects and technologies that reduce that.
Good. Yeah, and you're exactly right. It's a huge topic, a huge subject matter. My approach, I spent about 25 years in the rail industry with Union Pacific. Some of you may work with them over the years. And then a couple years with an AI company out of Seattle, and then with Deswick here just recently. So if you add up all those years, yes, I'm older than most of you. But my approach, I think I spent most of my career just in a silo thinking rail, specifically with the Class 1 Union Pacific, but I also did commercial work with all the other Class 1s. And you thought, what can I do within my little silo to improve that? And I think with aggregates and with a lot of our logistics that we're facing, we need to start expanding that window and looking at how can I involve the mine or the aggregate pulling out of the ground and the aggregate operation, the transportation piece of that, whether that's truck, whether that's rail, and then the end customer, and operate off of one unified plan, one common plan. And that's the challenge, I think, and that's the big return potential that can come with logistics in the aggregate market. So somebody mentioned, and it was back in the back corner yesterday, and she's moved, I don't know where she's at, but she talked about the whisper game. And that's so true. You think about what happens is it starts off and it may say, hey, I need to move 100 tons of X. And by the time it gets around the group, everybody's whispered in everybody else's ear, and the last person says, your mama wears combat boots. And they've totally missed the point of what was going on. It's not coordinated. And so for me, the biggest gain is going to be a coordinated plan across all the players in the logistics movement of that product to get from mine to port or to final customer.
So, as I had mentioned yesterday in the little elevator pitch about getting rid of the paper in the aggregates industry, to me, as we look at it, my background originally before coming into bulk materials about 10 years ago was in electronic trading on Wall Street, where we had the same problem several years ago about stock tickets getting lost, some fraudulent, you may have read some of those stories in the news and so forth. And so we had endeavored to really make all of that electronic. And that's why, today you can pick up your phone and go onto your favorite app, whether it's, Fidelity or whatever, Robinhood, whatever you like, and make a trade and have it happen instantaneously. That took a mindset, and the same kind of mindset that existed back then in finance about stockbrokers and traders and not wanting to do everything with paper. Well, that management had to insist on that going away, and if that didn't go away, you wouldn't be able to do what you do today, what you take for granted in banking and stock trading and so forth. And that same transformation needs to happen in this industry, and it's starting to happen a little bit, the kind of stuff that we do and other vendors do in doing e-ticketing and scaling and fleet management, because the key is, per the last panel on frictionless payments, it starts with having the right data to begin with. So if you actually know the right scale ticket electronically, and you have it already generated invoice and it's accurate to begin with, you're starting out nearly frictionless, not perfect yet because you still may need some digital approvals, but you're a long way there now. If you know where your trucks are, and in aggregates in particular, this is really important because, as all of you know, that 60 to 70% of hauling that's going on in the aggregates business is happening through a brokered market, right? Not necessarily your own company trucks, differentiated from what happens in concrete. So how do you deal properly with that broker market? How do you pay them appropriately? So doing all of these things, having that kind of technology is what is really one of the major things that are going to move efficiency forward.
Thank you, Barry. Yeah, and we're going to dive into that a little bit deeper in the next couple of questions as well. But before we get too deep into specifics, and I'm going to throw this one to John, can you give an example of a logistics win that you've seen or you've been part of, and what was involved in making changes happen to become a reality?
So there is an example I wanted to share, and it's if you look at the numbers, it's a little bit staggering. It's a coal operation that had 12 producers, 41 mines, 4 different railroads involved with it, 300 miles of track one way, 2 power plants that were serviced by the coal, and 4 export ports. About 450 to 550 monthly cycles, trains, back and forth, and thousands of crews that were scheduled in that operation. Again, with this unified plan involving the mine, the rail, and the port or the end customer in the case of a power plant, they were able to do some really cool things. One was just a demurrage reduction of about 30%, but overall profitability improvement for all the players involved, 12%, 50%, this was huge, of overtime reduction from crew just by coordinating these folks. And if you think about it, I'm the producer and I've got an outage due to a maintenance issue. Well, if I'm not communicating that to the other players involved, they've got personnel, they've got equipment, they've got things queued up to take care of what I told them we were going to do, and all of a sudden we've got an interruption. Those are going to lead to overtime when they try and catch those things up. And then overall velocity improvements and throughput of about 10%. So that would be an example I wanted to share of a fairly significant improvement just by those 3 parties working together.
Excellent. Barry?
So we had one of our bigger wins was with a customer with our scale technology, where we were able to increase, or depending how you want to look at it, increase or decrease the time it took for scaling by a factor of 6 to 8 times. Now think about what that means at a quarry, how many more loads you could get through in a day if you could improve by 6 to 8 times. Why is that possible? It's possible because if you're using technology where, for example, the driver is able to weigh himself in on his phone, or the weighmaster can do it. If there's less time with the driver flirting with the Lady in the Scale House, for example. Not that that never happens. If there's more accuracy in what material is being selected, what's being loaded, if things have to be instantly reloaded or skimmed off in case there was overweight, if that information is quickly available, and if you're using technologies to get that driver on and off the scale, that's where we're able to achieve a 6 to 8 speed up, and it's not uncommon, and it's not only the win in efficiency, operational efficiency, which ties, of course, to profitability. It's safety, right? Because many of these facilities, have a safety factor. So you don't want that driver necessarily staying. You want them to stay in that vehicle if possible, and that will also improve. You get your experience levels improved from an insurance perspective. You're getting better throughput, better data into your AP/AR systems, so you can have tremendous gains. And that is what we not only see there, we see in multiple customers we work with.
I was originally thinking about this question, and I was going to give an example of a big grandiose swap over and new technology and all this stuff, and I kind of want to take it down a little bit of a different route. I think one thing that's very interesting with technology and implementing it is just the visibility you get to little things. So, we focus our software on being very, very broad and spanning across everything. And sometimes it's the littlest stuff that it's easier to implement, and it gives you really good gains that are simple to make happen. And simple things like setting up an alert so that if somebody is going outside of their deviated plan to notify a dispatcher, it sounds really simple, but like in a ready-mix truck, you may be idling at $1.75 a minute, and for every minute you save, and it could be one where they were waiting too long or they were on the job site too long, and now that alert pops up, the driver sees it, the dispatcher sees it, and they can make a decision really quickly. It's a very, very simple concept, and it's very simple to implement with a lot of the technology that you already have. And there's a lot that goes into that behind the scenes that obviously takes development, working with customers, and actually implementing it. And I think with the technology that's out there today, there's just all sorts of little wins like that happen. And again, I was gonna focus on this big thing with big returns, and some of the littlest things that are already available to you today. Those are the easiest to implement, easiest to get buy-in. You already have the technology, and you can get going very, very quickly without getting a lot of people involved.
That's good. Excellent. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to try and talk a little bit now about logistics and the human factor when it comes to drivers, right? And what are the differences and the challenges for concrete and aggregate industry when it comes to the labor supply chain for hauling construction materials, right? We've had shortage of drivers. You have companies that are weighing the differences between company-owned vehicles and company drivers versus outside haulers and brokers, and there's been shifts back and forth. And so I'd like to get your insights on where do you see those challenges and how technology can help us and some of the lessons that we've learned in the past as well.
Certainly.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting question. There's a lot of technology and a lot of things that need to be considered with that. I'll go back to my original career, my early career in development of ready-mix vehicles. The interesting thing that I learned very quickly was that, especially at that time, a ready-mix driver had a very different skill set than an aggregate driver. And so there was a lot of focus on technology, on automating the mix. And the reason being is that a ready-mix driver couldn't go, or they could go into an aggregate truck, but an aggregate truck couldn't go in reverse. And so even from that standpoint, just the differences in what you're hauling makes a huge difference on the type of technology and things that are developed and the type of equipment specifically. Fast forward to where I am now, third-party hauling on the ag side versus fleet-owned on the ready-mix side presents a really interesting challenge. For us, we've always felt like it's a little bit more of a business decision challenge, more so than a technology challenge. You can get apps, you can create it, create an app that goes out and has an independent and you can track them. The biggest challenge is getting, I think, motivation to do so and getting them to actually log in and agreeing to do it. But the technology itself is there. So there's a lot when it comes to that. Really, at the end of the day, the focus is on trying to broaden out the technology so you can encompass everything. So you could have a ready mix truck on a map, and you can have an aggregate truck on a map, and still see the same thing for dispatchers.
I completely agree, and I don't know that I have a ton more to add to that. You know, we've gone from the bag phone to the iPhone, as we heard a lot of discussion about earlier. So the technology's there. It's really, to me, it's a financial decision. And again, I'm a bit out of my league here, odd man out, as Sarah said earlier so well. But I do own a smaller co-owner in a small trucking company out of Kansas City that handles intermodal things, so it's not completely foreign to me. But I think, you know, taking a look at the financials as to what makes sense. I personally like to have control, and so, you know, as soon as it makes sense financially that you can control and have those folks as your own employees, I think there's a benefit to that. But you know, the contracting piece is attractive. You don't have some of the headaches of the equipment, the maintenance, and all the other things that go with it, personnel issues. But it's a challenge. One other thing I was going to add is, and this was in another life at Union Pacific, is we used, and this could be part of the retention thing that came up in the earlier panel where we talked about retention of employees. We used simulation for training engineers in a virtual control stand of inside of a cab of a locomotive. We had simulation that we used for belt box controllers, which were remote controllers for locomotives, as well as field folks that were walking around the yard. We took simulation technology, used a standard gaming tool that was out there, and if you think about the younger generation, they've grown up using video games, and it was a real natural for them to come in, sit down in a simulator, learn their jobs, and really, more important than just learning their jobs, there was a huge safety uptick as well that we saw from them using that and being experienced before they went out into the field. And I wanted to throw that out. I see that as a huge benefit as well that can be incorporated to helping retain those staffs, because that makes that fun, that makes it entertaining. You can score those things. One thing I thought I'd mention is the violations or the safety issues that came up in those simulated trainings matched exactly what we were seeing out in the yards, out in the field, in real life experiences. We wanted them, and we saw this happen, to learn and learn from those mistakes in a virtual world, flight simulators, if you will, for airline pilots, versus going out and having an issue with equipment and potentially getting hurt. So, share that.
So managing the entire labor supply chain is actually something that we had built in and designed initially because we realized that everybody was going to do this a little bit differently, that some people wanted their company drivers for whatever reason, if that was more economical for them, cost of equipment, et cetera, skill sets, or being able to deal with brokers or third-party haulers, independent IOOs, and so we ended up building this all in, and it turns out it's actually, if you kind of don't think about the entire labor supply chain from the outset, it's sort of hard to retrofit it later on. But another key component of that is that when you are able to manage the entire labor supply chain, what you also are able to do is you're able to be able to have a situation where you can have people actually bidding on jobs if you take the trouble and want to build sort of a marketplace or a job board, if you will, to make that happen. So you can put jobs out for bid, for example. The other key component with it, and we come back and talk about it a lot, is the payment part of this. So if you're having to manage your whole labor supply chain, of course your company drivers are going to be dealt with your own internal payroll. Whereas, for example, dealing with paying third-party haulers and dealing with all of the disputes about that, hey, were you at Barney's Burger Barn for an hour or not? Well, if you basically have it where you're tracking their routes, keeping historical data, and if you're also able to then have an electronic ticket so you know when people are really checking in, when they're delivering, when they're checking out, what they did, and how you're paying them, it reduces dramatically, almost to the point of elimination, disputes. Because what you have, and what we talk about all the time with customers, is the idea of maximizing digital forensics. So whether that's with the fleet, or if you're on a scale with having maximum amount of cameras to take pictures of things, the idea is that if you can really present someone and show them exactly what was happening in the process, then that really minimizes, as our previous panelists talked about, minimizes friction at all parts of whether it's picking up, the delivery, the weighing, the transport, and dropping it off. And the key is that Chris is right, is being able to have everything consolidated so that you can see whether you're doing asphalt, aggregates, concrete, whatever it is. If you have that whole notion of what we call get a truckload of everything, if you have that mentality, then you're able to actually deliver that.
Thank you. I'm going to come right back to you with the next one, Barry, because you dove right into where I was going next.
Sorry.
So, no, it's excellent. So I wanted to get the panel's thoughts on, as we bring more technology into this space, and especially when we talk about outside haulers or brokers, what are we going to need in the future for this group, and how do we get them to adopt it, right? It's easy when I control the trucks and I control the drivers and I can implement technology in my own fleet, but the challenge has always been, how do I get technology into the third-party fleet? And for those guys who work for multiple entities, how do we get something that hopefully works for all of them? And how do you see that evolving? And I'll start with Barry.
Yeah, so there are two pieces of it. The tech part of it is, strangely enough, the least difficult part of it. So one of the things that we do, we enable drivers to actually work for multiple companies, and sort of they can switch which company they're working for, and then they have completely different experience depending on what profile, if you will, they're working for. The challenge is, as you said, is getting them to adopt, because very frequently brokers don't want to adopt, because brokers are hiring their independents and they're making, depending on what part of the country you're talking about, sometimes 40, 50% uplifts in what they're paying. So they may, let's say, charge, $100 a load, and they may be paying the driver $50, a load, for example. It varies from, obviously varies from state to state. And so the onus for this, and there's sometimes hesitancy because of a lack of supply of drivers in certain areas, of the producer or the contractor who's engaging the hauler to basically say, look, guys, you're going to use this app, you're going to use this system. If you want to do work for me, that's what you're going to do. Now, there are certain companies out there. I think Vulcan is one with their trucks platform, that they basically insist that anybody who does work for them basically has to sign up and use it. And so sometimes, yeah, you want to do the carrot, but at the same time, if you want to really move the ball forward and move the industry forward, sometimes you also have to use the stick a little bit. So you say, this is what you want to work for us, this is what you got to do. Alternatively, what you can also do is kind of do a mixture of both and say, hey, if you do use it, I may give you a little extra more per hour or per load, because I can do a calculation and say, well, if I'm getting rid of all of that paper and I'm getting the benefits of all that tremendous operational efficiency, I can, if you will, share a little bit with that with you as an extra incentive. So I think the key is that we really have to stop making this, optional, and start really insisting with brokers and subcontractors that they've got to get on board, because if not, we could have this conversation 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and it's going to be the same thing. And you could have all the AI in the world you want, be able to, brilliantly dispatch and tie everything imaginable into it and have optimized rates. But ultimately, if we don't really push those third-party haulers to get on board, then it's basically going to be like, the old story of if a tree falls in the wood and no one hears it, in the woods no one hears it, did it fall?
So I agree with Barry. However, I also see challenges based off your size. Depending on the number of drivers that you're employing and everything else, that becomes tricky when you're a smaller operation, you're bringing in a third party, and to make them, quote, with the stick, do something. I liked your idea of the carrot. That was well said, and that would be a good incentive for somebody to do something. Again, going back to a mobile phone, though, if you have an app that you can just have the driver download, and it's just a simple, oh, I'm hauling for you today, let me use your app, then that takes care of a lot of those things. But it does become a challenge if you're a smaller operator and you're dealing with truckers that may be working for 6, 7, 8 different companies, and especially if they've got their unique hardware that they want them to have, you're really talking about a challenge. You can put an app together, that's going to eliminate a lot of that, make it a lot simpler for them, but it's going to be a challenge.
I agree with both of you, and I'll just add, I think, one comment to it. With any product development or any technology development, the lowest barrier to entry is to adapt what people already have, right? So the phone's a really easy one to visualize and say, hey, like, I just want to log into this app, and you can incentivize them through paying or making them more efficient or giving them extra features that maybe they would use, right? Not just for the producer or the hauler or whoever's grabbing it. But if you can be flexible with the equipment that's already on their vehicles, that's really where you can get an easier adoption, I should say. So that could be from some of the telematics equipment that's already on the truck. It could be from taking advantage of some of the OEM telematics equipment. That could be like a Clear Sky or a Mac Guard Dog. And if you make it so that they feel safe, and that they're only using it when they're working for you, that's going to make adoption a lot easier. So I agree with points of both of you, and I would just add that one piece to it in the product development side.
So I'm going to ask you a follow-up there, because you and I have lived in that world for a very long time. Do you see the hardware, the sensorization of the truck, and as we talk about, whether it's safety or all the predictive things that we're talking about, we're going to censor the hell out of trucks in the future, even more so than we've done in the past. But if I'm going to share that information, do you see the sensors becoming agnostic, and the apps that, if for a broker, might have 3 or 4 apps on their phone, and that those sensors can be read by any of those apps? Do you see that becoming more of just a plug-and-play device that they can share with others, or?
I think it's an interesting concept. I mean, I will say that already does exist in the industry today. So if you know anything about engine development, J1939 is the standard for what they call a CAN bus. So think of a communication network on a truck, right? So how your cylinders are firing, your pressures, is your PTO engaged, all that stuff already exists today. So like, I would say that would be the trend. And that's been a trend. I think J1939 it became a standard in roughly 2008. Yeah. Sometime around there. Prior to that, it was J1708. I think the thing that has been developed in this particular industry are sensor systems like Trimble, our digital fleet, that are actually on the body of the truck, not just the chassis. So I do think in the long run, those sensors will become more agnostic. And they, in somewhat, kind of are already today with some of the OEMs like Oshkosh and Terex and Contact. So yes, I do think that would be a trend that will keep going that way.
Cool. Yeah. So, and again, we've talked about mobile phones, but looking a little bit in the future, right? One of the things that, and it's no offense, but truck drivers, some of them have big hands, right? We have mobile apps and mobile phones, and from a development standpoint, we think it's easy. It's an app. You just press a button, but sometimes guys have really big fingers and can't hit the spot or do the things. So what are the challenges when we talk about bringing that mobile technology and trying to get, again, that human to use it and adopt it effectively?
You first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It's been a really interesting, we'll call it a couple decades for this piece, right? I think one thing that a mobile phone and the iPhone and Android and all the different devices have done is it's really elevated the expectations of users. It used to be when you would go and create a display for a vehicle, it could be very digital, it was really tough to touch. And the general consensus was that, you have to have a button, you have to feel it, it has to be big and hardy and all this. I mean, now, I don't know about you guys, but if I go to a rental car and it doesn't have CarPlay, I walk out of it. And I mean, or Android Auto or whatever you use, right? And so that's the way it's gone. I will say, from an electronics guy who's developed vehicle controls for a while, that has been the biggest blessing of an iPhone or an Android, not to get into the green bubble debate here. But that has been one of the best things that people are used to it. They understand it now. They are used to touchscreens. Plus, on top of it, the technology is really good and it lasts. So I think when you're developing at least like an app that would go on a phone while people are driving, you have to be very conscious that there are a lot of big fingers. It has to be easy to use, easy to read, and it has to be very usable. But I think that, I'll say at this point in time, I think that ship has kind of sailed. I think we're past the point where you need buttons and you need dials. I think everybody's pretty comfortable with the touchscreen.
And I'm going to jump over John and go to Barry, but I'm going to put a twist into Barry.
Uh-oh.
Because you've already started to look at these processes and bringing them into the cab and making the driver responsible for certain aspects now, which we used to have humans and other people responsible for, right? So we're shifting the onus. Do you see this as an area where AI and large language models, so that I don't have to press buttons and I can just maybe speak?
So the answer is yes, but a little more work's needed. So the story is that my kids always say to me, Dad, we want to do like one of those virtual, kind of reality things of you getting angry at Siri. Because I have this like ongoing thing. I'll say, like my wife's name is Diane, so I'll say, "Call Diane Mobile." Goes, "Where would you like to dine tonight?" And so what's interesting is that the level of quality of speech recognition is decent, but it needs to get a heck of a lot better. So I think the answer is that it's doable. But what one has to really make sure of with the driver, because there are several pieces of it. One, obviously, it has to be minimally bilingual because of the population who is driving dump trucks. That's a given. And two, it's got to be accurate enough so that it really understands the response. If someone's mumbling, it has to be sensitive enough if there's, if it's a noisy cab, for example, to, screen out all the ambient noise in the cab. So I think, and that could potentially be done by, the driver if they were wearing some kind of like a microphone or something, that could really condense the sound. So I think that is actually something we are seriously looking at doing it the other way to keep the safety part of it, having it go outbound, something I use like 18 hours a day of speech, outbound speech, so the driver can keep their eyes on the wheel. That works terrifically well. That works absolutely perfectly. That that it would, anybody can test this, for example, on their iPhone. If you turn on something called VoiceOver, you can actually, hear your phone speak everything to you, and it works great. So we got to work. A little bit more work needs to be done on the voice recognition, but I think we're going to get there actually in a couple of years, and that way you'll be able to, if you're doing, dispatch and you want the driver to kind of acknowledge the dispatch order, or you want to hit, in our case, way now or whatever. I think we're getting close.
Just real short, I love what you said. I think that ship has sailed, that we've come a long way. Everybody's grown up with these, and so it's not, years ago, we had a mobile work order, and it was, all we were asking them to do was a terminal. It wasn't small, it was big, unfortunately. But enter in, a few simple things. I'm at the location, I moved these cars, I did these types of things, and then we'd report that back. Well, how they did it, I'm not sure, but these big honkin' heavy terminals were ripped out of locomotives, tossed into creeks and whatever was along, off bridges and things like that, because I'm not a computer programmer, I don't have to do this, or I'm not a clerk, I don't have to do this. I think we've gone well beyond that, and folks are very comfortable with that. They like it. They actually would prefer to do it versus handing a ticket to somebody or handing it off. Just let me do it. The safety factor, Barry, I'm glad you brought that up. That's a huge consideration, and I think as these things are designed, we need to think through what's going to distract the driver, what can I do to minimize at all costs, i.e. you can shut these off when they're moving. So you can only do entry when I'm stopped or whatever. Those types of things need to be taken into consideration as well.
Just one comment to add, since we were talking about translations. I think some of the interesting features that we've been developing recently are on bilingual communication, and the ability to type, let's say, an order in English or a message in English, and then it translates to the driver on their tablet in Spanish, and vice versa. So I think there's going to be some really powerful things. I mean, that's stuff that we've already have available that you couldn't have imagined doing that. Yeah. Even 5 years ago, because you still have a computer, not a phone, that's mounted to the dash giving instructions.
Yeah, I think that's one of the, if in this industry, because we have a diverse labor force from many different parts of the world that speak many different languages, being able to streamline communications between driver and dispatcher, customer and order taker, right? Scale master and person on the scale, all that stuff that's where I think AI right now could have a really significant impact, just improving that communication process. Got a couple more, and I'm going to combine a couple at the end and then open it up to the audience to get your input as well. But first, this one's for John. So you're in the rail industry, and in some cases, aggregate companies do rail and whatnot. What communications, if any, take place between other segments have you seen, people in mining, trucking, rail, ports, and the logistics arena in order to improve the overall performance of aggregate logistics and throughput?
So what I mentioned earlier is just coming up with a joint plan. And that's usually done days in advance and agreed to by all three players, if you think mine and rail and a port or a plant, or a final customer. But a big part of that is then also providing communication when what-ifs happen. You have a derailment, or you have a unplanned maintenance issue at the quarry, and that's causes a stoppage. To communicate that and give the ability real time to the other players in that supply chain to act on that, to make changes versus waiting hours, maybe a day, and then having to react. So that's a huge piece, is having everybody connected, running off that same plan, having access to it, notification when there's something that goes bump, and then replanning on the spot versus waiting a day or two later and then having to adjust.
All right, so I'm going to have one more for the panel, and then I'm going to have one for the panel in the audience. So this is, now you got to get out your crystal ball and think about one innovation or shift you think will have the greatest impact on aggregate and concrete logistics in the next decade. John.
Let's start with Barry.
Barry.
Pass. Nicely done, by the way. Is that how the Cornhuskers? So I think we've talked a little bit. We've talked actually quite a bit about it, and today on this panel and other panels. I think that AI, in the sense of both optimization, human computer interface are going to be huge. One of the things that we actually built, and I think I know tomorrow will be a panel with the folks from Luckstone about autonomous vehicles. One of the things that we have actually done with our scale technology is enable it to deal with the weighing of autonomous trucks. And that's not through over a real truck scale, not with actually having an onboard scale, because those aren't actually legal for trade. It's weights. But so I think that the advent of having autonomous vehicles, you see, cars all over the place here in Austin, that is going to have a major impact. So whether those are, dump trucks, moving along, concrete trucks probably going to be a little bit more, in the future because of what they have to do and the size of them and the safety aspects. But it's all coming. And it's going to have a dramatic impact, tying back to what we said previously on the labor supply chain. Because now all of a sudden, if you can have autonomous vehicles or even semi-autonomous vehicles, right? Semi-autonomous vehicles being those that are essentially remote controlled, like you would a drone, right? So you can have, it's already happening in the freight world, where you can have, people in a centralized command, control center with, doing all the telemetry on the truck, driving the truck, but with no driver in the truck. That's, big thing for over the road for long distances, because you can just bring guys in and out in 8-hour shifts and they can still be at home. So as these autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles become more prevalent in the industry, that's going to change the entire cost structure. It's going to change, the demand, labor supply chain demand, because now you're not going to have to necessarily worry about, am I going to have as many guys trained or as many people who, want to do it? But then what we're going to have to match with that is the technologies that we're talking about right now, the in-cab kinds of mobile devices that can then, talk to a scale or automatically talk back, to the dispatcher, et cetera. So I think right now what we're doing, with us and, Chris, I know as well, we're laying the groundwork for that now. And I think you will see probably in 10 years that introduction of autonomous semi-autonomous that are going to take advantage of right now what we're just getting, properly going with human-computer interface.
I'd echo that. There's already autonomous trains in Australia running across the outback. Nobody inside there. They're watching them remotely. I would probably lean.
And when you say trains, you mean like the road trains?
Yes, over the road.
Like the
locomotive with a 100-car consist behind it.
Yeah.
And so the technology's there. It's what's our adoption to it and our comfortable feelings with it and able to handle it from a union standpoint as well, whether that'll be passed. I would probably lean more toward the semi-autonomous, where it's in more limited capacities within 10 years, but I do see that as the next big thing.
Yeah, and I think add on to your guys' comments, AI, obviously, autonomous vehicles, obviously. I think what's important to realize, though, in order to make it happen, you actually have to have a fully open system, right? You have to, and what I mean by that is systems that are connected. You can't have siloed systems where it's a scale and it only talks to this, or a dispatching system that only does this, right? If you're going to actually truly go autonomous and have a truck come across a scale, all pieces of that have to be connected to make it work. And so I think that's going to be probably the big shift in this industry specifically that we're going to really see. And I think all that other stuff will kind of fill in the blanks with, and we'll get better and more efficient with AI. We'll have autonomous trucks. It'll be interesting to see where the autonomous truck is just driving and where it's actually mixing and producing material and doing a lot of the work of a person. That will be the real interesting point, because I think autonomous driving is obviously here. But I really think over the next decade, if you want to call it that, that open, connected platform of everything talking is going to be really critical.
I think a lot of producers in the room would love an autonomous slump. If we get that one solved now, that would be great. So this one kind of is for the panel, but also for the audience, so feel free. As we talk about how we're going to reshape some of these systems, how these advancements are coming together, a lot of things now are becoming predictive, right? Predictive analytics, predictive dispatching, anticipating when trucks are returning, when trucks will finish pouring. So with all the technology and where we're headed, for the panel and for the group, I'd like to get your perspective on, are we ready for prime time in aggregates and concrete for predictive dispatching?
Short answer is yes. I'm a technology guy, though. I think we're ready. I think the environment's there. I think the technology has gotten to a point where it's ready. We do have features that do this already, and it's been running. I know Inform as well has this, so I really do think it's ready. And I think the thing for every producer or hauler or whatever space you are in this world to think about is, how do you apply it that it makes sense to your business? How do you apply it where you get buy-in from people and you learn to trust it? And we think a lot about that at XBE. Like, how do we actually build it out to say, you know, we're going to do bite-sized chunks, if you will. One of the things that we've recently come out with is, with our customers' data and their permission, we analyzed how dispatchers think, right? And we watched that through AI and machine learning. Now we're suggesting on what order's coming next. And we specifically took that route to say, we're going to start with this and get them comfortable with the technology, and it feels like the decisions they would be making. And then we can start talking about making it more efficient. So I think it really is, as an organization that's looking to adopt and do more of this, I think it's how you apply it and how you actually implement it is more important than if the technology's ready, because the technology is ready.
Yeah, well said. I agree completely, and I don't know that I have a lot more to add to that. But as to whether you're going to need to do it or not. Absolutely, you're going to need to do it in the aggregate business, and it's going to play a vital role in future profitability, planning, organizing your business, and being ready to take on the future.
Yeah, I think so. I completely agree with Chris, and I think what's going to be interesting here is that it is going to be another one of those cultural things. Now, I'm just curious, is there anybody here in this audience who uses Waze and says, I don't believe Waze, I know how to go there better, right? And so the question, no, that never happens, right? No. Or you know, you look at whatever your GPS, whatever the suggested route is, and you decide you're going to second guess it. And so yes, you're going to, that trust level is going to have to be built up. But I think what's going to be interesting, because this, by the way, this problem existed in the finance world several years ago, and a lot has been done to do it. So, for example, if you ever talk to your stockbroker or whatever, and you get, you know, an email or a text from your broker saying, you know, John, you should really consider buying this particular stock or make this particular investment. Well, the reason they're doing it, because they've been doing exactly what we've all been talking about here in finance for many years. They learn exactly what you trade. They understand the risk of your portfolio, and it makes intelligent suggestions. Just like, for example, when you go, if you're on Amazon, you buy one thing and it says, well, you might like this as well. So in one part of it, and this ties back to what I talked about yesterday, which is that in kind of the rest of our life, and in the rest of our lives, we basically are totally comfortable with this. We're taking stock advice, book advice, what product we should buy advice, what food advice. We're happy to do it. And so what we're going to have to do, it's going to be a cultural change of getting dispatchers and the rest of the organization to develop that same level of trust. And one motivation to help that along might be a financial one, to basically, tell dispatchers or your CSRs that, hey, using this technology, if you're able to have fewer errors, have to, reprocess and do less reprocessing, or if you have to, if you can dispatch more routes in a day, we'll incentivize you. We'll reflect that. We'll use that as a metric in terms of paying you at the end of the year. So, again, going back to my years on Wall Street, that's generally the way that you kind of affect behavior. You basically take the goals and things that you want to have happen, boil those down into metrics, tie those metrics to actual compensation as part of job performance, and you'll magically see that the behaviors that you want to occur will start to occur, because Chris is right. The tech is here, the tech is growing. We just need to get the people to understand that it's to their benefit that they do it.
Thanks, Barry. So yeah, I'd love if anybody wants to weigh in on that, if you think we're ready for prime time, or willing to go there. And then one other thing I'd like to pose to you is, we talked about open systems and transparency. How transparent do you think the industry is and willing to be with their logistics information, right? Are we ready for the Amazon model where I can track my package in real time, I'm getting updates, I can, that to me is a level that, again, we're not at yet. We could easily do it. It's how transparent do we want to be? So those two things for the audience, if anyone wants to chime in, or any questions for the panel, please feel free.
Thank you. For John first, over the last several years, even though it was painful, I've come to appreciate rail. Bless
you, my son.
Are the railroads, are they ready to be a part of this? Are they gonna give pushback, or our loads or non-unit trains gonna get, behind a load of lumber or grain, and it's not gonna be a priority?
So I believe they are. I was very comfortable with this tech company in Seattle when a headhunter from the UK called and said, hey, I've got this thing in Australia I want to tell you about. And the reason I jumped at it is, A, I don't want to coast into retirement. I want to always have a challenge in front of me. But I truly want to see rail within the North America improve, and this is a way to do it. It's in a very economical way to ship. It's very green when you consider the tons that can be shipped, and the cost associated with that, and the amount of pollutants that are put into the air from it. It's very green, and so I truly want to see it be successful. Now, I've been in that industry for a lot of years. There's some stubborn, pig-headed, I better stop before I swear, people there, but I'm seeing a willingness to do it, and I think it'd be all right. Norfolk Southern is very interested in solving an issue where they've got bulk commodities going to a port. They have no way to stockpile things there. They're actually loading off cars onto barges, and they're like, we can't figure this out. And they've got a huge technology department. They're really, really struggling. And it's like, that example I gave you earlier, it's like, we've already done it, and actually a little bit more complex than what you're talking about. So I do think it's going to come. It's just going to take a while. Matter of fact, I guess a prophet is not accepted in his hometown. My workings with my former employer have not gone as far as I have, like with Norfolk Southern and CPKC and some others. So I do see it coming.
Well, that's good. And I think as we come with some other ideas, I think it'll help them appreciate it. I hope. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just optimistic. Now to the openness, I'm afraid that our margins are so tight. Any little bit of I can do this a little bit better, I don't want you to know about it, is going to prevail. If I can save a quarter by some backhaul, I don't want you to know anything about it. But one of the things about the autonomous about tomorrow, I think that is going to be the way, which there is going to be more talking. And I think as you share resources, right, all these trucks are crossing back and forth with each other. If we were all talking to each other, that would help our profits even more and maybe save us $1 instead of us saving a quarter on our own. But again, some of that is trusting each other, kind of looking out for each other's best interests to kind of help ourselves. So just a couple of comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to just share, if I could just jump in and share, again, because I think lessons from one industry can help inform this industry. So about 20, 25 years ago, this little company called Fidelity, you may have heard of them, they basically were the big gorilla, and they basically got all of the investment banks and other banks together and said, look, we are sick and tired of taking data from all of you guys in different data formats, so we have to sit here and have all of our systems figure out how to talk to each one of you. So they just basically banged their fists down and said, you want to do business, you got to come up. We're going to come up and we're going to tell you, and we'll invite you to be a part of it, but come up with something they called FIX, which was the Fidelity Information Exchange. And this has become, over the last 25 years, the absolute standard. If you want to play, if you want to be in the financial industry, you want to do any type of transaction, whether it's a bond, foreign exchange, equity, whatever, your systems have to talk FIX. And that's where we need to get to. And we talked earlier today that in the e-ticketing world, through like the FHWA's, EDC6, and so forth, there's been, work, and that's started going on. We need to get there in the scale world as well. But the whole idea of what was just said of the autonomous vehicles and to derive all the maximal efficiency out of these systems, we are going to have to get to a point where, and this is going to come down to the large producers doing what Fidelity did and just banging their fist and say, look, guys, you players who are the tech players in the industry, get together. We're going to come up with standards so that our IT department, we have a consistent way of talking to you guys.
One comment real quick. So I think on the adoption of it and the transparency, I think what you're going to find is that the market will demand it, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, ultimately, I'll say we have a mobile customer app. I know, like, Command Elcon has a customer app. When those apps get into the market, and I'll say that's specifically around logistics, where's my truck at, right? When they get into the market, they tend to stick, and then everybody else has to adopt them. Right. So I think at the end of the day, the market is going to continue to demand transparency. We heard it all the time from producers of, well, I can track my pizza on my phone. Right. And we talked about the phone earlier. Right. That's another point where people are just used to seeing that. They're used to seeing the Amazon delivery driver pull up and, take a picture and they can look at it. So I do think the market will demand it. And like we said, we have plenty of successful adoptions of it in markets. And when it goes in, it tends to stick.
Any
Jack,
other? Jack, I think.
Yeah.
No.
You raised your hand.
I did, but I get windy, so you got to stop me. One of the things that I think AI is really going to get us to where we are, and we're almost there. I say we're almost there. there's a concept out there called just-in-time delivery. Our construction materials industry has not totally adapted that yet, nor had the tools to do that, mainly, especially on the ready-mix side, because we have a third-party contractor controlling the unloading of our trucks, right? So when we talk about AI, what can we get from the job site much more accurate to help us be better at delivering to their demand? And we know that demand fluctuates. Right now, it's just send my damn trucks. And you see them lined up. Recently, I was in South Carolina and doing a little consulting for a friend in the asphalt industry. And I would tell you this, we are so far ahead in the ready mix and asphalt, you can't believe it. So they sent me the data ahead of time. I hope there's no asphalt people here, but what I found out from the data they sent me was on an average, and keep in mind, this is their own paving crew, they were delayed on an average an hour and a half based on their plan on every single paving job. But the asphalt was still being, the drivers were lined up to come in to load, they were still sending the asphalt because it can set on the job. Well, guess what? Their costs were going through the roof because not only this was a paver not moving or doing anything, you had a stack of trucks. And I have asked all of you, have you ever seen going down the road an asphalt job with about 10 or 15 trucks lined up waiting? Now tell me how efficient is that? And I brought it to his attention. I said, Todd, I said, ready mix, we don't control that side of unloading. But here we own the asphalt plant. Yes, we have hired haulers, and there's a whole thing about how they call those in. Dispatch doesn't even know who they're sending until they arrive. So there's a lot of confusion going on there first thing in the morning. But I said, you should be able to marry this up like nobody else can do it. But yet they're the worst than if they were hauling to a different paving company because they're charging them if the trucks are setting. But this is their own company. And there's really a misconnect. And I know if I was in the asphalt business, I'd want to know, I don't want to know what the humans are doing. Tell me what the machine's doing. Is it started? Is it online? All of these things that I could get, is it starting to go? You could coordinate all of that beautifully because it's your own, it's your own equipment, your own company. But the funny thing is, the construction crew doesn't feel part of the asphalt deal. It's like there's a divide there, even though it's the same company. On the ready-mix side, to me, AI, our goal in the ready-mix should be as close as possible to just-in-time delivery as we can get. It's going to take AI to do that, and we're going to have something more predictive on the unloading side. We can look at their unloading habits, but they're fluctuating continually. So you may say, okay, they're averaging a half hour, but all of a sudden things change, and you don't know that until you've got 3 or 4 trucks already on the road. So you're already behind. We need to know that right away so that we can do that. That one deal in the ready-mix business would be a game changer because now I'm not spending all this time sitting on a job because I didn't have the right information to be able to do just-in-time delivery. And I think it's still possible. I don't know what you guys feel. I'd like to hear what you guys think about just-in-time delivery for construction materials.
We talked about it in the kind of what's technology going to do in a decade, right? And I think the whole concept of having an open platform that goes very, very broad and connects everything is absolutely where you have to start. I'll give the example of, if you're driving a newer car and your check engine light comes on or your oil light comes on, there's not actually an oil sensor in your car. They've done enough study and analysis of how you drive your engine and in the dyno and when they're developing it. They just know based on how you perform it that you need to change your oil. So it's the same concept, but at a much larger scale, obviously, and a lot more data. So I do think you're right, Jack. I think AI specifically, and then having these open systems or a platform that goes very, very broad and covers everything is going to be necessary, but I think it's entirely possible to start getting into that type of insight already. And that's going to really, those are really going to be the tools to do it. Just a rail guy.
Yeah. I just know steel rail. I don't know. No, I go back to kind of what I've been talking about, and that's that communication piece, which you were alluding to. Thank you. Is it past 5 o'clock? Yes, it is. Which you were
Happy time somewhere.
alluding to. Oh my gosh.
We need to get you a Runza.
Yeah, I
You're a
need
Nebraska
something.
guy.
There you go, with some ranch. But that communication between all the parties involved, so that those trucks, when that crew out in the field laying that asphalt or whatever is behind, there's a message sent back that said, "Don't send 5 trucks. Send me one in 30 minutes, and then send me another one a half an hour later," so that it is more of a just-in-time.
One other comment too. So we have AI right now that can see when cycle time starts drifting, right? Now, if let's say you have 10 trucks and they're stacked up, or 10 trucks are coming in and they all 10 have a longer cycle time, that means there's probably something wrong with the job site, right? But we also have it where you can get alerted if, even though the cycle time's increasing on those 10 trucks, if there's one that goes haywire, that's the one you got to focus on. So I think you're right. I think we're going to be able to, we can already start predicting when stuff is going wrong. The more sensors we get, the more details we get, the better and more accurate that's going to become.
And I think you add in the machine learning aspect as well, right? Because some customers will perform the same over and over time too. So as we get to better recordation of that, can I predict that customer is going to mess up because it's John, the paving crew, not Jeff, the paving crew, right? Or the forming crew. John's better doing columns, Jeff's better doing flat work. I mean, those are the types of things that if we start to capture the types of jobs, and even all the way down to the individual crews that are doing those jobs, I think you'll find some pretty big potential there too. So,
And the truth of the truth.
yeah.
The truth of the matter is there already are systems that actually can do this in asphalt. It's just a matter of there are systems that you can put on a paver and to basically tell, the milling truck, for example, what's going on. And it's really just a matter of deploying the technologies. But I think also what Nishan was saying this afternoon, on getting better predictivity and being able to know the quality of the concrete, faster and faster and potentially on the site, that's clearly going to help just-in-time piece of this. Look, the reality of it is, this is just as a matter of, it's, again, less of a tech problem. I don't know that you need to have one broad system that does it. I think you can have some, as long as the systems talk to each other, I think that's fine. But I think what it really is that we know that there are multiple industries that are doing this, and it really becomes down to, the willingness and the insistence in the industry, among producers, for example, that this actually happen and that we get over the fear factor, our job's going to be lost, or, I know Joe has been working for me for blah, blah, blah time. We have to get, beyond that, because there may be a better job for Joe. So we have to move on, get on, with it and get this industry moving, not be in the year 2000, right? Because the tech's here already. And the tech is going to move faster than the culture if the culture doesn't make a decision to actually move itself at some pace relative to the technology.
Well, I'd like to thank the panel, Barry, John, and Chris, for your time today and the great insights. And I'd like to thank all of you for being here. We're a couple minutes over, but thanks for sticking in with us, and have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes day 2. And tomorrow we start at 9:30. Please be here for our last 3 sessions. They're all very, very good sessions, and we really look forward to seeing you then. Thanks.